Good morning. I'd like to call the January 27th, 2024 special meeting of the Select Board to order. We're here in Town Hall Select Board meeting room. We're also on the local channels, Comcast and Verizon, as well as RCTV on YouTube. And so our sole agenda item today are the interviews of our 4 finalists for town manager. And so is there any public comment in the room? Okay, seeing none. Is there any, I don't know if we've got a Zoom component, but
Jackie Liberty should be on.
okay, so Jackie, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to provide public comment?
There's nobody on Zoom except me.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bernie Lynch from Community Paradigm.
Sure. Well, thank you. It's great to be here this morning and have the opportunity to present to the board for interviews the 4 candidates that the screening committee identified as being your finalists. You've had an opportunity to see their resumes now. I know I was with you a couple meetings or a meeting ago to walk you through their backgrounds. You now have an opportunity to see their resumes, pour over those, see the reference comments that we received back. We discussed at that meeting the background checks we did in all other areas of employment and criminal history and so on. The reference comments designed to give you a feel for the type of projects these candidates have worked on and how people perceive them within their organizations. It may seem when you read these that we're just getting all positive comments, and obviously there's many positive comments here, but we spend about an hour, 45 to 60 minutes with each reference, and we use to do that. We use people who have a background in municipal government and a background in journalism to really dig down into the interview process. As we all know, journalists have the ability to ask you things and you say things sometimes you don't necessarily want to say. So, so we've had an opportunity in a number of communities to really dig into some people's backgrounds and then present that in a way that is not overly critical, but gives you the boards that are making these decisions a real feel for the direction that one person might or might not lead. So hopefully these are helpful to you in giving you some ideas to dig into as they go through their questions, as they go through their answers to the questions they put forth. It's the process that we use is intended for me to sort of ask a lead question. For I think all of you before now. I know you're not shy. I know you're going to be asking questions, but it's really designed to have a dialogue. So I'll throw a lead question out and then open it up to for each member to dig into certain areas of the candidate's responses or non-responses, if you will. And I think the chair is going to moderate that portion of the interview process, board follow-ups. And then we'll move on to the next question and we'll go through it. We've set aside an hour and a half. That's designed to have roughly 60 to 75 minutes of an interview and then a little bit of time. And I've asked all the candidates to come a little early in case we're ahead of schedule so that we can move them up in the process. So with that said, your first candidate is here. I'm happy to take questions from the board on the process or go get the candidate for you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members?
Okay.
Great.
Hey, everybody.
Good
Morning.
Yep. Let me introduce Clancy Main.
I see everybody. Hey, doing? Morning. Nice to meet you.
Chris, nice to meet you.
Good to see you again. Good to see you.
Good morning, nice to see you again.
Have a seat. Coming out on a Saturday morning to meet with the Reading Select Board. Clancy, we'll start with our, I guess I refer to as our standard question of, tell us who you are and why you're here.
Yeah.
So if you could, the board's seen your resume, the board's seen the reference report that's been done on you. But maybe if you could just add some color, if you will, to, who you are and why you got into this business and why you're interested in coming to Reading.
Sure. So obviously, my name's Clancy Main. I grew up right down the street in North Reading. I went to Austin Prep for high school, so I'm very familiar with the town of Reading. I've seen where it was, I've seen where it is now, and I kind of have a little understanding of where you guys might want to be going in the future. Spent a lot of time in this community growing up. North Reading, not really much there, so I spent a lot of time in Reading. Got my Christmas trees at Dandelions, got ice cream there. Used to have Chinese food at where Publix Kitchen was, when it was Biltmore in Maine, and before that, so for New Year. So, I'm very, very familiar with the community, and I like it a lot. And so I'm really happy to be here, and I was really excited when I saw this job posting come up. So obviously, I'm the assistant town manager in the town of Billerica. Billerica is it's about 45,000 people. Has about it has close to 400 employees, $200 million budget. So it's a big community. And so it's my role as the assistant town manager. So I help the town manager run the day-to-day operations of the town. So he sort of treats me as a mini executive there. Billerica, like I said, it's a big town. So, he can't make every single solitary decision. So he leans on me heavily to work with him, get things done, and move all that stuff forward. For a while there, I served as the personnel director. I handle a lot of the union negotiations. I'm the lead person on all the capital projects that we're doing. So we've recently done $10 million fire station, $11 million field complex, $10 million historic renovation. We're designing a senior center right now. We're designing a rec building right now, and we're in the midst of designing a $50 million DPW project. And so I'm sort of the lead person on all of that stuff. And I've helped out with economic development and the long-range planning. Previous to that, I was the director of administrative services. And so the way that they treat the director of administrative services in Billerica is sort of like you're the third person, but, it's a training ground to become that assistant town manager role. So they spent a lot of time, molding me to become that assistant town manager and then eventually to take the next spot. And so that's where I really started doing a lot of the capital projects there. I was the go-to guy, oversaw a lot of that. Oversaw a couple department reorgs. We combined conservation, Board of Health, and building into one department, and then we separated our cemetery, parks, and trees when I was in that role. And then during that time, we didn't have an economic development director or planning director, so I stepped up into that role and did a lot of that stuff. Previous to that, I was a budget management analyst, and so I did social media, and I really dug deep into the budget, the finances of the town, and I learned a lot. Previous to that, I was an executive assistant, town administrator in the town of Littleton, sort of the nuts and bolts of the job, got to see it. Previous to that, I was chief of staff to a city councilor in the city of Boston, and then I had worked on a statewide campaign, worked in mayor's offices, and I interned in the city of Lowell. And so I was really excited again to see this job because Reading is sort of like a mini Billerica, and so you guys are going to do a lot of the stuff that we have already done, like CPA, green communities, building schools, senior center, rec center, all of that kind of stuff. Very similar form of government, representative town meeting, department heads, similar structure as the town manager. Like I said, I was really excited to see this Reading job come up because there's a lot of opportunities. And one thing that really excited me about this job was the downtown. And, I see that as a huge opportunity to sort of drive more people to the downtown, more small businesses to the downtown. And I'm not talking about building up or, rezoning or anything. I'm talking more about, getting people to that downtown and, making it a bigger, more vital part of this community.
Questions? Okay. Let's move on to, as town manager, as you know, the title, you'd be a manager. also be a leader.
Mhm.
Can you talk to us about your leadership and management style? One of your references referred to you as being, someone says that you delegate very effectively and serve as the quarterback, bringing people into town, into the team, and using people's talents to get things done. So that's kind of speaks somewhat to that, but
Yeah.
if you could elaborate on that, tell us how you go about doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, before I jump into sort of about my leadership and my skills and all of that kind of stuff, I want to talk a little Reading specific. And so I met with all of your department heads the other day, and I was really impressed. You got a great group of people there. And so what I didn't say to them and what I should have said to them as I thought about it after was, I have a little glimpse into sort of what they're going through right now. So about 2 years ago, the town manager of Bill Ricker, he was a finalist to go to another job. And so I sort of, there was some angst in my personal and professional life having a new boss and having, a new change in routine and all of that stuff. So, I had a little glimpse into what they're going through. And so one thing, after meeting them, you wouldn't have to come in and reinvent the wheel. That's a great group of people you have in there. And, you could transition sort of effectively into it and, run alongside the organization for a little while and kind of figure out what's going on. And you wouldn't have to flip all sorts of switches, make all sorts of changes. You come in there, not reinvent the wheel, and sort of, figure out what's going on and work on some of these priorities you guys got. But, one thing to know about me is I'm a very introspective person. And so I'm always trying to figure out, what I can do better, what I can do differently, how I can change and be sort of a better person, manager, all sorts of things. And so I met with all of the department heads when this news became public that I was going to be a finalist here. And I asked them, what can I do better? What's it like working with me? How am I as a leader? And a couple things came up over and over again is that, and it was sort of, exactly what the reference said, is that I'm a team builder. I like to collaborate and I'm always there for my employees. And so what's important to me is, building a team. And I want, I spend a lot of time listening to the department heads and understanding, what their goals are, what their vision is, and what their passions are, and what they sort of want to be included in the town. And so we do that in Bill Ricker. It's kind of interesting. And, I would want to do the same thing here in Reading is we call it sort of the pop-up method. And so we have, regular department head meetings and we have regular like small group department head meetings. But what we like to do is we like to have the department heads pop up to the office and kind of tell us what's going on. What are you working on? Sort of, what's your goals? Let us know what's going on in your department so we have an idea of sort of what you're working on and all that kind of stuff. And so what happens organically is, you'll have a department head pop up and he'll be telling us about something. And then you'll have another department head pop up and, it may be sort of like the veteran service director and the fire department. They don't have a lot of overlap, but because we sort of do this pop-up method, you have the veteran service director talking to the fire chief, and he's telling them sort of all these veteran service programs that are going on that he can pass on to sort of his fire employees. And it's really good because you get employees who usually wouldn't talk to each other, sort of, collaborating, talking, sort of building a team together. And then through all that, I'm constantly listening to sort of what everybody's talking about, what everybody's saying. And so we include people in things they wouldn't usually be included in the throughout the town. So like on some of our building projects, we've included our town accountant. He has nothing to do with the building project. It really doesn't make any sense to have a town accountant on the building committee, but he adds a lot and he brings sort of a different set of eyes, different perspective, and it's really interesting to have him on there. And then so like another good example is we're redoing the health insurance in town. And that's probably something that I could have done with our consultant and with our town council. It could have been 3 hours over the course of a couple weeks, but instead we brought in a bunch of department heads so everybody felt sort of vested in the changes that we were making. And they knew what was going on. So when another employee asked them about sort of why did we make this change in the health insurance, they could say, this was the process. We did X, Y, and Z. This was our thought process, and this is why it sort of makes sense. So these people are vested in the decisions we make, and they're sort of vested and passionate about, everything that's going on in town. And then through all of that, you become really close to the employees because you've worked on a lot of different projects with them across sort of the spectrum. And so I'm always there for them. And so it's funny, maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago, about 6 months ago, I was talking to somebody and I was telling them that, you know, my dog had to go to the ER one night. And then so they called me at 10:45, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they were like, "Hey Clancy, my dog just jumped off the couch. He hurt his leg. Where was that ER that you took your dog to that you had a good experience?" So they know that they can call me sort of anytime, you know, about anything. And I'm always, you know, there for them. I always pick up the phone, always defend them. So, you know, that's a little bit about sort of my leadership style, how I'd handle things, and you know.
Yes.
So, welcome, thanks.
Yeah.
Great in terms of kind of leadership style, in terms of internal team.
Yep.
Talk about leadership into the community.
Yeah.
This is a community of volunteers.
Yep.
Can you talk a little bit about how you've done that specifically in Billerica, and you know a fair amount about Reading.
Yeah.
How do you think you'll take that here?
Yeah, so I mean, it's really interesting, right? And so I spend a lot of time in the community in the town of Billerica, and I think it's important for the town manager, the assistant town manager, the administration to be seen and to be known, you know, throughout the town. And people sort of, you know, I spend a lot of time, you know, I go to the gym in Billerica, and when I walk on the treadmill, it's like constituent service hour. People are always coming up to me, they know me, they feel comfortable to come and talk to me, bring me sort of, you know, their situations that they have going on. You know, I went to the pancake breakfast at the senior center last Friday. I called bingo at the senior center. I did the holiday parade. I got a bunch of employees together, and we decorated a float, and we did the float. You know, there's a convenience store down the street that, you know, a lot of the locals go to in Billerica, and, you know, I'll go there and grab a coffee and chit chat with them. So I think it's very important to be out in the community, to be seen, and, you know, I would do that same sort of thing here in Reading. And so, you know, it's interesting that you guys have Friday off. So I'd sort of look at that as an extension of the weekend. And so, you know, you could take Friday and you could be in the community, and you could be sort of meeting with the small business owners. You could be meeting with sort of the people in the community who were there, and take that time so you're not, you know, stuck in front of a computer or your spreadsheets. So you don't have other things on your mind. You can sort of take that Friday and sort of, you know, be out there and working with the community and figuring out sort of new ways to drive, you know, people into that downtown. So, you know, I'm always in the community. I'm always about the community, you know, out and about in the community. I have a very good relationship with, you know, the boards, the committees. And, you know, I'm very open. You can always call me, talk to me. And one thing, you know, about me is, like, I try to be a unifier. I try to bring both sides together. Billerica can be fractured at times. And so, you know, I try to bring people from one side and the other side together to sort of, you know, do what's best for the community.
Thanks, Jackie. And thank you, Clancy. I think Mark was asking you if you've ever been in a dunk tank before. More specifically.
You know, I haven't
That
been
was
on the
his
dunk tank.
question.
No,
He
no.
called a punch. You have not.
No,
Available
but
to be in or in?
I'd be willing to do it if that's, you
You're
know.
willing to do it.
Yeah.
No, I have some other questions, but I'll save them for afterwards. I thought it was relevant. to the topic.
Have you been in the dunk tank?
I have.
All right.
Mark has, Jackie has, Carlo has.
All right.
It's quite fun.
Gauntlet.
Okay. All right, let's move on to, it sort of ties maybe to Mark's question about, maybe it ties into the leadership. So we've already answered this, but, you know, in local government, particularly in New England local governments, where you have all these boards and committees, and you know, here we have all the elected and appointed boards and committees. We have the municipal light department, obviously the school department that's of the town and somewhat separate. Communication and collaboration is key. Can you give us an example of how you would, how you've ensured that there's that communication and collaboration in your position at Billerica, and how you would do that here?
Yeah. So we in Billerica, right before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and coming out of the pandemic, we had demolished 2 old schools. We have these multiple tracts of land. We need a fire station. You know, we need a rec center. We need a new senior center. We need affordable housing. There's all of these we need, you know, new schools. So there's all sorts of priorities that that the townspeople and the elected officials and the appointed board members all want. But, some people, they wanted to put something here, they wanted to put something there, and nobody really could ever sort of come to any sort of consensus of, this is the priorities, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. And so me and the town manager, we were really struggling with, how we kind of moved everything forward. So I hatched this idea. It was called the Capital Facilities Committee. And so what we did is we took 8 chairs of, boards throughout the town. So like Rec Commission, Council on Aging. We took 2 select board members, Planning Board, Conservation Commission. We took all of these people from the community who have sort of a vested interest in like their own little thing. We brought them all together. And what we said is, we kind of said, we're going to allocate some money, we're going to bring in a consultant, and we're going to study, your tiers. But before we do that, we have to figure out what your tiers are. So we, had a working session with them, and we, made a huge list of all of the tiers of stuff that they wanted. And then we sort of put it on them, and we said, okay, you guys have to vote, like, where do you rank these tiers and all of these things of sort of importance? And so then they ranked those tiers, and they said, we want the senior center first, and we want the rec center with it. After that, we want to handle the fire station, affordable housing, and so on and so on. And then it was amazing that, we worked together. There was a lot of sort of back and forth, why this, why that. And we ended up getting a 9-0 vote to sort of move forward that these were the tiers. And then, like I said before, these people were now vested, like this is the path forward, this is how we are going to move forward. And then so we asked a town meeting for, money for a feasibility study. And, all those people, they stood up at town meeting and said, yes, this is the path forward. So like when people got up and they were saying, why is this in the second tier and why is this not in the third tier? It wasn't like we didn't have to stand up and say, X, Y, and Z. These board members and these committee members, they were vested and they had got their own boards and their own committees sort of on board that this is the way that the town should move forward. And then we went on and we've designed a senior center, we've designed a rec center, and those just have to go to funding for town meeting. But because we spent so much time working with the community, working with all these board members, working with all these people, again, it was a 9-0 vote on what the location was, and it was a 9-0 vote sort of on the design. And so now that has to be from the Capital Facilities Committee, it gets sent to the Select Board, and I would expect that, it would pass because all of those members on the committee and all of us have done so much work to sort of, get everything forward.
I have a quick, I don't know if it's a technical question, but thank you. On your senior center and recreation center, as you mentioned several minutes ago, we're going through what you've already been through or you're in the middle of. So we're working on that stuff now. Are those 2 separate buildings? Are you incorporating the senior center are they going to be using that space for their activities, or is the senior community center, or whatever you're calling it, senior center is just?
Yeah, so we started off, right, as an intergenerational center. So that's one of the things that they wanted us to look at. So they wanted to look at it sort of combined as 2 different, as, one single entity. And then we spent a lot of time talking to the seniors, talking to the people who had recreation programs. And, the main thing that the seniors said to us over and over again is that, I really like spending time with my grandkids, but I don't want to be spending time at the senior center and my grandkids running through, bouncing a basketball. Sort of, we want our own kind of separate space. Every single community is different, but that's what we found in Billerica. And they did not want to go the intergenerational route. They wanted to split them into 2 different buildings. During that process, we traveled around and we saw, there's intergenerational center models that work, and they work in certain communities. And then there's models that, it should be separate. And so you got to kind of figure out what works for the community, what the seniors want, what the recreation people want, and sort of what would fit best. I know that Reading, you guys sort of have, space constraints, and it's a little bit different. So in Billerica, we have all these tracts of land that you could sort of, you can split them or you can put them together. And so there's certain communities that have had to put them together just out of a space constraint. And there's a way that, when we were talking about the intergenerational center, we were talking about, the east side would be the senior center, and then the west side would be the rec center, basically a wall down the middle, most of the day, and then at the sort of end of the day when the seniors went home, you expand that piece and the younger people could come in. But one thing that came up over and over again is that the seniors wanted to be able to do their puzzles or leave their card game and not have the kids come in and mess it up. So
How many square feet is each building, if you mind me asking?
the rec center is going to be about 25,000 and the senior center will be about 15,000. They're each going to cost roughly $20 million.
Can we get those guys?
Yeah.
So you just for the money or the space?
Thank you.
Rec center is 2 basketball courts, 3 multi-purpose rooms, some staff space. So it's it's not edge sports, but it's it'll get the
It's
job
not
done.
massive, but it's good size.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes. Thank you. I'd love to ask a follow-up question. Talk to me, if you could, or talk to us about the funding process and building consensus through the community to
Yeah.
take on these large capital projects
Yeah.
when people are concerned about cost of living.
Yeah. So I mean, it's very important. It's one of the things, right, is that you have to be upfront and you have to be transparent and you have to be honest, sort of all the way through of, this is what it's going to cost, this is what it's, the future cost. And then you also have to remind people that, if we build a new rec center and if we build a new senior center, that's going to come with new maintenance people, that's going to come with new staff. So, you also have to, remind people of that. But we spent a lot of time creating a debt stabilization plan in the town of Billerica to be able to fund all these projects. And so what our debt stabilization plan is that, it's going to be a little complicated to say it, but I'm going to do my best. We have a level of debt in the town right now of $9 million. And so we get, roughly $5 to $6 million of free cash every year. And so we take $1.8 million of free cash and we put it in that debt stabilization fund. And then any time that we use more debt than $9 million, we take that money out of debt stabilization to bring the impact to the taxpayers back to that $9 million. And then anything that's below $9 million, then we allocate that money. So say if our debt level was only $8 million, we're putting in that 1.8 from free cash, and then we're also putting in an additional $1 million into that debt stabilization fund. So we've built up that debt stabilization fund to roughly like $25–30 million. And so it's a good sort of piggy banks that when we want to take on more debt, we can use that to bring down the impact to the taxpayers. And so you guys have a big amount of free cash sitting, sort of in your piggy bank right now. And so I think it'd be prudent, to do something like that to figure out, we're going to use this free cash to be able to build some of these buildings that we want to build and bring down the impact to the taxpayers instead of just sort of letting it sit there and not using it. But, there's a lot that goes into creating a plan like that. But, that's definitely something. And so we're always thinking about when we're building these projects, we're thinking we don't want to crush the taxpayer. And we would love to build a 40,000 square feet recreation center. But, $20 million is probably what we can get past town meeting and what we can get through to the community. And that's still a really good building that recreation can use. So it's sort of, a balance to try and figure out what we can pay for, what the taxpayers can survive, and, is that still a good building for recreation?
Good. And, I think that's perceptive. We probably could use some work on our policies regarding stability funds, free cash levels. And we've had discussions, but that is something we could work on. Thank you.
And I talked to your CFO when I met with the department heads, and she was excellent. And so we had a brief conversation about free cash and, some of the policies that are going on. And, I think we were on the same page on a lot of stuff. So, if I was lucky enough to have this opportunity, she would be a great partner in that, getting something like that done.
Thank you. I agree. She's very, very good. Thank you.
Follow up. When you said 8 million debt, you mean debt service, right?
Yes.
$8 million
Yeah.
a year in debt service, not total debt, because
Correct.
you're building a $100 million high
Yeah.
school.
Yeah, that year's debt
Okay,
service.
That year's debt service. Thank you.
Yes.
Quick question. How long has the debt stabilization fund been in place?
So we've had that in place, I think, since 2012. So we put that in place in 2012, and then we have that debt stabilization money. So that includes, you know, the buildings that I talked about, that includes the high school, we're doing sewer work, water work, building a new fire station, and a couple other things in there, and we have that programmed out, you know, for at least 10 years, but all of our debt, you know, goes out further, but we know that we can pay for all the things that we're planning to pay for, at least in the next 10 years. And then it's one of those things where obviously new priorities will come on, things will drop off. Maybe you don't have to do as much sewer as you originally planned. And then you would probably take another look at it in 8 to 10 years and, you know, reconfigure. Do we need more money? Do we need less money? You know, are these actually still priorities?
Thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. And to follow up on all that, so Bill Ricca's budget is significantly larger than ours, right?
Yeah.
Because everything that you're saying, sign me up for.
Yeah.
Except we are just a tad bit under Bill Ricca. Do you think that's a hindrance to you getting the position, being able to work with such large budgets and do all of these things that you're mentioning, and then come to Reading and have to do half of it?
Yeah, so it's interesting when you say that, right? So Bill Ricker is $30 million under Proposition 2.5. So there's $30 million more dollars that we could tax the residents every single solitary year. And we don't do that because, you know, you try to be fiscally conservative and understand that the taxpayers can only survive so much. So we're not out there, you know, spending crazily every single solitary year, you know, doing all this stuff. Like we could say, you know, every union contract, 777, every single fire station has new fire trucks, and you could build the school under Proposition 2.5. But we don't do that because, you know, you have to have some fiscal restraint. You have to be a little conservative because the taxpayers can't survive, you know, sort of all this stuff at once. And you have to understand that. And if, you know, it's not a hindrance because we're already conservative in the way that we do things and the way that we budget, because the selectmen are tight with us on the budget, and they say, you know, they let us know you can't be out there spending crazily. You have to keep it sort of within this range. And so that's what we do. And, you know, I wish that we could spend that $30 extra million and repave every road and do all sorts of new stuff, but we're just not able to. So
And how much percentage is Bill Ricca in commercial compared to residential?
yeah, so I mean, I know that you guys are 93% residential and we're, you know, 70-30 over there. So we have a big commercial tax base, and that's where a lot of the you know, new growth comes from, and that's why we have such a huge, you know, we're way under the levy limit.
You know, is Bill Ricca building more small businesses or commercial space, or are you regressing, or what's the?
Yeah, so
Stagnant
we're
or-
driving people into those small businesses. We recently have had a couple new small businesses go in and that we've been really excited and proud about. So we've had a new barbecue place go in, we have a new ice cream place going in, we have a new Italian restaurant going in, we have, you know, there's rumors a 110 Grill is going to go in, and, you know, there's a small bagel and coffee shop that's going in. So we're spending a lot of time making sure that, you know, small businesses can come in, and, you know, there's places for them to go, and we, you know, sort of facilitate, you know, some of the red tape that they have to go through. So, you know, a good example of this is there's the barbecue place that wanted to come into Bill Ricca, and I remember he called me on the phone and he was like, you know, I had 6 months of runway to open my business, and, you know, I'm at the end of the rope right now. I can't figure out how to get this, you know, the smoker inside and through your fire department. I'm having trouble with the Board of Health and all this sort of stuff. And he called me and he was like, you know, almost in tears. And he was like, I need help. I need someone to help me. Someone told me to call you and that you could sort of facilitate this process for me. So, you know, I got on the phone with the fire department. I got on the phone with the Board of Health, and I said, you know, we're going to meet this guy down in his business. I told him to have his HVAC guy there and his electrician. We're going to sort of figure this out so he can get this place opened up. And, you know, we all met down there, kind of facilitated the conversation, and I made sure that, you know, he ended up opening, you know, 2 or 3 weeks later, and he was very happy with that, and he has had a, you know, a very successful business so far in the town.
And last question, so are these going into existing businesses that were already there that somebody moved out of or whatever happened, or is these like actually being built or?
Yeah, so a couple of them are being built. So there's one, you know, the 279 Boston Road. So what that is, and his Italian restaurant is going in there. So that used to be sort of a hobby shop. in a used car dealership, and the guy who owned the building sort of sold it off and didn't want any part of it, and so he sold it to this guy who's gonna put an Italian restaurant there. And then there's other places, where the ice cream shop is going. There's a vacuum store and there was something else in there, and the guy bought the sort of location that it was, and wanted to make it sort of an ice cream place, and it's a good place for people to go walk to and drop in and get some ice cream. So it's a little bit sort of both of building new places and sort of going into old places.
Thanks.
Yes.
So sorry, we're kind of
It's all right. This is the way it's supposed to go.
So continuing this discussion, one of the things that we've done recently is a lot of mixed use development.
Yeah.
We've got some vacancies.
Yeah.
First floor. And so we want to figure out, first of all, I think we like the concept of mixed use, but
Yeah.
how to figure out how to help to get some businesses into those locations. That's kind of piece one.
Yeah.
We've got an economic development director who's been doing a really, really nice job.
Mhm.
How do you envision working with him, supporting him, and supporting this effort?
Yeah, so we have an economic development director and Bill Ricker, and we, before I had this interview, I was telling her sort of about Reading and everything that's going on, and we had a long conversation about what Reading should do, and we went back and forth, and so what I came up with, independent of talking with her and with talking to her, is that a lot of these places. So right now in Bill Ricker, we have a saying. It's called Bill Ricker is the place to be. And then like Burlington has Bring Me to Burlington. And then at Lowell, it had, there's a lot to like about Lowell. And like where I live in Derry, it's Derry's a destination. And so there's a lot of marketing that kind of goes around the town. And so that would be like a first step, is to come up with some sort of marketing of why Reading is sort of a place to be. And so before I interviewed here, I was talking to my parents, since they live in North Reading. And I was like, Mom, Dad, have you ever driven to Reading, parked your car, got out of your car, and went to the restaurant you were going to, and then sort of walked around the rest of the downtown? And they kind of looked at me with this blank stare and shrugged their shoulders and said no. And I said, why? And they didn't really know why, but they do it in downtown Concord. They do it in Lexington. They do it in Amesbury. So they were sort of confused why they had never done it in Reading. And it's one of those things where, and we're doing it in Bill Ricker right now, where I live in Derry, they're banging down the doors constantly saying, like, this is an awesome place. Like, this downtown is great. You should come here. You should be here. You should park here, and you should sort of walk around. And so, like, that's the first step, right? And then what Derry does is they do something like, they have these sort of like bi-monthly events kind of put on by the town. And so an interesting one that they recently did was called Pizza Wars. And so there's like 100 pizza places in Derry, New Hampshire, where I live. And so what they did is they got all of these pizza places together, and they said, it's a $20 admission fee for people to come in. And then, people walk around and they try all the different pizza places. And, it gave sort of like, all of a sudden, I moved to Derry 3 years ago and I didn't know anything, but I found all of these sort of other places to eat at that I liked at, that I could now go to and sort of, be part of. And then, when I was driving through here, there's no like, you don't feel like you're in Reading Center. Like, there's not like a lot of like placemaking. There's not signage. There's not something telling you like, this is a cool place to be. This is where I want to be. And so, you guys need a sort of a little bit of that. And it was interesting when I was talking to your department heads, they were telling me that they had a Halloween, sort of the businesses passed out candy, and they were really proud of that. And they were like, it was wicked busy. We did a great job. And, then they were talking about maybe closing down the street or something like that, and then making it more walkable. Like, that's a great idea. Like, they are on the right track to be able to do that stuff. And you just need somebody who's going to sort of, push that stuff forward and say, yes, like, this is the way to go. And like, I don't know if you guys have a farmer's market, but you have sort of that big field that's right off the downtown. So, those could kind of work together in sort of, conjunction to, make something happen. And there's a lot you can do in that downtown. The way it's in Bill Ricker right now, we're going through a whole downtown sort of revitalization, adjusting the traffic pattern. So like, my mind is thinking a lot of that. And so I spent a lot of time walking and driving around Reading downtown recently. And, this place is full of opportunity. There's so much you can do. And then, not only if you get people down there and you get people are willing to sort of invest in, the community. They're willing to bring their business there if they see it's busy. And then it helps sort of everybody else on the second and third floor too, because if you're walking around and you're like, oh, I need new insurance for my car, but you see up on the second floor that there's an insurance agency, you're gonna say, oh, maybe I'll call the local guy instead of calling Geico. So, I think it's important to get people in that downtown walking around, because there's a lot of good stuff down there already, and you just have to start shouting at the top of your lungs that Reading downtown is a cool place to be. It's a place you want to be. It's a place you want to walk around. Don't just make it a drive-through, cut through, park the car, get out, and see what's going on.
So on that note, when we choose a new town manager, he will need to really hit the ground running on MBTA communities. I see that Bill Ricca has some activities and some planning and programming on that. What's your philosophy on addressing some of the pain points and conflicts surrounding some of those changes?
Yeah. And so housing is tough in every single solitary community. And so we've dealt with it in Bill Ricca. We've put 200 new units, up by the Bill Ricca Mall, 30 units down the street. There's been a lot of apartments, condos. And so, there's people who just don't like that. But so I look at the MBTA housing as sort of an opportunity. And I watched your MBTA form, and, your planner, he is excellent, very good. He has a good sort of plan that's kind of laid out there. And I think that will be very successful. And he did it in such a way that he's not going to, overhaul, impact, and completely change a neighborhood sort of overnight. It seems like that could be a slow change, or, it's not going to be the craziest change of all time. But, what you have to do is you just have to have conversations with people, and you have to explain sort of them, it's an opportunity. This is why we have to go down this road. The state's mandating it as well, but you have to explain to them, it's a good thing for the community. There needs to be more housing. I mean, I'd love to, I know my sister, she's a teacher. I know that she would love to live in a place like Reading, but there's just no housing and it's so expensive. So, it's an opportunity to bring people closer to where they live and they work. And, it's tough. Some people are just never going to agree with it, but, you have to have the conversations about why it's an opportunity and, sort of why it's good for the community. And some people are never going to agree. There's people on the fence who you can, move one way or another, but, you just have to be respectful on the dialogue.
In Bill Ricca is an MBTA community. Have you had, where are they in that process?
Yeah, so we've had a couple forums, and so we've brought people in and we've talked about them. And so, we've, in one of the forums, right? So we had it at one of the middle schools, and we sort of had it right around when, parents were coming to pick up their kids. And so what we did is, it was sort of stationed. So it wasn't a presentation. It was kind of like a charrette style. You could walk around and there was a staff member there kind of explaining what was going on. And so, the first station was explaining what MBTA communities is. The second was like, here are the three maps. Here are the three locations that we might put it. Green sticker if this is a go, red sticker if this is bad. And kind of talk to the staff members about, what you like and what you don't like. Then the next station was a bunch of pictures of, what housing looked like or what mixed use development looked like in other downtowns. And then it was all put on this poster board. And, if you liked it, put a check next to it. And if you don't like it, put an X next to it. Because sometimes people are like, yes, I like Concord Center, but they don't know why they like Concord Center. They don't know if it's the sidewalks. They don't know if it's the planters. There's no overhead wires. They're not really sure why they like something. So a visual cue is, easy for someone to figure out, yes, I like that. No, I don't like that. And then, I think the fourth table was we had cookies and pizza for everybody and draw some people in there. And it was really, it was a good way to sort of go about and do that and figure out what people liked, what people didn't like. And then after that, sort of the internal staff kind of took it all together. And we were like, okay, maybe we have to make some changes in our zones because people really like this zone, they didn't like this zone. And so what me, the town manager, the planner, the economic development director did, our director of administrative services, and a couple other department heads who, we like to get their feedback on sort of things, or they live in Bill Ricca. And we did this little bus tour and we drove around to our MBTA community. And we drove the bus, we got out of the bus, we walked around the neighborhood, and we were like, you know what? Maybe it makes sense not to put this line here, and we should shift this line over, do this and do that. And so then we kind of, changed the zones based on all of that feedback. And so then they're going to have another form probably in another month. And then we'll probably do the same thing after. And, it'll sort of evolve and evolve and evolve until, March 15th, our warrant is due for town meeting, and kind of go from there.
Sorry, real quick, is Billerica above or below 10% for affordable housing?
We're at like 11% right now.
Thank you.
In terms of, we spent some time touching upon a few different things here, but I want to just, I think we talked at considerable length about your project management. Now we spend quite a bit of time talking about land development, economic development, and some housing. I do want to, one issue that, the town is very active on, and I know that you were involved with it in both Littleton and I believe Billerica, is the Green Communities Act.
Yeah.
Can you
Sure.
talk to us about that?
Yeah. So it's funny, on last Saturday, I was like, I'm going to go get a new tie for my interview. And so I saw this red tie and I picked it up. And I had this red tie, and then I had another red tie. And this one said it was made out of like plastic bottles. So I was like, I know you guys are interested in, energy efficiency. And so I'm going to go with that tie so I can tell that story. So, green communities and green initiatives, I've had it's like very interesting, right? I've come a long way on. And so initially I used green communities as a way to be like, hey, look, I'm here, I can, get these projects done. And so I did that in Littleton. And so I did the annual report, and I did, got a grant there for roughly $100,000 for them to redo their VFDs, which basically is, if you flick the lights on in a school, instead of all the lights and all the power happening at one time, it's sort of, doesn't all come on at once, and it doesn't hit the grid like crazy. And then in Billerica, they were not a green community. When I got there, the state reached out, and the town manager asked me, if I wanted to do it. So I took that from, not being a green community. We worked to get the stretch energy code passed. I had to do everything with the vehicles, figure out, the whole list of the vehicles. We already had as-of-right zoning, so that wasn't sort of a big lift. And then, we eventually got designated. I went to the school department. I went to the select board, got those both passed. And then after that, we ended up getting a $250,000 grant to redo all of our street lights in town. And so we used to have those old halogen lights, and then we redid them to LED lights. And then after that, we got another grant for $185,000 to do weatherization and to change out all of the lights in the library. So, and then, in between then, I've done the annual reports, I've done the, I've done the grant applications, I've done, all the reports that you have to do. I've met with the people who, have to come out and say, is this going to be a good grant project? Can I apply for this next time around? And so I always use green communities as a way to like I said, like, hey, I'm here, I can do these sort of projects. And then I had a son, and, everything sort of changed, right? And so he's like 15, 18 months old. And I realized that I kind of wanted to leave, this world a little bit better of a place for him, sort of, when he starts to grow up, and that there's actually a planet, there's Earth, there's something here. And so after that, I've kind of spent a little bit more time thinking about sort of these green initiative projects. And so it's really tough at the local level to do some of these things on your buildings. So like our DPW, for example, it's $50 million. And then if you wanted to put solar panels on the roof, it's like another $2-3 million. And so you have to sort of fight this battle of, is sort of the technology ready? Is it something that is worth the taxpayers? Is the sort of, the payback period, does it make sense? And so you have to kind of weigh these things out, and we've had to weigh it out with, designing the new senior center, designing the new rec building. So, I'm very familiar with it. We've looked at it on all of our buildings, all of our projects. We put some stuff on the fire station that we did because it made sense in the payback period. But, I'm not sure if we're going to put something on the DPW because it doesn't make sense. and, you know, the payback period doesn't really make sense. And so it's one of those things where the select board and Bill Ricker, it's not sort of like their highest priority to do green initiative stuff. You know, it's sort of way down on the tier list, but it's one of those things where if it is a priority and the taxpayers are willing to sort of make that investment, then, you know, the technology's there, there's experts out there, and you can sort of get it done.
Yes, that's great. We are pretty excited to be a green community, and hopefully we will be one by the summer. Could you talk to us about the other initiative we are working on is joining the Community Preservation Act? Could you
Yeah.
talk to us about your experience with the program at Billerica?
Yeah. So it's the Community Preservation Act is awesome, right? And so we've been really lucky in Billerica. So the Community Preservation Act in Billerica, it gets about $1 million a year. It picks up, and so what happened is, you know, obviously you got the three buckets. You got housing, historic preservation, and recreation. And then so there were two projects in Billerica that kind of had been hanging out there forever. One was a historical renovation. It was a building built in the 1850s. And we needed a new home for our cable access studio. And so we met with our cable access studio and we said, you know, we'd like to put you guys in this building because we own this building. There's no use for this building. And if we just leave it decrepit like this, it's going to fall apart and we're going to sort of lose a piece of our history. And without the CPA, you know, you don't have the money, or, you know, there's always, you know, instead of taking $11 million, you know, you can do a bunch of roads or you can do something else. So it gives you sort of like a direct funding source to be able to do sort of a project like that otherwise would sort of just fall off the back burner, people would ignore and people wouldn't do. And then on the recreation side, so we have this, you know, this beautiful facility. It's called the Peggy Hannon Rizzo facility, and it has, previous to us doing the project, it had one football field, two softball fields, a playground, basketball courts, tennis courts, and so it had everything there. But it had been kind of done sort of in like a, you know, a way that there wasn't a plan. And so, like, you know, it didn't make any sense for the softball fields to be the way they were, because if you were at bat at a certain time, the sun was directly in your eyes and you couldn't see anything. And so, and the football field wasn't, you know, sort of in a good place. The stands were all broken and decrepit. But that's one of those things where if you didn't have CPA, that's not going to be a priority to redo that field correctly. And so what we did is we went out and we took, you know, the money from the CPA, and we were able to put in 2 turf football fields. So now lacrosse had a home. We built a snack shack, 2 new softball fields. We redid the tennis courts. We redid the tennis courts, redid the basketball courts. We're doing a feasibility on a skate park over there, you know, redoing the playground. So without CPA, you don't have these direct funding sources to be able to do these things. And I know, obviously, you know, it's another tax on the taxpayer, and, you know, it hits them, but you know, that money can be used in a really good way if you are, you know, direct and you think about, you know, sort of the priorities that the town has and use it, you know, correctly.
If we could go back to the financial management, can you talk to us about your involvement, what your level of involvement is in the town of Billerica with regards to the budget? And I do notice that you got the it's a GFOA.
Yeah, the Distinguished Budget Award.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about your involvement with each one, with just budget in general, and then the GFOA budget?
Yeah. So back when I was the chief of staff to the city councilor, so he was the chair of the Ways and Means Committee. So I've sort of seen it from the way that FinCom sees it, in the way that you guys see it, in the way that town meeting would see a budget. So, you know, I always have that 2 years of experience of looking at a budget sort of like from a legislative side. So when, you know, we built that Distinguished Budget Award book, you know, I was thinking about it from sort of the legislative side. And, you know, a budget book is real, and I wrote this in the budget book. If you go on the Town of Billerica website, you can see exactly what I'm about to say. But a budget book is a big sort of complicated document. There's 300 pages, and, you know, if you're not a numbers person, it can sort of be overwhelming. And so what we did in our book is that we created sort of a story, and we gave every department a section to tell their own story. So the Council on Aging sort of tells their own story about, you know, you know, we get $4 million a year, and then this is kind of what we use the $4 million for. And they put pictures of sort of the events that they do and they use the money for, and they tell you their goals and what they're planning to do sort of in the next year. And so we have all these narratives kind of around each single solitary department. And then we have, you know, messages in the beginning explaining, you know, this is how we built the budget. This is why we built the budget sort of this way. We do the same thing in capital. We have a narrative and it lays out, you know, this is the way that, you know, we built the capital plan. This is why we do it this way. And it's really easy for the resident who, you know, knows nothing about town government to be able to pick up the budget book and figure out, okay, I understand why, you know, they built this fire station, and I understand why they're going to buy a fire truck here. And I understand, you know, why they needed more staff in the Council on Aging, because we lay it out for everybody and it's not confusing, and you don't have to sit through, you know, 100 hours of FinCom or 100 hours of selectmen meetings to sort of understand that. And so I did that when I was the budget management analyst. You know, I spent a lot of time working with department heads, figuring out sort of, you know, what your goals are, your priorities, and how, you know, we put that down into paper. And I also spent a lot of time during that process, you know, the DPW director at the time, he'd take me out and be like, you know, this is the why my capital plan is the reason it is. You know, that truck's rusting out. I need to buy that truck, you know, next time around. And so I got a really good understanding of, like, you know, I connected all of the dollars that we spend to sort of the operation. And that was sort of, I did that as the budget management analyst. And then, you know, I sort of carried that on as the director of administrative services. But, you know, in that role, it was sort of took like a bigger, you know, it took on a bigger role of like a more overarching thing of like, okay, I'm going to help make the capital plan. I'm going to help, you know, sit down with all of the department heads and, you know, go through all of their asks beforehand, because I had a better sort of handle on it. And, you know, I had a, you know, and the town manager asked me, you know, like, look at the health insurance, look at the OPEB, you know, look at all the retirements and kind of get a sense of what's going on in there. And then, you know, when I became the assistant town manager, sort of it's a bigger, more overarching role. And we're in the middle of our budget process, and I skipped going to the MMA because we had to do DPW budgets on Friday, and it was tough, but, you know, I slogged through a lot of that, and I got those sort of in good working order for when they do come in front of, you know, the town manager and pitch that stuff. And so I spent a lot of time, you know, I've worked on the financial policies. We recently rewrote all of our financial policies. So I've done a lot with, you know, the budget in the town of Billerica, in the city of Boston. I spent a lot of time looking at your budget as well. And so I noticed that you guys are, you know, right up against the tax levy. And you're using free cash to sort of, you know, supplement your operating budget. And so, you know, when I was talking to the CFO and, you know, kind of what I was seeing is that, you know, it's going to get tight somewhere in the future in that budget. And you guys have to be mindful about thinking about sort of how you handle that, because, you know, I know maybe 2 years ago, you know, your new growth number came in less than what you projected it at. But then on the other end, you know I saw this year is that your investment income, you know, for local receipts, you put it at 1 million and it came in roughly at 3 million. But this year you had to bring up that local receipt because your retirement came in more than what you guys expected it. So she had to bump up that local receipt number to sort of balance the budget. And so what that's going to do is that's going to, you know, lessen the free cash that you guys end up receiving every year. And so you're sort of like on a, you know, you got some runway, there's some leeway right now. But, you know, in the next 4, 5, 6 years, you have to think about sort of doing something to take some pressure off of that levy and not using as much free cash. Because all it takes is one, you know, overrun in the school department, or, you know, new growth doesn't come in what you expected, or it's not even closer. You know, your receipts for interest don't come in as you thought. And then you're in a jam, and, you know, there's really not much that you can do. And so I looked through your budget, right? And so obviously, if you pass the CPA, that takes off some pressure off of the levy. If you want to do, you know, I saw that you're using, you know, $200,000 to do some recreation projects, and that, you know, takes some pressure off the levy. You know, you're going to fully fund retirements in 2029. You know, maybe instead of dumping that into OPEB, you hold on to that sort of extra, you know, levy capacity for maybe something else. And then, like I said, you know, I saw some debts falling off the book that's outside of the levy, but maybe you use something like the debt stabilization to bring down sort of your debt number to give you guys some more room, because, you know, it's definitely tight and you're right up against it. And, I don't know how much longer you can keep using, 3.5 or 2.5 free cash to balance the budget.
Questions? Finance? Okay. Personnel management, collective bargaining. I guess I'm interested in what your role is in the collective bargaining process. And let's go with that.
Yeah. And so I spend a lot of time, like I said before, talking to all the department heads about, the problems in their departments, what needs to be changed, what needs to be fixed. So, I work with the department heads and figure out, those language changes and kind of where we need to go with this. And, so me and the department heads, we usually put together sort of that plan initially. This is our first offer to the union. And me and the department heads will put that together and we bounce it off the town manager. And then, as bargaining goes along, I'm the one who's sort of costing out the contract. I've made all the spreadsheets so I can just punch in, they want 3%, they want, an extra 0.25% on the last year or whatever, and it spits out a number. So we know right away how much that whole contract's gonna cost. And so, I'm pretty much the 1B negotiator with the town manager on a lot of the bigger ones, and then, he lets me handle some of the smaller ones. And so recently, with the DPW, we were having trouble hiring water and sewer operators. It's tough. There's not enough of them. People aren't taking the classes, so it's really hard to hire them. And so, the town manager was like, work with the union and figure out a way that we can get some more operators in there. And so, the easiest way to get more people in the door is obviously to increase their salary. And so we didn't want to increase their salary without sort of making some other cut to make it sort of budget neutral. And so what we did is, I worked with the union and we came up with a plan that there was, 6 or 7 positions that could be upgraded so we upgraded the water treatment operators, and then everything above them, we upgraded a little bit as well. And so what we found out is that, they were probably overstaffed in the water department and they didn't need all of the operators they had. So we cut one position and we took that money and we redistributed it throughout all of those salaries, and that made it budget neutral. And so, that was something that I did on my own. And then so in the DPW, they're also having issues hiring people with CDLs. And so I was like, what are we going to do? And we were having this real problem hiring people. And so during union contract negotiations, I came up with the idea of if you are a maintenance man in the town of Billerica, what it's called is a heavy motor equipment operator. And so a maintenance man does not have their CDL, but a heavy motor equipment operator does have their CDL. And their salary difference is roughly like $6,000 or $7,000. And that's what's the difference between, that's the cost of getting a CDL right now. And so what we told people is that we'll hire you as a maintenance man because we have all these openings for heavy motor equipment operator positions that are just going unfilled and we're not paying anybody for it. We'll bring you in as a maintenance man. And within 1 year, if you get your CDL, you will then be promoted up to a heavy motor equipment operator, and we'll pay for your CDL because that's how bad that we need them. But it was revenue neutral because we're paying them as a maintenance man. The cost of a CDL is $7,000. And so, we're getting people for a couple years at least to have CDLs, being revenue neutral. And so, those are the things. So I'm always thinking about, different ways that you can sort of come to a deal. And then recently, we're working on a sick bank with one of the unions. And so how most of the sick banks right now are structured is that there's 2 people from the union, 2 people from management, and the town manager is the tiebreaker. And so this union didn't really want to give up control of the sick bank. And so I came up with the idea of you have complete and total control of the sick bank for 160 days. And then after that 160 days, you have to include us sort of in the conversation. That was something we were able to, I think we're pretty close to a deal on that one. So I'm always trying to come up with sort of these innovative ideas that we can pitch to the unions to sort of get what they want and get what we want.
Do you do performance evaluations?
So we don't do performance evaluations. And so one time there was a police chief we were working with for an assessment center, and he's told us that performance evaluations are really tough and you need to have good managers to do them correctly because nobody really wants to say, you know, you're not doing a good job and you need to work on this and you don't need to work on that. And then so people give, you know, good recommendations all the time. And then so if you go to discipline somebody, you go to fire somebody, you go to do something like that, they're like, I have 10 good you know, recommendations over here. You know, how are you going to say that I'm not doing a good job? So we don't do performance evaluations, but we do give a lot of feedback to, you know, our department heads, to the employees, and tell them, you know, you're doing a great job doing this, you know, maybe you need to work on this a little bit. It's not, you know, this big formal process, but, you know, like I said, we have good relationships with them all. We're talking to them constantly, and we're letting them know, you know, if something needs to be changed or adjusted. And a lot of them are open for feedback. And a lot of them, you know, what we do in Billerica, right, is we identify there's employees, you know, there's clerical staff who want to be department heads. There's department heads who want to be the assistant town manager. There's assistant town manager, you know, who wants to be a town manager. There's a bunch of people obviously in there who want to move up. And so they're always kind of looking to hear what our feedback is, and especially me, because I've moved my way up through the ladder through all of these positions. And they're like, well, what does it take to get to the next step? What does it take to get to the next step? And they look to me sometimes like, you know, you got to do this, you got to work on that. So we're always giving feedback to people and identifying those employees and figuring out, you know, this is how to get you to that next role.
Follow-up?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, so first of all, we do performance evaluations. I'm curious in terms of how the board's performance evaluation of you would work. How do you take criticism? You mentioned you're a very introspective person, so.
Yeah, I always want to get better. So that's, you know, and that's, you know, I probably aggravate my boss, John, more than anybody, because I'm always asking him sort of, what can I do better? Can I do this? You know, in this situation, you know, what would you do? Or if I'm in this situation, you know, why did you do this? Why do you think that way? So I'm always trying to figure out, you know, how to get better. I'm obsessed with progress. And so I want to, you know, take that sort of next step and be better than what I am today. And so, you know, I'm always looking for feedback. I'm always looking for sort of constructive criticism, because, you know, I want to get better, and I love municipal government, and this is, you know, where I want to be for the rest of my career, in, you know, a town manager role. And I want to be, you know, a really good, great town manager. And you can't do that unless you have people sort of pushing back on you and saying, you know, you need to work on this, or you need to work on that. You know, I wouldn't surround myself with yes men or people who just say, yeah, you're doing a good job. I want people to push back on me and say, you know, I don't think this is a great idea, and maybe we should go this way. And my mind can sort of always be changed if you sort of present the data, the facts, you know, why we do things, you know, why going in sort of a different direction might be the best way. So, you know, I'm open to hearing criticism, feedback, and then not just hearing it and then taking it and then, you know, using it to get better. And so, you know, I think that's the way that I've climbed the ladder throughout my career is, you know, I want to be better. I want you to tell me how I'm going to get better, and then, you know, doing that.
Would people describe you as being goal-driven?
Excuse me?
Goal-driven.
I think my wife would, you know, say that, but I definitely am sort of goal driven. But like, so I got into this, right, for the reason of that I wanted to help people. And so that's the reason why I got into municipal management and I got into local government, is because at the end of the day, I wanted to help people. That was what was important to me. And so, you know, I think the best way that I can help people and I can impact the most change is becoming a town manager. And so that is my goal, is to become a town manager, because I want to, you know, create change and impact change and help people sort of at that level. And I don't think people realize how important sort of the local level is, because when you turn your water on, that's us. When, you know, you flush the toilet, that's us. When you drive on those roads, that's us. If you send your kids to school, that's local government. Local government, you know, impacts so many people and they don't even realize it. And so, you know, that's important to me.
Let's move on to diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is a priority here in Reading, as it is in many communities. What does it mean for you to have a commitment to diversity, and how have you demonstrated that commitment? And how would you do that?
So I used to really struggle with this question. I talked about it in the screening committee. I used to struggle with this question because, look at me, I'm a Irish guy, middle class, college educated, sort of all of that stuff. And I thought, what do I have to, what can I really add to the conversation? My sister's a teacher, my aunt's a cop, my dad worked for Massport, my grandpa was a captain on the bridge. And like I just said, I work in local government. There's no better place in the world for like an Irish guy to be in than politics and government. So I just was like, what can I sort of add to the conversation? And I just didn't, I was having trouble, so I didn't really get involved with the DEI stuff. And then we had an issue with an employee and somebody on a board or a commission. I won't go into the details. And there was an issue between those two people. And it really made me understand that, I do have a seat at the table, and my, seat at the table is very important because I want to make sure that people feel comfortable like me sitting at the table and sitting in those chairs. And that's what I didn't understand before is that, so I do have a role, and my role is to make sure that everybody else feels comfortable sort of, being involved in local government, being involved in government, and feeling like they have a voice and they're not going to be attacked because they look different or, they believe something that's different. And so I realized that actually is, so I do have a role in this whole DEI process where I thought that I didn't have before. And so the DEI committee in the town of Billerica, it's sort of, it lost its kind of like sea legs. We had an issue with the school department and kind of, it faded to the back. And then this issue happened with the employee. And I realized that, we actually need to get something moving. We need to get something going. So in February, the select board's going to make their appointments to the DEI committee. I talked to the school superintendent. They're going to make their appointments to the committee. We're going to have an event in February for Black History Month at the library. And sort of we're going to, get this kind of process moving. And it's not to create divisiveness or it's not to create, this side and that side. It's to show people that, you should feel comfortable being a part of local government. You should be comfortable, being part of what's said in your community and what's done in your community. And, it's important. And like I said, I didn't realize that I do play a role and I do have a seat at the table. And my seat at the table is very important. So.
I think we talked about some of the housing issues related to the diversity, equity, and inclusion as well. In citizen relations, and you spent some, at the outset, you spent some time talking about this, but I'm curious too about in your references, there's quite a bit of talk about your participation in social media. That's become the way that communication takes place. Can you describe what you've done with regards to interacting with citizens and providing, making government more transparent communications?
Yeah. So back in 2012, my boss, they were trying to redo the town center, and there was a referendum that ended up happening. And there was sort of, some misinformation that came out about the project, and he had no way of sort of, putting the facts out there, the information about what was really going on. And so he, spent some time thinking about it. He went on to get his master's in public administration, and he did his capstone on social media in local government. And so through that, he figured out that he needed someone to do, sort of the social media, get the information of the government out there and create, transparency and, trust in local government. And so that's how I ended up getting hired as that budget and management analyst position. And so he was like, all right, start the social media, because he didn't know anything about it. And so I started the Facebook page, and I had 0 followers, and I've built it up now to 11,000 followers. Our Twitter has 3,000 followers. On Nextdoor, we have 10,000 followers. And so I spent time, making sure that we put the information out there about sort of the projects that were going on. And so like a great example is when we were doing one of the field projects, there were people saying that the field didn't need to be redone and all that kind of stuff. And so what we did is we put out sort of the information, the facts about the project. It's going to cost $11 million. These 2 turf fields are going to cost $1.5 million. Right now, lacrosse is paying, the Elks to, rent their fields. Now they're not going to have to rent their fields. So that's going to be good for lacrosse. football was spending all of this time, you know, maintaining the fields. It's going to be a turf field. Now we're going to maintain it. They don't have to do that anymore. And so by doing that, you know, you get all this information out there for people to see and people to read. So then when they're at the grocery store and they're saying, hey, you know, that project's going to be $100 million. And it's like, no, I just saw on the town's Facebook page, they put out all this information, you know, it's only going to be $10 million. And these are all, you know, what's good about sort of the project. And so we've spent a lot of time, you know, doing that over the past 7 years that I've been there and getting all this information out. And it's a trusted source now for, you know, the information for the residents of Billerica. And they understand that if they go there, you know, the information is going to sort of be there. And then we kind of got nailed by the board not too long ago. They were like, okay, great, you know, a bunch of people use social media, but sort of you're not hitting like the older age range. And then I was like, well, I know my dad. My dad has an iPhone. He's not very good with technology, and he can call me, and that's pretty much about it. But what my dad does have is he has an email address, and he checks his email address every single solitary day. And so what we did is we created an email newsletter, and we took all the social media, we do it bi-weekly, and then we blast it out to everybody. And so then we looked at the analytics of it, and it sort of came out as I thought, and, you know, 65, 70% of the people who are on that email list are over the age of 65. So we're getting the information to, you know, a lot of the older residents. We've looked at TikTok, we've looked at Snapchat and all that stuff, and it just doesn't make any sense. But, you know, we do a lot of stuff with Billerica Cable Access, you know, and they take, and then, you know, sometimes we'll do videos in the office, like, you know, this is XYZ, what's going on in town, you know, and we send it to BATV and they run it. So we spent a lot of time making sure that we get the proper information out to residents because people are interested. And then if you want to ask them, you know, if you're saying, hey, we need $20 million to build a new senior center, or we need $20 million to build, you know, a new rec center, they can trust us that we're actually going to do the job because we've told you all along, you know, take the Howe School, for example, which was the historical renovation. We told them all along, you know, this is the process. We showed them videos, we showed them pictures, everything sort of, you know, what was happening through the process. And then we had this big ribbon cutting and we had everybody there. So they saw the success, you know, they saw the project and the success all the way through. And then so, you know, now when we go to do something else, they're like, yeah, they did that project. They did it really well. There was no problems. You know, you can trust them to get it done the correct way. And what I will say is if we make a mistake, we will also say that we made a mistake on social media. So, you know, we own the mistakes. My boss always says, you know, it's an old quote, it's shine a light on your problems. And so we're not afraid to do that. So if we make a mistake, we shine a light on our problems and we tell people, you know, the mistake was made. And then it's easy for people to say, hey, at least they'll admit when they're wrong too. And, you know, it creates that trust and that transparency. So.
My last question, I think, that I have is relationship with the select board.
Yeah.
Mark asked you about the evaluation process and how you would, and that sort of speaks to the relationship issue to a great extent. But how would you manage the relationship with the board? How would you communicate with the board? How would you interact with the board?
Yeah. Yeah. So early on, right? You guys don't know me and I don't know you. So it's be one of those things where, you know, you'd probably over communicate in the early days, tell you kind of what's going on in the building. So you just know that, you know, I'm going to, you know, be upfront with you. I'm going to tell you, you can trust me about what's going on. And I would expect, you know, the same sort of thing back from you guys. Like I said, I'd over communicate in those early days. And then I'd also do something. I know you guys do your liaison reports and they do a town manager's report, but what we do in Billerica is we do these bi-weekly town manager reports and they're written. And we post them on the website. And so we kind of tell the select board, hey, this is what's going on in town. When you go to Market Basket, you're not going to get caught off guard. This is sort of what's happening. And so, you know, I'd give you guys those reports. And, you know, I'd want you to know that I'm always sort of accessible. And I think, you know, one of my references was the select board chair. And he'll tell you that, you know, he calls me, you know, 7 o'clock in the morning, sometimes 7 p.m. I'm always there to talk, go through sort of what's going on, what's happening. And I have a good relationship with the entire board. And like I said before, the board can be fractured at times. You know, we have a lot of 3-2 votes and, you know, the people on the minority side, they know that, you know, they can respect me when they call and they ask to do something, I'm going to do it for them as long as it doesn't go against, you know, the entire board's direction. But if it's a constituent issue, you know, I'll take care of it for them. And I'm always there to talk through sort of the issues or the problems that you might think. And I want to hear sort of your feedback, and I want to hear what you're saying. You know, and like I said, I can change, you know, I'm not going to always say this is the way it should be, because you have to have sort of the community perspective and the technical perspective. You have to realize that, you know, it's your community at the end of the day, and you want it to look and feel and be sort of a certain way. But you also have to, you know, and then you also have to bring sort of the technical perspective of like, you know, there's this piece of land probably should look this way, but if you guys don't want it to look this way, I understand. And sort of, you know, maybe we can kind of come to some sort of agreement on, you know, this might be the best way to go forward. But at the end of the day, you're the select board, you set the policy and you set, you know, guide me to, you know, the goals that I have to sort of follow. So, you know, you take direction from the board and, yeah, but I mean, what I'd suggest, right, is that, you know, I can tell you what my relationship is with the select board, but, you know, all their email addresses and their phone numbers are on the Town of Billerica website. I'd say call them. You can call the chair, Mike Riley, and he'll tell you, you know, I've worked with him through his time in planning board. I've worked with him through his time as capital facilities chair, his time as the chair of the select board. We have a really good relationship. And then, you know, you can call Selectman Rosa or Selectman Burrows, who are on, you know, the other side of Mike Riley, and they'll tell you the exact same thing, that, you know, I have a great relationship with them. And if they call me, you know, I'm always there to help them out.
You mentioned I told you that was my last question. I lied. I have one more. I just wanted to give you a chance to speak specifically to this, because you kind of walked us around the edges a little bit about your getting out into the community. That's very important for this board, is that their next manager engaged in the community. How would you be engaged with the community of Reading? I mean, how would you show yourself?
Yeah, and so, like I said, right, I grew up right down the street in North Reading. I live in Derry, New Hampshire right now, but my wife, in the worst way, wants to sort of come back this way and be close to my parents and be close to her parents. And she just took a job in Peabody. So, you know, she wants to come back here, and I want to come back here and sort of be in this, you know, general vicinity. So, you know, that's the first thing. And then, like I said, I understand how important it is to be sort of part of the community, in the community. Like I said before, you know, and as you probably can see, municipal government's my passion. This is what I love. This is what I want to do. This is what I always want to do. And so, you know, having Fridays off, you know, that seems great to me, but that's the day that my parents watch, you know, my son. And so I'm not going to take that, you know, Friday away from them.
It's not really a job, it's only, you know. But maybe it gives you a little buffer to take care of stuff that without the door being.
Exactly, but it's one of those things where on Friday, right, you can come in and you can be part of the community. It's sort of an extension of the weekend, and you can be here and sort of like meet with the small businesses, meet with the people in the community. So, you know, say if there's a person who has a, you know, an issue in their front yard, Friday's a good day to drive out there, knock on their door and be like, hey, you know, I know you called my office about this certain XYZ issue. You know, I'm here, you know, let's talk about it and try and figure it out. Or, you know, you meet with the Chamber of Commerce on that day, or you go in there and you have coffee with sort of the small business owners, or you work with the economic development director to, you know, plan those events and figure out those events.
You go to those events?
And go to those events, yeah. And like you know, you'll see in my references in Billerica, you know, I go to those events. I'm there. I'm part of the community. I go to Yankee Doodle weekend. I'm in the parades, you know. On the weekends, you know, I'll go there and, you know, watch the football game at a restaurant that everybody goes to, just to be there, be part of the community, be seen. And people know that, you know, it's good to have the town manager be in the community, because you can, you know, he's approachable. You can talk to him. You know, you can call him up on Tuesday afternoon and, you know, ask him an issue, and you feel that you can talk to him because you've seen him in sort of all these different places, and he's just a regular everyday guy just like you. But like I said, you know, one of the things that I do is that if we get a constituent issue, I'll go out there to the actual constituent issue and meet the constituent and kind of figure out what's the problem. Like the other day, we had a street light issue, and the street light was shining into her house, And she was like, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, it's shining into my house. What's going on? So I called our streetlight vendor, and we went out there and we met the resident and looked at the streetlight. And he was like, all right, I'll come back in a day or two and I'll get a shield to block it from going in their house. And that's like the little extra touch. I could have easily just sent an email and had the guy go out there and put the shield. But now that resident knows, they can go to me. I'm there. I'm accessible. And another quick story before I let it go. So we recently were going through sort of a crazy process with our town center right now. And so there's been this person online who's saying, has been questioning sort of the town on, our process so far. And so I had worked with that resident previously. He lives on a lake in town, and there was seaweed and not seaweed, but lily pads and water chestnuts and all of these like random things in there. And so I went over to his house at one point and was like, all right, show me what the problem is. Let me figure it out. And so showed me the problem. Then we got in the budget through CPA funds, we got $15,000 to clean up the lake. And then after that, we put it in the budget to make sure that lake is constantly clean, doesn't have the lily pads and everything in it. And then, so he was kind of giving us a hard time online. And so me and him, we have this good relationship, right? So he gives me a call and I walk him through sort of the steps of, how we came to this process and why we're doing this project and all this stuff. And, we may not agree on everything, but he knew that, even though we were on two sort of sides of the issue, that we could have sort of a respectful dialogue and I could explain to him sort of what we were thinking. And you don't have that sort of phone call or conversation unless if I didn't go out to his house or if I didn't help him with his issue. So, that's one of the things that I'll do is that I'm, if there's an issue, I'm going to go out there and take a look at it and fix it because it's important that the residents see it.
So, okay, sorry. Board questions?
Any last questions? Mark and then Chris.
So I want to talk a little bit about longevity in the community.
Mhm.
You've had a nice career and you've
Yeah.
changed position and you've spent a bunch of time already in your current community. One of the things that we would love to have here is, assuming that we find a great match, is to have someone stay here for a while.
Yeah.
The previous town manager, I think we had a great match, and unfortunately, departure happened sooner than I think we would have liked. I'm not asking for a blood
Yeah,
signature,
no.
but I'm asking kind of a little bit about your thinking about the community of Reading, how it might fit. Is this kind of you're looking to either get back to the last community or get into a bigger community? How does Reading fit in your
Yeah.
plans?
And so, like I said, I grew up right down the street in this community. I went to high school, at Austin Prep, and I spent a lot of time in this community, and this community means a lot to me. And so, if I was lucky enough to receive the job, this is a job that I would stay at for a long period of time. And like I said, my family wants to come down into this area. I want to put down roots here. I want to be here. And, Reading is a place, and like you said, you've had long tenured managers. Reading is a place where you go and you stay and you want to be there and, you want to make things happen. And so I remember, when I was interviewing for this job, I talked to the town manager and he was like, don't go to that interview if you don't want to stay for that place for 10 to 15 years. And, we were starting to talk through and he was like, the wheels of government move very slow. So if you want to get things done and you want to see those things sort of progress through, you need to be willing to sort of stay in a community for a long time. And he was like, I've been here for 14 years and it took me like 9 or 10 years to sort of lay the groundwork to be able to sort of see all of the fruits of my labor come to fruition. So, I understand that if you go to a place, I'm not just going to be there for 3 years, 5 years or something like that. I'd want to be there sort of for the long haul. And I'd want to see, like I said, I'd want to see some of these projects that you guys are doing, like the Killam Elementary. I'd want to see, obviously that go through the process and come to fruition. I'd want to see, all of a sudden new businesses going into that downtown. This is a great community. It's a big enough community that there's always something going on. There's always something that you can be working on and do. And it's a place that you'd never get bored at. And there's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot of challenges. And it's one of those things where, this isn't just lip service either, because I'm not going back to Bill Ricca, because I said to John when we were having this conversation, is that he was like, you know, you can wait 5 years and you can just, you know, go into that town manager position here in Bill Ricca. And I was like, why would I want to do that? Everything will be done by then. You would have been there for 20 years and all the stuff will be done. So, you know, I want to go to a place where, you know, I can stay, see some of these projects through. And like I said, you know, I want to be part of this community, bring my family here, and
Thank you.
Chris.
Thanks, Jackie. And before Mark's question, the last 5 minutes of the discussion that you had should be played on repeat, because it was very well said about the community and everything else. But Mark did take my final question as well, and I'm not implying you or Fidel or whatever, it's Reading a stepping stone for you. And I
Yeah.
think that you kind of put it in a way that it doesn't appear to be that case.
yeah.
But,
And so, like, I don't mean to cut you off, but Fidel, right? He went back to a place that is his home, is that his sort of community and all that stuff. And like I said to you before, I grew up next door. You know, this Reading, I spent a lot of time here, so this is a place that, you know, I want to be and I would want to stay at. So I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No, I was going to say I'm on record of praising Fidel because I thought he was going to be here for the long term. And then here we are. So I don't want to see Bernie ever again. I don't think anybody does, you know? Mutual. What about earlier, Bernie? We connected. We had a thing going. No, it's difficult because, you know, I don't want to get into Fidel because we're moving past that now, but just if you are being honest and sincere in what you're saying, I really hope that that is indeed the case. And it sounds as if you have not the backstory or the research, et cetera, to show that, but I mean,
Yeah.
it sounds like you know where you want to be, not just here, but just.
yeah. And like I said, right, and you know, you know, there is no further stepping stone for me at the end of the day, because, you know, I wanted to be a town manager because, like I said, I wanted to help people. I wanted to be in this business for that reason. So it's not like I'm going to go here and I'm going to run for governor. I want to be the secretary of housing at the state or anything like that. I have no interest in any of that stuff. And this is the job. This is the place where I want to be. And this is the job that I want. We're the place that I want. So.
Make a quick
One,
comment.
and then a quick comment, and then I think just to keep on schedule here.
I just wanted to thank you, and I recall didn't expect to go through this process again, but I really appreciate you, and I'm sure the other candidates. This is a dialogue that's actually a learning process, and I think so I appreciate that, and I just wanna thank you.
It was fun. Thank you.
Can I ask like a funny type question, not serious?
Yes.
How do you feel about pickleball?
I saw that you're a pickleball instructor, so I've played pickleball one time. And so me and my wife, we were taking our son on a walk through downtown Derry, and there's this sort of pickleball court, you know, off to the side. And so I stopped and watched for a minute, and then they kind of like waved at me like, you want to come try? You want to come play? And so, you know, I played for about 3 to 4 minutes, and, you know, I realized that I need a lot of work in pickleball. And, you know, I know you're looking for a place to put courts in here. So, you know, Reading's a tight town, but there could be a possibility with public-private partnership over the golf course.
Thanks.
Thank you, Clancy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're gonna need it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Clancy.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Ooh,
Ah,
what flavor is that?
this one is the strawberry lemonade. Zero sugar though, so.
Yeah, good.
Our C mark.
Our C's good, that's one of my favorites.
All right,
Okay,
all right. So, as you point out, you know the room, you know the people at the table.
I do.
But we need to go through this process, and I don't know if you've ever had an opportunity to talk to the board about your sort of what led you to municipal government, and obviously they've seen your resume though, and the screening committee has moved you on to be a finalist. Maybe you could just talk about how you did get into municipal government and why you're interested in the position, why you think you'd be successful.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for having me. Thank the board and the screening committee, and everybody in Reading. So we'll go way back in time, I guess. Then I graduated from Merrimack College in the early 90s. I decided then to go to law school. I went to Suffolk Law School. I was always interested in sort of politics, policy, government, law. And so when I got out, I did spend a few years practicing law in the private sector. But then I decided I wanted to run for Methuen City Council. And that was my first foray into town or city government. And I ran, I believe I was 29 years old, and I won, believe it or not. And I spent 6 years in the council. Methuen has term limits, which is kind of strange. Not a lot of places have term limits that are towns or cities. So I had to leave after 6 years, but the mayor at the time was on the city council with me, the person that was just elected mayor, and thought I'd be an excellent candidate for chief of staff. And it was something I was interested in. At the time, I was working as an attorney for the state. And I decided to make the move and become the chief of staff in Methuen. I did that for 6 years. That was an excellent learning experience. I know Methuen is a city and Reading is a town, but a lot of the experience is really the same. And it was my hometown, and I was pleased to serve there for the 6 years that I did. It was rocky during the financial crisis. This was, 2008, 2009. I learned a lot of lessons there. I learned a lot about municipal finance, finance in general, union negotiations, and whatnot. Again, I said there's term limits in Methuen, so the mayor hit his term in Methuen, and he had to leave. I decided I wanted to go back into state government. I had the opportunity to work for the Office of Consumer Affairs and Business Regulation as the deputy chief of staff there. And I stayed there for about 4 years. That was a great opportunity. I met a lot of people in Boston. I was at the State House often, bi-weekly meetings with the governor's staff. Really, a nice high-level job with the state. And I liked it. I was going to stay there, but the commute from Methuen is really not good to Boston. It's about 2 hours. Bernie may know from your time in Methuen. So I decided I wanted to go back into town government, and I was looking around, and I had sort of run my course with the state, and the opportunity arose in Reading, and I think it was the only job I applied for at the time. For that job, it was Director of Administrative Services. It was to oversee the clerk's office, HR, IT. It was really a perfect fit for me. There was some legal aspects to it. And so I applied here in Reading, and I got the job. I was very happy to get the job. That's when Bob was the town manager in 2015. And I stayed in that job for about 7 years. I really did enjoy it. I really do enjoy Reading. I love our community. I'm hoping to stay in our community, which is why I've sort of put my name forward for this job. And then, Fidel took over as town manager. Really respected him a lot, had a great working relationship. When Gene Delios retired, he asked me if I wanted to stay on as assistant town manager. It was just over a year ago. And I said, yes, of course, anything that I could do to help Reading. It was a good career move for me. I think it was good for the town as well. And so I was the assistant town manager. And then, surprise, surprise, Fidel decided he wanted to go back to Chelsea. No hard feelings there. I knew it was the best move for his family, although we all really do miss him. We're really hitting our stride, and I think in Fidel's administration, had a really good staff, really good team we put together. And that team is still here today, and that's one of the reasons I want to stay, to sort of captain that team. So he left, and then I had the opportunity to serve as acting town manager. Thank you all for your vote of confidence in that regard. And I've been acting town manager for just about a month now here in Reading. And
that's sort of my history in a nutshell. But I mean, I think my passion is public service. I've been in public service, as you just heard, 25 years. And I want to stay in public service, and I want to stay in public service in Reading. I think there's a lot of good things to build on here. Like I said, a great team. I think I could sort of be that stable foundation for Reading's bright future. And Reading does have a bright future. And that's why I decided to apply, and here I am today. Thank you.
Good questions at this point. Let's move right on to your
Okay.
style. You mentioned team. Can you talk to us about your leadership and management style, and how you, I guess the question that's always put to candidates when they're coming in for an interview is, how are you going to come in and learn about the team and sort of decide what needs changing? When there's an internal candidate like yourself, we almost have to flip that on its head. You already know the team. You already know how it's set up, and you know how things work. So then the question becomes, what would your style be like that would enable you to sort of make changes that you deem necessary? Since it's not a case where you're coming in and you have no connections, you have the opposite.
Right.
Have connections. How are you able to? So talk to us about that.
Right, and I think you hit the nail on the head. Yes, I do know everybody here. I helped to build the team. It's a really good team. Reading's had a lot of change over the last few years, a lot of change going through Bob ending and Fidel starting and some changes there. So I think the most important thing that I hear, and I talk to employees and department heads all the time and residents, is more stability. We've been through the time of change. We have a good team. We want to keep that team together. We have, everybody in this room knows, I don't have to tell you, some exciting projects going on. It's going to take us to the next 5 to 10 years to complete. And we really need a good team in place to do that. So not to say I wouldn't make change, sometimes change is needed. I think I do meet with employees and department heads on a regular basis, evaluate what they need. You know, their needs change sometimes. Sometimes personnel leaves and there's changes there. But I don't think Reading needs somebody to come in and sort of clean house and, we need a fresh start and start over again. We've done that like twice now. And so I think that really stability, flexibility, that's sort of my style, and that's what I hope to bring. I consider myself a servant leader. So somebody that leads by helping others. My style is not autocratic. I'm not a yeller and a screamer. I don't do that. But I like to inspire people. I like to give them agency. I like to provide them guidance as they do their work and their jobs. And that style has really worked for me, that kind of servant leadership role. Flexibility, stewardship, that's sort of what I strive for. And I've had a lot of examples in my life. When I was in college, I worked for a place called Malden Mills. Probably, Bernie, you're familiar with Malden Mills.
Wrote an urban renewal project.
You did,
Yeah.
you did. And I worked there in college, and my father was the head of industrial relations there and worked on a lot of union contracts and worked in personnel, and I sort of watched him. And then one night in the 90s, I was done my time there. My father was still working there. We got a call at home that the mill had caught fire, that the mill was burning down. And my father got called in, and I tagged along with him. And I couldn't believe what I saw when I got there, because it really was, the whole place was burning to the ground. This is what later became Polartec. So I watched him and his style, and also a guy named Aaron Feuerstein, who was the head of the mill, who owned the mill. And I talk about, servant leadership, and I've been able to watch him as I grew up, because my dad worked there and also through the fire. And he made the point of paying all of his employees through this whole ordeal. It was months into years before they were able to rebuild down there. But he stood in front of the employees and he said, "I'm not going to let you down. I'm the leader. I care about you." And I thought that was a perfect example of servant leadership, somebody that cared about others. He could have packed up his bags and went down to Florida and said, "See ya." He was in his 70s at the time. But he's somebody that I got to know and admire. He recently passed away a couple years ago, and my father's passed away now too. But those are two examples of where I looked at it at a young age to find out my leadership style and sort of emulate that.
I guess sort of, one of the described attributes of a leader, I want to just stay with this for just one more minute, is one of the attributes of a leader, the skills of a leader is challenging the process, not maintaining the status quo. Status quo isn't leading, it's just staying.
Mhm.
Can you talk to us about a time that you've had to, or how you would go, talk to us about how you would continually assess the Reading organization to determine where change is needed and how you would go about leading that change?
Yeah, so I'm in the operation every day. I meet with employees every day. I meet with the public every day. Is my role as ombudsman I still have, and so I hear things, and I know that certain things have to change, and I would go about it by talking to department heads, talking to employees directly, and saying I've been hearing this from the board or from the citizens. We need to make changes in this area. It could be small things, and the way we shovel snow, or it could be much larger things. But I think I like to sort of lead by example. So I would show them. I've had to adapt and make changes too. My career here has gone through many different facets. I know people don't like change. People are afraid of it, but it's something that it has to happen. There's a famous quote: "People would rather be ruined than changed," and I think that's true. I've seen that throughout my career. It's a hard thing to do. But I think if you work at it, if you have open communication skills, you can really get the job done. And so they know that the things might have to change here and there. But you're right. You can't just say, here's the status quo, let's run it for the next 10 years. The budget changes, the financial situation changes. You just have to sort of roll with the punches and make sure everybody is listened to. That's sort of my style when it comes to change management.
Can you give us an example?
Sure. I could go through examples here through changes with town managers. When Bob retired and Fidel came on, there was a lot of uncertainty, but they knew things had to change. That was a forced change. I talked to people. When I stepped up, especially to be assistant town manager, I said, a lot of your opinions and whatnot are valuable. We want to continue what you've started here. We're going to manage this change. Some people didn't like it. Some people, quite frankly, left. But you have to have that sort of open communications. And I've sort of, held myself out there now that I've been here for 9 years. I'm almost becoming the old guy around here, believe it or not. I'll be here. You can always bounce things off me. If there's an issue that's bothering you, I'll get to the answer. I'll get to the bottom of it and try to, make that change possible. In Methuen, there was constant change because of, like I said, term limits. The city council was always changing. The mayor was always changing. So you had to provide some stability there within that structure. Again, it was open communications. It's listening to unions, listening to employees, department heads, finding out what they need, and managing at the time. So we had to do a lot. I talked about the financial crisis in Methuen when I was there in 2008. And one big change is we were looking at some stiff budget cuts if we didn't do something. We asked every union to take essentially a 10% cut in pay, every union and non-union employee on the town side, on the city side, to do that. And everybody didn't step up to the plate and said, hey, sign me up, this sounds great. It took a lot of work, but the upside to that is we didn't have to do any layoffs. So that was a big change in the economy. Nobody anticipated it, but we had to sort of react and go out there and get that done. And I'm proud that there were no layoffs during that time. If people that remember that were in government and not in government, that was a difficult time for the country. So those are two examples, one from Methuen, one from Reading.
Kind of to follow up on that, Matt,
Sure.
as you know, the department head variation that we have in town is pretty robust in terms of we have a number of new department heads, we have some who are quite senior, and we have some who are coming up on potentially retirement in the near future. And so how do you approach mentoring and leadership of those department heads?
Yeah.
When we've got kind of both sides of the career evolution.
Yeah, and you're right. It's starting to come down to that and change. I know them all. I know them all well. Some I've worked with for 9 years here. Some are newer, and they have different needs. I think, you know, when I deal with people like the fire chief, who's the longest serving department head here, I have a lot of trust in him. He has a lot of trust in me. He'll involve me when I need to be involved, and I want to be involved in other things in his department too. But there's a level of trust that you develop with somebody like that. When we look at somebody, some of the newer department heads, say that the health director, who's very new, but very capable. I've talked to him, and his philosophy is that, you know, I want to do my job, let me do my job, and if I need something, I'll come to you and we'll work it out. And I told him that I will also come to you as well, as I hear from the public, as I hear from the board, to get things done on that side. And so there's a big generational gap there. I think it really goes to the individual, though. There may be people with you know, 30 years experience that need a lot of handholding even now. There may be somebody young coming out that you can sort of just trust to do their job. Those were two examples, and I think by and large, when I think of the department heads here, I trust them all. They're doing a great job for the public. I know we're facing a retirement now in DPW, but we've already selected the next DPW director, and that's somebody that's been here for 20 years as well. But, you know, I just try to make myself available, troubleshoot as needed. If it comes down to it and there's something else needed, you know, I can make the tough decisions, and I've had to do that even here in certain situations. But I think having that sort of relationship, you know, trying to be steady and calm when it comes to the issues, they sort of appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that they do as well.
Mark?
So a couple of questions if I could, Matt. One, maybe just to follow up on Jackie's for a moment. In terms of mentoring kinds of things. So your discussion was, you know, make yourself available, troubleshoot, things like that. We do have some folks who have less experience in the world, less connection to other communities, to other areas. And at the same time, we are facing massive changes between MBTA communities and green communities and other things that are coming along, where there may be opportunities to support them in other ways also.
Mm-hmm.
How would you view that? How would you kind of take that
Yeah.
forward?
I think some of it comes down to training, and even now, no matter where you are in your career, additional training is also is always effective, I think. And I know Sean's in the room too, and we've worked on training programs, even things like de-stressing and to prevent burnout, because our jobs are hard. Government is hard, and a lot of times, you know, people face those kind of burnout situations. But if there's also some sort of training or some kind of class that they want to take, the class that Suffolk and the MMA offer, I know several people have gone through that training to get a certificate in public management and leadership. And that's something we've supported and we reimburse for. And I'm always proud when somebody from Reading comes through that program. We actually hosted the first program here in Reading years ago. It was actually before my time, but I think we had 2 or 3 Reading employees go through that program, and that's really good. So I think it comes down to training, you know, mentoring, dealing with issues head on, getting in front of things. That's, I think, the way to go with that situation.
Let me kind of turn that, so that we've been talking a lot about kind of the inside, if you will.
Right.
And kind of running the inside of the ship.
Mhm.
You know, you've seen this community for a number of years now. There's a lot on the outside.
Right.
There are some resident issues. You have a lot of volunteers. How do you view your role in leading the community, the outside in particular?
Right, sure. I mean, one of the benefits of me being the ombudsman and having that ombudsman role for the last almost 9 years is I do get to meet a lot of citizens. I would say hundreds that I've met through that role. And I like to think I've helped through that role. So, and you can't always get everybody everything they want, obviously. And I tell them that up front. But mainly I find that they want to be listened to. They want to make sure that somebody in town hall is listening. And a lot of times I'll be on the phone with people and they'll have an issue and we'll talk it out. And there may be something may turn out to be a private issue between a neighbor that they're going to probably have to hire a lawyer to do it privately. But they appreciate the fact that I've listened to them, talked to them, you know, and they feel heard. And I think that's a lot of what the community is. They want to be able to feel heard and welcome. And also the volunteers. I think the volunteers on every board very robust. I was telling people how you are here on a Saturday morning, you're volunteers, to make sure this process goes strongly, you know, and and I admire that. And I think that we have people in the community that are willing to step up and do that on nights and weekends because they care about their community. And it's the same with the volunteers. I have a good relationship with the boards. I can't be at every board meeting there is. Some of them are at the same time on the same night, but the important board meetings, I make sure they're staffed, that we have a good staff member to find out what the board issues are and to sort of bring them back to me if needed. And so the boards feel like they are listened to and heard, and they're not just operating in a vacuum. Volunteers on every committee, I think, are very important, and I've gotten to know quite a few through the years, including town meeting members.
If I could even take it one more levels,
Okay.
so kind of good management of operations, you know, supporting of the community. I want to get more kind of to the vision side of things. Where do we want to, you know, take Reading? Obviously, the board is kind of the leader in
Right.
terms of those activities.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of activities already planned on the plate. There are some new activities that could or should be on the plate. We heard the other night that we should be asking for more money because at the moment, despite all the changes going on, there's money to be had for doing things. We have the potential of CPA, a senior center, a school, all these things.
Yeah.
Where do you kind of see your role in leading on those efforts?
Yeah, I think the town manager, whoever it is, has to be a leader on those efforts. One thing I got involved on pretty quickly was the Killam School project that you mentioned, and that's a project that's going to lead us through 2028. So it's a long-term project. I know Fidel had done some work on it, but he was doing that mostly himself. And then when I joined the building committee, it's like, okay, all hands on deck. This is moving forward quickly. I talked to the architect. I talked to the owner's project manager. I said, whatever you need from me in terms of leadership, what I can provide. I brought in additional staff members to help staff those meetings and get those to-do lists ticked off because there's a lot going on there. You've seen me at the recalc, the senior center meetings, in terms of getting that feasibility studies done and keeping that on track so we can move it towards town meeting, an eventual date, and getting that big project done as well. CPA is out there. We're going to talk about that at a future board meeting. There's a lot of big issues out there that I think you need leadership on. I think the biggest part is sort of being involved, being seen, and then bringing in the correct people. I mean, you set up the vision. I know the operation, and I know who in the operation could provide the most assistance. And every time I've asked somebody to step up and provide assistance, they do that here for us because we have a good workforce and good volunteers as well. So I think that, I mean, being seen, being part of the meetings, knowing where we are, and providing the resources is really what the town manager should be doing.
I think we hit on the communication collaboration part with regards to that question with the boards and committees. So what feels differently, I'm going to next, and that's talking about financial management. What's been your? I guess I have a couple ways of looking at this issue. One is I'm interested in your experience, but in terms of developing a municipal budget, what your role has been, and maybe you could quickly walk us through what your process looks like of how you've developed the municipal budget, and what your philosophy is with preparing a municipal budget.
So I've worked on government budgets for the past 25 years, both municipal and state budgets when I was with certain state agencies. So I have a lot of experience with budget development and management. Our process here is, we start just around September or October with a financial forum with the finance committee, getting a sense from the finance committee what they may be able to give us for free cash to help with the budget. And they've been very good about, giving us free cash ever since I've been here. It's been a tradition that they would want to help with the budget. And we're in a good free cash position right now. I think it's around $20 million. Obviously, we don't want to fill the budget with one-time revenues all the time. So free cash is something we know that may not always be there. Once we get a sense of what we have to work for, we talk to the department heads and say, okay, go forth and build your budget, get me the level 1 budget. So I was one of those department heads who was told, go forth and build a budget. So I met with the division heads, I took a look at last year's budgets, where we were historically, if there was something that was trending higher, you know, say, you know, legal services or printing or whatever, do we make the change this year to, you know, make sure that we have that covered, so we're not in a deficit going forward. So it takes a little nitty-gritty work at that point to figure out where we are in the budget and where we are going forward. Once we have a level 1 budget that we feel comfortable with, the department heads would go over it with the town manager. I've been on both sides of that coin as well. And then we present it to the select board to get their ideas, because we want to make sure they're involved early in the process, to see something that maybe we haven't thought about, you know, to ask us tough questions about it, sort of prep us for FinCom in town meeting. Once the select board gets their ideas to the town manager then takes the entire budget, looks at their budget in the entirety, and obviously it has to be balanced. We have Proposition 2.5. We have a lot of financial pressures on us. And so the town manager then delivers a balanced budget to FinCom sometime in March. We'll be doing that. The budget that I'm working on right now is balanced. There's always a few curveballs that come in, and I have a great relationship with our CFO, Sharon. I've worked with her for 9 years, our treasurer, Diane, and we talk daily. So if things come up, you know, I know about them right away, and we make adjustments as need be. So then the budget is presented to the FinCom. We get their input, and then we prepare it for town meeting, and town meeting has the final say. And that's sort of the overall process here, and I think in most towns.
Okay, yeah, and I was gonna say, it's pretty for the most part, it's pretty standard.
Right.
Cookie cutter type process,
Exactly.
but
Yep.
I guess what I'm curious about the finance committee, and I know this must be Reading specific. In September, you sit with the finance committee and they tell you how much free cash you can have?
Well, we have financial forums.
Right.
It's not just me sitting with them, but it's a community forum.
Yeah.
They consult with the town accountant, finance director. They look at the finance, the total overall finances of the town. And yes, they say, we think this year we can contribute so much in free cash to balance the budget. So we try to get a number fairly early from them, to make sure that we can, you know, balance our budget and we have something to rely on. If they said 0 free cash, we'd be in a lot different situation, you know, so.
Yeah, do you know what the methodology is to determine how much free cash? In September, it's pretty.
Yeah, once September, October, they have policies and guidelines. They take a lot from what the town accountant has to say about it. And their exact calculus, I'm not exactly sure of what they do to calculate it, but I've been at those meetings where they look at it overall, they feel like there's initiatives that we want to be able to fund in the budget, and we'll make sure we provide so much free cash to do that, so. But in terms of how they calculate it, I think they go through their process with the town accountant to make sure it's something that they can afford and won't leave us in a bad free cash position. So.
And what's your philosophy on these free cash?
Like I said, I mean, we don't want to.
Do you consider that best practice?
I consider it. We don't want to use one-time revenues if we don't have to, but where we're in a pretty good free cash position most years, a little bit of help, and it's not like they give us millions and millions of dollars of free cash. A little bit of help to make sure that some important initiatives are brought forth through the budget is definitely welcome. You know, we have opera money too, which is a one-time revenue that we're making sure that we don't rely on too heavily, because we don't want to cliff fund and end up with a structural deficit. So you have to sort of keep in mind that, you know, one-time revenues are just that, but with something like free cash, and the tradition here has been, before I've gotten here, that we use some free cash to balance the budget. I think that's a good tradition going forward, as long as we're in a healthy free cash position, and, you know, the accountants in the state say that that's fine. So. And I think you talk about my overall philosophy in finance. You know, obviously we have Proposition 2.5, so we need to provide excellent services at a reasonable price, and it's as simple as that. People want to get the most bang for their buck. So We know we're limited. We can't provide everything when we go into negotiations with the unions. We tell them that up front, and they know that. Doesn't prevent them from asking for more. But we're limited to Prop 2.5 and other funding. So we want to make sure what we get, we do the most with, and we provide excellent services to the customers, the residents out there. And that's the philosophy in a nutshell.
Okay, what about okay, what's been, is it basically the finance committee sets up the, do you play any role, or do you see yourself playing a role in sort of determining the revenue structure for the budget?
Yes,
I know you have a great finance director.
right, yeah, no, I will. I mean, so this was done by the time, so I took over in January, and by that time, a lot of that work was done.
Yeah.
So I'm just talking about my experience here, but, oh, yes, I will. And I think, talking to the finance director, looking at the numbers ourselves, getting input from the community as what is needed and what is warranted, and taking a look at things like insurance that goes up, almost every year, both property and casualty and health insurance, and how that factors in. That's something we all look at. We look at it year round, really, but especially as budget approaches, that's when we really take a good hard look and try to do some projections to the extent we can on where we'll be in 5 years, that sort of thing.
Questions? Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm just trying to get a handle, and I can move on, but I'm just trying to get a handle on, most communities get themselves in trouble with spending, but oftentimes the problem is that they really don't do the revenues properly when they get themselves into trouble.
Right.
And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on how you would avoid that.
Yeah, I think we have to keep an eye on revenue, obviously, and we're keeping an eye on the state aid as well, because we see the state numbers going down, and we had that scare a couple of weeks ago where earmarks were being cut. We found out none of them were going to affect Reading, but it's sort of a big warning sign. So yeah, we have to keep an eye on revenues for sure. Prop 2.5, that's our biggest revenue source, the taxpayer, but also all the other revenues that come into play, including the state aid. Grants are important to sort of offset that, get that out of the regular budget cycle and go after grants. That's something we did a lot of during Fidel's time here, and I was able to help.
Let's move on to the capital side of things then. What's your background with capital budgeting?
Sure. So, I mean, capital budgeting is something that I've done, in Methuen for that city. Here, as a department head, I didn't have a lot under me that was directly capital. When I was overseeing the IT department, there was capital in there. Obviously you need a new server or something like that. But we work collaboratively here. So if we need a new dump truck or we need a new fire truck, that's something we hear about at the meetings. I'm looking at myself as a department head now, talking about my experience. Going forward, it's going to be different as town manager. But we hear about at the meetings in terms of what the need is. We have a really good, I think, capital plan that we put together, and it's part of the April warrant. Everybody will see it. We made some changes last year to make it a little more user-friendly. So before it was just a big Excel spreadsheet. Now we had a page for each capital project or capital need with a picture, here's the fire truck, here's the dump truck. And I think that's user-friendly for town meeting members and the public as well. And I think that's part of it. I don't think a lot of people understand capital, what it is, and we want to make sure that we make it as user-friendly as possible for the public to digest, and that we can afford it for, when the department heads ask for it. Obviously, we need things like that, and we plan for them, and they become, as they come up, they become part of the regular budget cycle.
How many years out do you go in capital?
I think 5 years.
5.
There could be some need that it goes further than that, but I think we generally to 5 years out. So.
What's in terms of project management related to capital? And capital is obviously the equipment.
Right.
You described, there's also facilities.
Right. Exactly.
And there's a lot on the plate here. Can you speak to your involvement with managing facility projects? you're
Facility.
sort of leading the charge.
Yes, yeah. Well, when I was at Methuen, I wasn't, we did a major high school, $100 million high school project. I can't say I was the lead on that, but I was very high up there as the mayor's chief of staff. I did a lot of the original paperwork that went to the MSBA at the time for the reimbursement, and was working very closely with the school building committee for years to get that project done. And that was my first foray into a major school project. Now on the Killam School, I'm scratching the surface on that because it's just sort of at the beginning. But I'm very involved in that project as well, meeting with the consultants, the MSBA, making sure things are on time. I have signing authority now because as acting town manager. So I sort of scrutinize that to make sure what I'm signing is correct and getting the proper information together. So those are two major building projects that we have. I was a little bit involved in the library project here. I came in at the end of the process, but would have meetings with Bob and Joe Huggins and to talk about sort of finishing that project up. And that was the other major building project that happened while I was here in Reading. And the Killam is going to be a major one. And then also we are looking at, possibility of a new senior center. So we have a feasibility study going on there. And we're moving that as well, and I'll be involved in that, or the town manager will be involved in that quite heavily to make sure that meets the needs of the seniors. There's a very vocal senior population here, and we're looking at, maybe even making that more of a community type center, active living center as well. So there's a lot of constituencies there. Need to listen to.
What issues do you see with have you done any work with that sort of community center, senior center type of, have you looked at other communities and how they've worked that issue?
Yeah, we've looked at a lot of other communities as to what they've done and what was successful. I know the team that we've put together that includes a lot of our senior center team has gone out and visited many other senior centers to see what they look like and what the needs are.
But have you done that?
I haven't because I wasn't part of that at that time, but yeah.
Okay.
But I am now, I'm talking from January 1st on, I'm very involved. Before that, I wasn't as involved, but, we did work on it. We did the procurement comes under me here in Reading, so we did the procurement on that. To that extent, I was involved, but I didn't go out to new senior centers. I did meet with some of the people from North Reading regarding their senior center independently of that process, because they have a real need for a senior center as well, and they wanted to see what we were doing, that sort of thing.
What questions?
I can say that Matt has been a great rock on our Killam School Building Committee, and I appreciate that you've kept that moving forward during this transition period. Very much accurate, just letting everybody know. So blue sky, tell me what you'd love to see happen in Reading, or tell us. That's what I'd love to hear from you.
Okay, just in general or on
You
one
get
of
to
those?
speak freely.
Okay.
Don't worry about budget constraints.
Yeah.
Just tell us what you'd love to see this community
Okay.
aspire to,
Well-
or what we could do.
Sure, yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd love to see the Killam School built and the senior center built. Those are two big things that I've touched on. I enjoy some of the community event type things, the placemaking events that we've done. We've done beer gardens and markets on the common, and I really want to see those continue. I was talking to Ben Kears about those this week. That's something that seems like something small, but we had major turnout from the community at those events. And I really see that as something that is a placemaking type of thing. I'm interested in arts and culture. I have been the liaison to Arts Reading since my time here in Reading, and helped them out quite a bit, getting organized and getting resources that they needed in Reading. And I think that we're trying to continue that. So we have an arts and culture action plan that we recently got a grant to fund that Ben's the lead on, and I've been going to the workshop meetings to see, because we hear out there that there is a need for some sort of arts and cultural, either a district or a center, more, do more with the arts and culture here in Reading. And I think that is something that really adds to a lot of communities, to the creative economy. It's something that I've done in Methuen and actually continue to do in Methuen, even in my spare time. did a major project there called Light the Falls, that we got a grant for artistic lighting on this major waterfall in the downtown. It's become quite a draw. But that was just me acting as a volunteer in my own community. So I would like to see more of that happen in Reading, quite frankly. I think it's the payback is big on that. I think people there's a sense of pride in their community. If they see a mural or even the electrical boxes we've been able to do around town, we've got a lot of great feedback on that. You know, anything to make the community look better and feel better, you know, that's sort of a passion of mine.
Moving on to personnel management, collective bargaining. Can you talk to us about what role you played in collective bargaining?
Sure. Again, I have Methuen experience in that, negotiating contracts with the mayor. Now, and I'll note that the people know something about some police contracts in Methuen. That happened after my time. That was not me. That was not that mayor. Our contracts were good. And we really worked hard on them to make sure, again, that they were funded and funded correctly, and there was no problems with that. So I did work on that. But more relatively to Reading, this last round of union contracts, Fidel, to his credit, decided he wanted to try to settle all 8 union contracts before he left. And we settled 7 of them. So really, really kudos to him. He put a good team together. That included me, Sean, Sharon, the finance director. And I went to most if not all of the meetings with every one of those unions and got a good bird's eye view of how things are done here in Reading. Before that, Bob sort of mostly did it himself. To his credit, he had the bandwidth to do that. But I think we had a really great team together, and we've got some really good contracts. I think people are happy with it. The unions are happy with it. We can't break the bank. We have to keep an eye on Proposition 2.5 and whatnot. But I think by and large, they're happy with the contracts we gave them. And we would always, tell them where we are financially. It was always good to have Sharon there, who has all the financial numbers, and so, so that we can talk turkey and say, listen, we know you want, whatever percent, but this is what we can do. We want to try to keep you happy. We know that the cost of living is going up. We know about inflation. And so then there was some tough meetings, and there was some that didn't go that well, but we would always come back to the table because it's important. We didn't want to have to go to any sort of mediation or grievance process on that. I think if you're tenacious about it, about getting it done and making sure it's done, and meeting compromise, you sort of meet in the middle on certain things. There's not much we could do on the finances, but there's language in certain contracts that don't cost us any money, and if it's something that benefits some of the employees, that might be something easier to do. So I think it's a negotiation like anything else, but I was happy that Fidel had brought me into all of those meetings and was able to be an important part of that team. So
What type of language changes?
just certain things like if they want exercise equipment in certain departments, to do that. There may be some changes regarding the way we do, structure details, and it doesn't really cost us anything, but it's more of a management thing. And I don't want to go into too much.
No, I understand. It's always too tricky. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But there are language changes. The softer stuff that doesn't really require money, but is sort of a good faith thing. So.
Personnel?
Chris.
Thanks, Jackie. And thanks, Matt. So if you were chosen as Reading's next town manager, you would be filling your own position that you're in now.
Correct.
Without naming an individual, is there an internal candidate that would be able to step into your position?
Yeah, so, right now when I look at it, I was thinking about it the other day. It wasn't long ago where Reading had town manager, an assistant town manager, and a director of administrative services / ombudsman. Right now, that's all me. So I'm technically doing 3 jobs right now, which is I'm keeping up with, but I'm looking forward to what you're just saying, sort of backfilling. I think, the answer is yes. And I don't think there's just one individual. I think there are, several individuals that may be able to step up into that role, if that happens. I could think of a few off the top of my head, and like I said, not naming names, but there are people here that have their MPAs, the master's degree in public administration that are working towards those, that have gone through the Suffolk program that Bernie's involved in. And I love to see that as far as training and people that are really interested in staying on. And, they could go to other places, but so far they've stayed here in Reading with the hopes, I think, of probably moving up, and they like being part of the organization here. But I think we have a deep bench, so that those could be filled. And we would have to decide, from a policy perspective, how we want to post it, just internally or externally. But to answer your question, I think there's a few people here, yes, that could step up into that role.
So you're fairly confident that we would not have to go out of Reading if that's the policy choice that you wanted to put in place?
Out of the Reading organization, not the town, yeah, yes, yeah. I'm fairly confident of that.
Mark?
You seemed like you wanted to go, weren't
No,
you?
you can go ahead.
So on that same topic, just for a second.
Mhm.
What would you envision the role to be? If you were to become the town manager, what would the role of the assistant town manager be? What would be the responsibilities? It's just changed recently, but
Right, yeah.
what do you see? Because I think that'll give us insight into what you see your job as the town manager being also.
Yeah, no, true. So what we did, just to provide a little history, is I was the Director of Administrative Services, and Jean Delios was the Assistant Town Manager. When she retired, those two jobs got merged into the current job that I have as Assistant Town Manager. So, under Director of Administrative Services, you have HR, you have the Town Clerk's Office that you oversee. It did have IT, but one good thing about that merger is IT split off, and you've all seen Kevin Farilla, who's now a department head and doing a great job and has been here 20 years himself. So you have procurement, operations, communications, all that is under the administrative services side of things, side of the house. And then on the community services side of the house, on the assistant town manager job that Jean had, you have the planning department, you have recreation, you have senior center. There's a lot of pieces, a lot of moving pieces there. I think because we merged that job together, and we did it at a savings. So, there were two department heads making two salaries. Then I took over, I got a little bit of a bump to do both, but it's not like it was before. So if we were gonna go back to that model or any sort of model that split that up, that would be another budget change and would be more money. So I'd be looking for somebody that could actually step up and do the job almost as it stands now, with the exception of maybe a couple of departments that would still have more of a direct report. Like HR always seems to have a direct report to the town manager for good reason. But that person would oversee all of the, operations, communications, everything going on in the planning department, oversee community services, which is more recreation and senior center and veterans. So it's a big role, and now that I think about it, there's a lot going on there. I think as town manager, I would keep a couple of direct reports, but most of the other side of the house would report directly to the assistant town manager. And I know, because I did the job for over a year, it's doable, it sounds like a lot, but we have a good sub-team together, division heads, I like to call them. And so you check in with those 6 division heads as to how things are going, and you're not going to have to check in with the 30 or 40 other people on a regular basis that you actually have in your department. So as long as you have strong division heads, I think it works. And so that's a model that I probably want to keep in place.
So it sounds kind of like an image of you
Yeah.
is who you'd want to see there.
Well, so somebody that could, certainly they don't have to have the exact same skills as me. One of the things is I brought legal skills to that job. I'm not looking for somebody that's a lawyer to take over that job, no. But somebody that could handle a wide portfolio. And that's why I mentioned the Masters of Public Service, public what is it, MPA, Public Administration, or some variation of that, because I know in those classes they get a wide array of management in terms of managing different types of parts of the organization. So somebody that has that degree, I think, would be just as valuable as somebody that had a law degree.
So Matt, you came to us from a state agency, the Office of Consumer Affairs and
Yes.
Business Regulation, and
Mhm.
tell us a little bit about what you learned there, and in particular how regulating some pretty substantial industries like banking, insurance,
insurance.
telecom,
Yeah.
what you learned and how you think that helps you in your role here and would help
Right.
you as a town manager.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I didn't mean to skip over my time there, but I was trying to talk about, municipal relevance. But that job there, I learned quite a bit. There's the whole consumer protection side of it, and so I worked. The undersecretary was Barbara Anthony at the time, who was a renowned consumer expert, attorney, worked at all sorts of federal and state agencies through the years. I learned a lot from her. We would run we couldn't really do investigations because that was more of the purview of the Attorney General's office, but we would do surveys and projects to make sure consumers were sort of getting the most for their money, and that's important. And there was always a media portion of that. So once we had a survey together, we'd set up, usually it was Susan Warnick or somebody, one of the consumer reporters, would come in and report out on that. So that was good. And the other side of that job is, like you said, the division of banks, the division of insurance, what used to be called DPL, the division of professional licensure, the division of standards, all came under that purview of consumer affairs. And so I would meet regularly with the insurance commissioner, the banking commissioner. I'd be in every meeting that the undersecretary had with them to sort of feel what issues were coming up in those industries and how we sort of would get ahead of them. And it was always a report up to the governor's office too, to make sure that they knew what was going on in those agencies. We would, review regulations. We would deal with issues as they would come up in different industries. Banking. I remember hearing about Bitcoin for the first time when I was like, "What's this Bitcoin thing?" And from a consumer and a banking perspective at the time, we were cautioning people against it. And the commissioner at the time felt very strongly about that. So, issues that just sort of change in the environment out there, nobody heard about this, were something we were working on quite a bit. And then different things that would come up. I remember long-term care insurance being a big issue on the insurance side because it became almost unaffordable for most people to have long-term care insurance. And how could we continue to regulate that to make a better product, or was that something that just wasn't going to be offered anymore? So those were two things. And then the professional licensure at the time, there were like 30 boards that reported up through professional licensure. And I was actually on one of them, the board of sheet metal workers, believe it or not, because they needed a designee from the undersecretary's office. So I got to see, that was actually a pretty good experience because we would meet and review cases against sheet metal workers and whatnot. And I was on that, statewide board. Got to meet a whole different side of people down there that we wouldn't meet generally in town government and state government. But we were always, I've been to a lot of hearings regarding regulation, new regulations. It's always sort of a slog rolling something out. There's a lot of work that goes behind the scene, but it's something that was pretty important. And I always felt good once regulations were sort of promulgated and there was a fix under one of the agencies that we were overseeing. So I don't know if that answers your question. I could go on.
Okay. Can you talk to us about your experience with land use and development, and what you would see as the way in which you would be impacting the development of Reading?
So land use and development, I had experience in Methuen with that because during that whole crisis we talked about, we lost our director of economic and community development and couldn't afford to hire another one. And so that was something I took over as chief of staff under my portfolio, overseeing the planning department there, economic, community development. And there's a lot, Methuen's different. They get CBDG funds and a lot of different federal funding that Reading doesn't get, but that was really great experience. Here, in the time that I've been assistant town manager, I've overseen land use and planning here in Reading. Again, we have a great team. I can't say enough about the team we have in Reading. The major issue we're working on now, obviously, is MBTA communities, and that's hopefully headed towards April town meeting, that zoning change. But I think that during my time here and in Methuen, I know in Methuen we had we hadn't had a master plan in 20 years. We rolled out the first master plan in 20 years. There hadn't been a zoning change in 20 years, an overhaul of the zoning ordinances. We overhauled the zoning ordinances in Methuen to get that done. And then, you know, here we're working, you know, obviously there's the 40R district. And since I've been here, you know, I've heard different things about expansion and growth. Some people want it, some people don't. 40R seemed to be going at full steam, and then we pulled back a little bit because a lot of people in the community thought we were growing too fast. MBTA communities is something we have little, you know, some little control over. We have some control over, but not as much as you would think because it's a state mandate. So we're working through that. There's been a ton of community meetings, precinct meetings here to try to gauge the public's concern about that and what we end up presenting to town meeting and MBTA communities. So.
How do you, and that tension is in every community, those that want, you know, there's a sense of growth and then there's a sense of, you know, staying away from growth. How do you balance that? What's your strategy to balance that?
Yeah, it's difficult because, you know, growth would help us from a tax base, you know, standpoint for sure. And some people want to see a really grown up downtown, you know, that's where most of our growth happens. But I can understand Reading has an historic character to it. And some people just don't want to see much of a change. My first experience in Reading is when I was in law school taking the train from Reading Depot into Boston every day. And I would take the train. I didn't really spend too much time in the downtown, but you know, for a while that hadn't changed. And then the redevelopment of Lower Haven Street really made a drastic change there. I think most people were at the time happy about that, but I can appreciate that, you know, some people say it's too much too fast. I think you have to try to get to a happy medium if you can. Not everybody's gonna see eye to eye on these
Do you have any
things.
techniques of how you do that?
Yeah, I think it's a lot about education and knowledge and listening again. What do you want to see down there? You know, so you don't want to see a 4-story building. What would you rather see? Would you prefer we do nothing? And then, you know, trying to sort of meet it halfway is sometimes a good strategy. You know, people I think realize that growth has to happen in some way. But it doesn't have to be overnight, and it doesn't have to change a town into a city. I hear that a lot too. That, you know, Reading's becoming more of a city with all the development, and I appreciate that too. But I think probably listening, getting to that sort of happy medium, you know, the little Goldilocks effect there, if it exists, I think that's the way to go.
Was Methuen a green community?
Yeah, I believe it was early on. And we also, I remember getting one of the first federal grants for green government back then as well. So I think it was. And we also did the first Brightfield. So we had a capped landfill and turned it into definitely the first one in Methuen, maybe in the Merrimack Valley, Brightfield solar array.
Can you talk to us about what you've done or how you've demonstrated a commitment to diversity, equity, and
Sure, yeah. So I think it's an important issue, an important area. I was on the team that hired our first, you know, human rights, diversity, equity, inclusion employee here in Reading, Sedeshna. And so I was on her hiring team. It took a while to find the right person because it's such a important job. She had moved on, and now we have Albert here. I've met with him informally a few times. We are going to meet more formally as we get up to speed. I think it's important to have a diverse workforce, to bring in different ideas, different opinions, and it's something that I had worked on here. I think when I first started, I was working with the Human Rights Committee, the HRAC, and I don't think that committee exists anymore. It's sort of morphed into what we have now, but that was sort of the beginnings of it. And I remember working with them on social media, getting word out about events and whatnot. And there was a group after that called RED that I worked with. Reading Embraces Diversity that I worked on as well, So I think it's a very important issue one that I hope to continue to work on now that Albert is fully up to speed.
You mentioned social media. What are your thoughts on the use of social media in local government?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a way to get the message out. When I first started here in Reading, I was used to having social media, especially at the state. And I said, well, you know, where's the Facebook page? There really wasn't a Facebook page. There was a small Facebook page that was run by students at the high school, and I could never get them to turn it over. I was like, can you turn that over to the town so we can use it? Nope, we want to keep it ourselves. So we started our own. So that started under me here. That's the first Facebook page. And now it's grown. We have thousands of followers on it. We use it on a daily basis. We have 2 employees that it's part of their job, even more than 2 employees, to actually keep it updated and fresh. When we redid the website the last time, we made sure that social media feed was right there at the top of both Twitter and Facebook, or X, whatever they call it now, and Facebook, right up in front. And I think it's a useful tool. You know, it's a double-edged sword because we usually have comments enabled, and so you get some opinions on there that, you know, sometimes not things you want to hear, but they're there. It's public input. But for the most part, in terms of getting information out there, I think that's really the main way people now find things out. They're not reading newspapers like they used to. Even the website, static websites, the reason why we put the social media part on it is because people were going to social media more than the website itself. But it's something I want to continue to develop. I think we have an Instagram page that we had recently started as well. So any way we can get the word out, and even with all that, we hear, you know, from residents sometimes, you didn't tell us about this or that. We try every avenue. We do it the old-fashioned way, sometimes knock on doors, send letters, put things in newspapers. But we find the most effective these days is actually social media.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Over the past couple of years, we had a lot of construction downtown,
Yes.
and we had a lot of disruption with businesses.
Mhm.
And we had a lot of people not getting notified, and we had a lot of angry business owners. Business owners lost a lot of money.
Mhm.
I know there's things that we had to do, but there wasn't a lot of great communication. Things have gotten much better recently.
Okay.
Which is good.
Good.
But how have you, you know, Fidel, everyone did the best they could, right? But I think, in my opinion, it wasn't handled that well and communicated that well to the business community, and the timing of a lot of things really hurt them. So if you were in that position that Fidel was in, would you have done anything differently?
Right. I understand what you're saying. I know what you're talking about. There's a couple of things. I mean, sometimes when we got to the bottom of those things, it wasn't so much, you know, town construction or even a town contractor. It was a utility or somebody that would just show up and say, we're closing the road and we're doing our work today. We could, as soon as we know about that though, and we can't stop it, we need to get word out right away to the, you know, the businesses and whatnot. If we can find out ahead of time and sort of build relationships with those utilities to tell us, you know, give us more than, you know, one morning notice that you're going to show up and close the street and it's going to affect businesses, you need to do that. So I think, you know, building those relationships with utilities. But if there was any town work or town contracted work, I mean, sometimes it's weather dependent. We're not exactly sure when it's going to happen. But as soon as we do know, we should get that information out there. And hopefully we know that ahead of time. I know in certain situations, sometimes we did know and we got it out. Sometimes weather or whatever affected things, and we could probably have gotten it out a little bit sooner. And it's, you know, you hear about what's the best way to get information out there. We've tried almost every avenue in the past, and not just on these issues, but other issues, to do that. But I'm open to, like, if there's a way that you hear, you being a business owner downtown, a better way to communicate with the businesses, I'm all ears on that, because that saves us a lot of frustration. We don't like to hear that businesses aren't happy with us, for sure. So I'm open to that, but I do remember the issues. It always seemed to be around some major consumer holiday, you know, unfortunately. that would cut into business, and that was too bad. But yeah, I mean, it's something we're willing to work more on. Thanks.
We're running out of time, so maybe I'll just jump to the final question, maybe come back if need be. You know, this would be, I realize you're the acting manager now.
Right.
For a month.
For a month.
So,
Almost a month, yes, yeah.
How would you like to, just, how would you describe what you'd like to see as your role, your relationship with the select board? And how would interactions occur?
Right, yeah. I think I've had, even before I was acting town manager, I think I've had a good relationship with the board. I'd like to see that continue. I think it's all about communication. I don't want to see the board ever be surprised by something, reading about it on social media or hearing about it some other way. We could get ahead of things here and let the board know that's the best way to proceed. If I see an issue that comes up right away, I send the select board an email to the entire board so they know about it, so everybody sees it and they know what's coming. And I've done that in my month here as acting, and I want to see that continue as well. I think the board sets the policy, and it's my job and the staff's job to put that policy into action. And I'm always cognizant of that. So I want to hear your input. I want to know what you want to see done and the way you want to see it done. And then I could go and talk to the staff here and make sure it's done that way. I think, good board relationship is key to any successful partnership, and I do see it as a partnership. And I'm open to criticism on it too if you see things not going well. Be open and honest, because that's the only way things get corrected. But I'm hoping to avoid that by almost over communicating on certain things.
Mark?
I want to talk a little bit about relationship with state delegation, including with that grants and kind of outside funds and other activities. But so we have some examples. So I'm going to point to my colleague in terms of how to leverage relationships with the state delegation to tremendous advantage. And I think Fidel was somewhat a follower of that philosophy also, or instigator, whichever side you want to be.
Right.
How would you do this? How much is listening? How much is lobbying? How much is kind of pushing? I want to understand what kind of a relationship you have today and you see building in the future.
Yeah, so I think I have a good relationship with the state delegation. I know them all. And I'll have more of a relationship now that I'm in the acting town manager role. But even as assistant and even as director of administrative services, there was always a role to be more active with the state delegation and state government in general. I think you sort of have to keep your ear to the ground. If you hear something coming down the pike, you call, something that might, be to Reading's advantage. You call up, you talk to the delegation. What could we do? What more do you need from us? Is this something? If it's legislation, is this something that we can get going and you can sort of carry the ball for us? If it's grants, how much more information do we need? What are you hearing about how competitive it is? That sort of thing. And I have relationships, beyond the delegation in state government and in municipal government as well, that I would like to leverage on behalf of Reading. I think that's a big important piece of what a town manager does. Fidel did it exceedingly well, and I've got to watch him for the last couple of years and be in on a lot of those meetings. And he did exceptionally well with grants, getting grants and grant money. He would hunt down grant money like it, was his job, and I guess it was his job. So we want to see that continue. Things, dry up in certain budgets, but we want to make sure that if there's opportunities out there, we're tracking those. And I'm hoping to, meet with the delegation quite frequently, not just call them on the phone, but have coffee with them and say, what's going on the Hill? We're here in Reading. It's only 10 miles away, but it could be sometimes a world away from the dealings of what goes on in Beacon Hill. And I really want to know the mechanics of what that looks like and what that looks like for Reading. So, and something I've been there myself, so I know. But in this context, it's a little bit different. So.
How do you see your direct involvement with them in asking for stuff, proactively asking. So I remember, part of the discussion we had at one point was grant kind of stuff might bubble up through the staff. I'm wondering how much direction you're gonna, in your philosophy, how much direction do you give in terms of, hey, we want this kind of stuff, can you give a push here? I'll push with you versus kind of, how much of it is bubbling up versus
Yeah.
pushing it?
I think you have to push more than, bubble up, that you could bubble up to anyone, not just us, so I think you have to sort of push it in the Reading direction, obviously following the bounds of ethics and whatnot, I'm always cognizant of that, but to make sure that, Reading gets its piece of the pie on whatever grant that you're chasing. And the delegation has been pretty receptive, and they pride themselves on bringing grants and whatnot back to their communities that they represent. So it's really a win-win. But I think it's things do bubble up, but I think you sort of got to push it along. Like anything in government, it needs a little bit of a push and a little bit of a tug sometimes to get things rolling. So that would be my philosophy on it.
It's sort of related to that. How engaged are you with sort of the municipal world, if you will, of professional organizations, your peers, other managers
Yeah.
throughout the state, to learn about these opportunities and to and even when we were talking about sort of how you would restructure the office, kind of identifying how other communities set up their assistant roles or their organizational structure.
Right. Yeah, so I was at I saw you there, Brian. I was at the MMA conference all last weekend, and several select board members and employees were there as well. I think the MMA is a great resource, and I get bulletins from them every day about different trainings, networking events, and whatnot, and I'll definitely want to do more of those as well. There's a good group of local managers and mayors as well that get together for breakfast once a month. I've been to those breakfasts with Fidel and with Bob. And there's always lively conversation about what's going on in your community. How can I do this better in my community? It's really a working breakfast. So I would join those as well. I've been a member of the Mass Municipal Lawyers Association for the last 9 years since I started with Reading. And I know that it's not a management association, but there's I learn a lot from that organization about things coming down the pipe in terms of, litigation or legislation. They have a whole legislative committee. If you went to I went to one of their classes over the weekend at MMA, and they told us all the legislation they're working on to help communities and make them better. And I think that's an important role. So I'd like to continue with the Mass Municipal Lawyers. They have a great listserv. We have great town council, and I think our town council is the vice president of the Mass Municipal Lawyers. So it's not a substitute for town council, but it is something that informs me a lot. And just in general, I know there's a Municipal Managers Association. I've been to meetings with Reading officials at those meetings. I think they're valuable. I haven't joined yet because I wasn't sure if in my role as Director of Administrative Services, that would be something that I could join. But I definitely feel that that's a valuable organization as well. And I have, I've been in this a long time, so I just have friends sort of in the business that I'll call up and bounce ideas off. Like, how's this going in your community? What can you tell me about how this affects Reading, that sort of thing.
I think that's it.
That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thanks again to the screening committee and to the board for meeting with me. I really do appreciate the opportunity to serve as acting town manager as well. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, man.
Thanks. Thank you.
Next is running there's an accident on 95.
Oh, rats.
So
So we can have lunch.
That's awesome. Let's have a break. Perfect.
All right, catch your breath.
Yeah.
We all set to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, Matt, thanks for joining us, and we'll give you an easy question to start.
Yep.
Tell us who you are and why you're here.
Sure.
So yeah, just give us a little overview, a little warm up of why you're interested in the Reading position and how it fits into your career.
Absolutely. Well, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity. It's great to see some of you again, and I just want to also thank the hiring committee. I thought the committee did a nice job, kind of explaining what the profile is for the town manager position, what you all are looking for, and it was. I feel like I have some of those skill sets, and we can talk about those as well. Also want to thank all the department heads that came out to my immersion, my Reading immersion program. So Wednesday at the library, it was a very nice spread, very, very good fruit. And I know, I think Amy brewed the coffee herself, which I really appreciated.
Funny.
And then I also had a great call with, I'm going to call him Superintendent Tom, because I don't know how to pronounce his last name, to be honest with you. But what was nice to hear from Tom is that he worked with Fidel and town managers of Reading very closely, which is very encouraging. And it felt like there's a lot of good chemistry and partnership between the schools and the town side, which is always encouraging. So it's after going through the immersion process and meeting a lot of folks in Reading, I am even more excited about the opportunity. It feels like a good fit for me, and it's also a very nice community. So a little bit about myself. You have my resume, you have my cover letter, you have my references. I guess to add a little bit of color to that, I've been working in local government in Massachusetts now for about 11 years. It's been a great experience. What I like about working in local government is that you're on the ground. You're actually working face to face with people to try to, provide the services, provide the amenities, provide the operations to help a community thrive. And a lot of that comes down to working with all of the volunteer boards and committees. And I think part of my experience as a planner and working in a public participatory process, I think that skill set has contributed to a lot of the successes I had. But I've always been impressed and inspired by all the residents in the communities that I've worked in that take so much time out of their days, out of being with their families to help make government function. And that's what excites me about working in local government. And that's how I, through the years have kind of broadened my skill sets and, became more of a leader in the different communities I've worked in. And it's been a great experience. And the other thing I'll mention is, back to the question. The question is, why am I here? Why am I interested in this position? I can tell you that I'm the town administrator in Boxford. I very much love my job there. There's great people in Boxford. As I mentioned, there's a great set of residents that are working very hard on behalf of the town and the boards and committees, and an equally passionate staff there as well. I'm very proud of the successes we've had together over the last almost 3 years. And I'm not actively looking to leave Boxford per se. There are certain opportunities that come along that I would regret not exploring, and Reading is one of those. So prior to the immersion program, I knew a good amount about Reading. It has a very good reputation as being a very fiscally, very well-run town fiscally, and from folks I know that either friends or family or people who have worked in Reading speak very highly of the community. So I know it's a town in very good standing. It's also been a leader in a lot of the best practices as far as how municipalities are run. In particular, some of the balance between preserving community character, but also looking to do smart growth, transit-oriented development, taking advantage of that train station, Main Street economic development as well. And those are all things that interest me professionally. There are particularly the economic development and working with small businesses and main streets. That's not necessarily something I won't be able to scratch that itch per se in Boxford. but this community provides those opportunities for me. So that's the reason why I looked, I pursued this position. And as I said, through this process, I've only been more excited for the opportunity. I think the one thing, Bernie, that I'd like to mention off the bat, I think you'll find me, I pride myself in communication. I'm by far not the best communicator possible, but I think it's important to kind of have a two-way conversation. And transparency is also very important to me. So I do want to start off, and I know Bernie mentioned it in the in his profile of the candidates, and I did mention it with the hiring committee as well. But I just want to be upfront and talk about my accident. So in 2022, was driving home, lost control of my car, hit a telephone pole, and I'd been drinking that night, and it was a huge lapse in judgment. It's hard to believe that's something that happened to me, but it did. And what I've been trying to do since then is own up to it. It was a mistake, face the consequences, and have accountability for it. And I believe I did that by going through the process of the continuation without a finding. It's an admittance that I was guilty of what happened, and I feel like I've owned up to it. And not only that, just tried to learn from it and grow and figure out how that happened, why that happened, and try to obviously prevent it from happening again in my life. And it's really opened me up and made me think a lot about mental health and wellness. And I feel like I've gotten myself the support I need to move on with my life and not let this event, define me. I'm just very fortunate that no one was hurt by my actions, and I've been it's been great having the support of friends and family, also colleagues, and the Boxford Select Board as well. So I just wanted to mention that to you all, because it is something that, it does come up when you look into my history. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to start off, or should we ready to jump into the first topic? Second topic. Let's go, Joe. Man, and you probably already, maybe in your introduction, you kind of talked about this a little bit, but I want to get a sense of, if you were to come into this position, and this would be, you would have to come in and you would take on the team of people that's here.
Mm-hmm.
What actions do you think, what actions would you describe that you would take in your first 100 days or thereabouts that would sort of illustrate your management style? So, and by doing so, what that management style is, telling us what that
Sure.
is.
So an immersion 2.0, I suppose,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
more a broader one. I think it's getting out in the community, meeting folks, getting to know your department heads, getting to know your boards and committees, obviously getting to know you all, and figuring out how we can work together. It's building levels of trust, understanding who I am, understanding where you come from. And I think I was, 3 years ago when I started the position in Boxford, I think I was successful in doing that. One-on-ones with every single department head, what's working, what's not working. I mentioned it at the immersion at the immersion session, the coffee session on Wednesday morning. Think of it as an opportunity. I told the department heads, think of it as an opportunity to tell me, hey, this is how we do it here. I wouldn't know the difference, and how they would prefer things to happen, how they would prefer things to function in town. So I know that when I started in Boxford, I was meeting individually with all the select board members. What are your goals? What motivates you? What are you trying to accomplish in your positions? And figuring out how I could provide the resources to help you all to be successful. I think that I've worked in a few communities now in the North Shore of Massachusetts. I by no means have all the answers, but I've seen initiatives and issues kind of tackled in all different ways. So I think what I can bring is resourcefulness. That, I've seen this happen this way. I've seen problems resolved in other ways as well. As far as and then kind of creating a work plan with you all collaboratively. What am I hearing from you individually? What am I hearing as a body? What the select board wants to accomplish in the next year, 2 years, even 3 years? Kind of like a strategic planning process is what I foresee in the first 100 days. my leadership style, a lot of it is based on communication and multi levels of communication, formal staff meetings, formal select board meetings, but also one-on-ones. I like to have team meetings, like to have meetings with public safety team, police, fire, and our dispatch communications department, our development teams, planning, economic development, land use, public services, social services, and try to figure out how folks can work together. A lot of times there's some synergies that don't exist if you don't bring folks together and kind of talk through holistically from a higher level what's going on in town. I think that having multi levels of communication is very important. I also I pride myself in being approachable to anybody. There is obviously a chain of command and a lot of things that happen at town hall, but my door is always open if someone wants to come talk to me about an issue, or talk to me about a project, or anything of that matter. My door is always open. People can come in at any time, and I respect people's time and want to be helpful as much as possible. And that gets into another part of what I think my leadership style is. And again, I mentioned this when I started in Boxford, and I mentioned it to the folks in Reading on Wednesday morning. I will never have the years of experience that the department heads have in Reading and in Boxford and anywhere in the North Shore. And everyone who is a department head in municipality is an expert in their fields, and they know what they're doing. And I feel like as a manager, my job is to figure out how to pick them up when there's challenges, or when they're bottlenecked, or when there's multiple priorities that they're trying to work through. My job is to provide that support, is kind of set them up for success. And a lot of that has to do with, in any town, there's those competing priorities. How do we schedule things? How do we work through the town meeting timelines to get things done? How do we be proactive in our planning so we can take advantage of those grant opportunities that are available? How do we work in tandem to make sure that we have successes at town meeting as far as different projects and initiatives? So I see myself, my management as either managing a team, or if you don't want the sports thing, an orchestra. An orchestra has musicians that are all experts, that are all very good at playing their instruments, but there has to be someone that kind of sets the tempo and kind of works with and kind of makes the whole orchestra blend. And I feel like it's really a supporting role, but seeing the bigger picture and then working with the select board to kind of prioritize and kind of get juggling and getting multiple projects going on.
How do you become, what's your leadership style with relating to the community at large?
Mm-hmm. So I think it goes back to being approachable. I think one of the challenges that I'm experiencing in Boxford is that there's really no local newspaper, and also the way that Boxford's set up. The residents were really, when I started, looking for a sense of community, kind of collective community feel, and some of those things, part of. So that I listened to that, and what I think I was successful in doing is being available for residents. So started bi-monthly holding open office hours. So I set aside about an hour and a half every other Wednesday, where I sit in the conference room, and residents can come and ask me any question they want, talk about any issue they want, and I usually follow up with them if there's something I need to follow up with, but just to be approachable in that way. Every Friday, I will give an update to the select board of what did I work on, what are things that you need to know about, what are things that are coming up, and I take those Friday updates, and for every for every select board meeting, I make a town administrator report, and that's posted on the town website. It's also posted on Facebook. Another thing I started is a newsletter. We do it on a quarterly basis. Again, not having a local newspaper coverage, it gives a digest of what departments are working on, what are big events or big things happening in town. So I guess, Bernie, I think that my role is to get information out there, inform the residents of what's going on in town. It's kind of self-serving a bit, because an informed community, they may pique their interest and they may want to serve on a board or committee, or they may come to town meeting and stand up and say, this is why we need to do this X, Y, or Z. Even in Boxford, that doesn't necessarily have a large business population, I've also made a conscious effort to reach out to the local businesses there. We have two picturesque New England quintessential country stores that are restaurant, post office, bank, grocery store, and just kind of touching base with those folks every now and then to make sure that if there are any resources I could provide to them or kind of help them with, making sure that they feel like they're being represented in government as well. So that's how my approach to the community. I think it's just very important to be visible and kind of get information across to folks.
Do you participate in community events?
I do, yes. When I can. I mean, I have a 7-year-old boy and 5-year-old girl, so we are very much into sports and piano lessons and all sorts of things. So balancing my family commitments with community commitments, absolutely. I know in Boxer there's a Winterfest, which is there's a couple of premier events in Boxer that I attend, like Applefest, Winterfest. I very much, again, self-serving. I eat very well in Boxford at the COA. So I go to their in the summertime. They do bi-weekly barbecues, and it's outside, and it's a good opportunity to kind of talk to folks more informally. So I see a role being a town administrator, a town manager, to be at many of these community events, and I certainly help coordinate them and provide the liquor licenses, the permits, and all those types of things.
Can I follow up? So could you talk a little bit more about relating to the community? So Reading has a lot of volunteers and a lot of different groups and activities. How do you envision yourself working with them, listening to these different groups, kind of managing that activity? So I heard the kind of the one-on-one and talking to people.
Yep.
How do you work kind of at that group level?
Sure. So I guess part of my 100-day process when I started in Boxford was to attend every single board and committee meeting, at least one. And it was a little bit easier, that process, because a lot of it was Zoom. So it was kind of, but introducing myself, letting them know, what my cell phone number is, when am I having open office hours, and just an introduction. And I also set up times with all the chairs of these committees to kind of talk about what they're working on and just kind of learn what was happening in their worlds. But going beyond the boards and committees, there's probably a local athletic association here, obviously a local chamber of commerce, and other nonprofit and community organizations. And in the first 100 days or so, per se, it's reaching out to all those folks, scheduling a meeting, preferably to meet where they're doing the good work that they're all doing, just to kind of get a feel for what the facilities are, and having those conversations and figuring out, oh, that sounds a lot like something I worked on in this town, or it sounds like maybe the town could help support you in other ways. So that's kind of what I enjoy doing, and that's something I foresee doing here.
Getting sort of drilling down now, maybe more into the sort of the nuts and bolts of, although we've wandered into that with how you engage sort of on a daily basis with residents, but getting into the nuts and bolts of a town manager role. Can you talk about your background and experience with budget development and your financial management philosophy of how you kind of look at how a budget should be put together? I noticed that that you put together a GFOA budget?
Correct.
And was there one before?
There was one before in Newburyport. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So can you talk to them?
So this season now is my sixth season kind of overseeing the budget process. And in Boxford, I serve as the chief financial officer. Our assistant town administrator is our finance director. So I've been doing budgets now for several years. So in Newburyport, it was about $120 million budget, pretty similar to what Reading is. Boxford's about a $40 million budget. As Bernie mentioned, there's a GFOA standard. It's something that we definitely improved upon in my time in Newburyport, working directly with the finance director there. We're actually in the midst of putting together a GFOA template budget in Boxford right now. So we're going to be submitting that to the finance committee and the select board in just a couple of weeks. My philosophy, I mean, is adhering to financial policies, best practices. There were some really good ones in Newburyport, and equally some good ones in Boxford as well. Boxford, similar to Reading, takes a lot of pride in free cash, and and having a free cash policy. In Boxford, it's about 10% of their operating budget is a free cash policy. So it's a little bit less than Reading's, but I don't know if there's anyone who has more free cash than Reading at this point. It's very impressive. But having similar policies like that, and how do you use your free cash for one-time expenditures versus operating expenditures? And as far as other philosophies, in a city like Newburyport, the mayor's office was able to set the budget increase guidelines. In Boxford, it's working with the finance committee, setting what the actual budget increase will be. So, for instance, this year we're doing a level service budget. So that means with increases within 2.5%. But that also, so we work with the department heads, and they submit their budgets, and we have individual meetings with all the departments to go through those budgets. That doesn't necessarily mean we don't want to cut our nose to spite our faces. If there's an initiative in an individual department that needs funding, or it's a change, or we need staffing in that position, we do have a department head provide an alternative budget, and we cost that out. We figure out how that balances amongst the other needs in the department, and we bring that to the finance committee, and we figure out whether or not that's going to be funded through the levy limit, or whether there necessarily to be an override to fund that initiative. We did that recently with the expansion of our medical response program. We actually went to town meeting and funded an additional program above and beyond what the fire department is currently utilizing. So going, I feel like I have a good understanding of the budget and how the budget process occurs. And I've done it in 2 communities, one through a city council, one through a town meeting process. I'd say one thing I think that differentiates me as far as my experience, I come from a planning background. I don't have a master's in public administration, and I think it puts me in a unique position, I believe, especially when going through the GFOA process. I think what I like to do is have the numbers and make sure we're adhering to the fiscal policies that we set forward, but also telling the story and telling the narrative, and kind of explaining to folks, where your tax dollars are going towards. What is a 2.5% versus 3% budget? What does it mean as far as providing those services, providing those amenities? And I think, my experience coalition building and working with the public, and I think it's helped make the budget process, I think, go a little smoother. Adding that narrative, adding color, adding meat to the bones of what a budget would be. Kind of explain to residents, these are the reasons why the budget is going up X amount. This is what the services it will provide. These are the performance measures that we put together for a fiscal year, and what are the goals for the fiscal year. Also, I guess planning years ahead, doing projections, thinking about your revenue projections going into the next 3 to 5 years, and how that affects your operating budgets as well in the next 3 to 5 years. I also have done the capital improvement plans also the last 6 years. That was something I did in Newburyport, and what I'm continuing to do in Boxford as well. So figuring out what our capital expenses are the next 5 years, how do we finance those? Like I said, either free cash. It could be one of those. We've had ARPA funds over the last couple of years. We're fortunate for. And also figuring out what projects will need to be financed through debt and working on your debt schedule. Talking to the superintendent, it sounds like there's some debt rolling off in the next couple of years, right in time for some other projects. So, trying to sequence your debt so that doesn't just roll off, that you're kind of backfilling it with new debt to kind of keep important infrastructure and facilities improving. So I think that ultimately I feel like I have a good understanding of how municipal finance works. I work very closely with finance directors. I bring some added value to what the finance director does by adding that narrative and telling that story. And always trying to look ahead and trying to be proactive as we plan, not only for this current budget, for budgets for the next several years.
Thanks, Jackie. And thank you, Matthew. My mother used to live in Boxford, so I appreciate
really?
the Mainish looking feel up there. What is the budget for Boxford? What is your overall budget?
Sure. The overall budget is roughly 40 million. So that would be, it's roughly 10 million for the municipal budget. And then we're part of a regional school district, Masconomet. And then we have elementary schools as well that are not in the regional school. But we have a shared superintendent with the two other tri-towns. So I'd say it's about 15 and 15 for those two school budgets, so 40 total.
So it's significantly less than Reading.
Correct. Yep.
So do you think you would be able to handle the larger demand that Reading has essentially with the amount of money that we have? Or because to me, seeing 40 million compared to 120, 130-ish is definitely a big step up.
Sure. Well, I would say, I think that the setup for the budget process is pretty similar, regardless of with how much revenue you bring in versus how much your operating expenses you bring in. One of the big challenges in Boxford is revenue. I know that here in Reading, it's about 70% of your revenues is through is collected through property taxes. In Boxford, it's closer to 90%. So it's a real challenge when you're basically funding all of your operations on taxpayers and predominantly residential, because it's about 96% residential. So it's that makes it a real challenge. So I know that, for instance, Reading's budgets, it looks like overall they've been in, the 4%, 3.5%, 4.5% range. In Boxford, it's 2.5 or an override. So it makes it a challenge when you have, a very fixed revenue. That's when it's important to kind of get the information out to residents of why they're taxed, because they could really see it, very closely how their taxes are going up, I was going to say down, but they never go down, they're going up. So I think Reading, so it was interesting going from Newburyport to Reading, because Newburyport's budget is very similar to Reading's budget. I think it's about $120 million now. It was a little bit less than that when I was there. So my first 3 years of putting together municipal budgets was similar to what Reading has with water and sewer enterprise. I think that roughly 80% of the revenues were coming from property taxes, and out of that 80%, you had about 85% that was residential. So it was definitely a challenge going from a larger budget with a little bit more diversity in your revenue streams, particularly in Newburyport with meals tax and some other local initiatives, heading to Boxford, where it was a very finite and a finite revenue source. So I think that it'd be exciting to kind of go back to a budget that was at similar to Newburyport's.
And my follow-up, you already answered, it was the difference between residential and commercial. So you said it's 95 and 5%, essentially.
Yeah, it's roughly, I don't have the exact number, but it's definitely in the high 90s as far in Boxford, as far as the percentage of property tax collected from the residential side. Yeah.
Do you happen to know you recall what it is in Newburyport?
Newburyport, so I think it was above 80%. So I know that the 80% threshold is typically when you start looking at your split rate, your split taxes. So I think Newburyport was in the low 80% residential. Yeah, taxes.
In terms of the, you mentioned the capital budget, and one of your references actually spoke to that you took the Boxford capital plan to the next level. Did they have a capital planning process?
They had been working with the Collins Center right before COVID, so I think they had their first draft and basically took it from there and we've been able to. This will be the third capital improvement program that the town will have this year. Yeah.
And how's that typically funded?
The main sources of funding is free cash, debt appropriations. Boxford's a CPA community, so some of the open space and some of the field stuff is funded through CPA. More recently, grant funding. So we've been pretty successful getting state and federal grants in the last couple of years. State earmarks in the state budget. And then the recovery funds associated with COVID, like the ARPA funds and the CARES Act. So those combinations and trying to bring that outside funding as much as possible.
We talked a little bit of the free cash policy, but we didn't. And I know you mentioned the approach of using one-time money. What's your thoughts on using free cash within the operating budget?
So I think it all depends on the system that's in place. I think it's very interesting, Reading system, where there is a certain percentage of free cash that is programmed into the revenue stream for the operating budget every year. It seems like that's been something that's been happening for well over a decade, just going back to the previous all the budget information you have on your website. It's not something that it could be a slippery slope for if it's not well maintained and well managed. I think that in Boxford, one of the things that works pretty well is that nearly half of the free cash the town creates on an annual basis does not get spent. It becomes essentially a stabilization fund in addition to an actual stabilization fund. So I think it's in some ways Boxford has a similar philosophy than what Reading has. But I think that some communities are, it can be a challenge without proper management.
Staying with project, going back to the capital, you mentioned CPA. What about green communities? Are you a green community?
Boxford is a green community. Yep.
Is Newburyport?
Newburyport. So I managed green communities in. Starting in Gloucester and then in Essex as well. Salem was a green community, Newburyport. So I've worked in all green communities, and that's been a great source of funding to do a lot of system improvements at schools, at school buildings, lighting upgrades, HVAC improvements. So I have many years of experience in that, and that's a great resource as far as grant funding for facilities.
What about in terms of staying with capital, the sort of managing capital projects, and I'm thinking specifically of facilities.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any experience as in your positions either as a, even in the private sector as a project manager? What are some of the facility projects that you've worked on?
Most recently, I came to Boxford right when I think I signed the contract and notice to proceed for the contractor for a new senior community center. So I was there throughout the construction period. So I think there were about 53 construction meetings over the course of a year and a half. So I was pretty involved in that process. So the senior community center was the most recent project I was part of. In Newburyport, it was the multimodal parking garage facility. So I was part of that process as well. Trying to think, LED streetlight conversions. I was the project manager in Gloucester for that. So that was about 2,400 streetlights. I did a lot of park renovation and facility renovations when I was in New York as a project manager there. So I think I've done it in the private sector. I've done it in the public sector. Part of my you know, Boxford's a much smaller community, so I have to wear a lot of hats. And I am a certified procurement officer, so I'm responsible for all procurements in Boxford as well. We're currently working on the design of a new DPW facility in Boxford, so I'm part of that process. And we're also working very well with the schools on a electrification of the HVAC system in one of our elementary schools. So that's a project we're working on currently. And the goal for that one is to tap into that Inflation Reduction Act funds through the federal government. So yeah, so I have a good amount of experience in different types of capital projects.
In terms of some of these, particularly with the Inflation Reduction Act, sort of reaching out to the federal government for alternative sources of revenue for projects or initiatives. What's been your background in grant writing?
Sure. So as the administrator of the Green Communities Program in a few communities, a lot of grant writing there. Mass Works Program, a couple of years ago, I collaborated with the town manager of West Newbury. There's a bridge that spans both communities, so we were successful in getting a Mass Work grant to replace that bridge. More recently, in the new federal administration, with the return of this, I think it's called a CVF, the earmark program. So I wrote the grants, successful grants for a little under $3 million for the bulkhead replacement in Newburyport, which is currently underway right now as part of a bigger park program. So that was a very exciting federal grant. And then in Boxford, also successful in receiving about $250,000 through that same program for design of a rail trail. So definitely experience working with federal grants, writing the grants to kind of put those buzzwords in to make you compelling, how to match them with some of the initiatives. Now the state level I've worked in now, this is the third administration I've been a part of. So every administration has different priorities, different programs, and writing those grants through either Mass Works, Green Communities, Mass DEP. So yeah, I've done a lot of grant writing, and I've been pretty successful as well as obtaining that outside funding.
Let's talk about.
Yeah, so maybe a segue from the project management to land use and development. We know even among projects that are pretty widely agreed upon as being needed, there's always a local component of, neighbors and, neighborhoods and their negative impacts. And so I know we'll get into some more on land use and development, but what's your approach to addressing those both at the local level and helping your boards and committees work through them?
Well, I think it's bringing in those stakeholders early in the process is always very important. In Gloucester, there was a downtown development. It was actually permitted through the 40B process. It was a mixed-use development through a local housing nonprofit, and we worked with them. They were very proactive from the get-go and having many preliminary meetings prior to actually submitting an application and starting the clock. And without our suggestion, they held several community meetings and brought in not only the key abutters but also local organizations, because the concerns were height, density, parking. And I think that they were able to address a lot of that in their design because they started from the very beginning. I think what happens on a lot of private developments is that the developer may have a preconceived notion or obviously goals of what they want their program to be, and they start spending money going down that path with their designer. And often it's hard for them to turn back or pivot because they've already made that investment, and then it becomes kind of like this kind of attrition with the boards and the residents. So I think that even in Boxford, we have a couple of large parcels that would definitely be appealing for different housing projects, and letting those developers know that it's good to have these conversations pretty early before you start putting pen to paper and actually making those investments, to kind of see what the priorities are for the community. Similarly, in Salem, Salem, similarly to Reading, has, a lot of transit-oriented development happening in more recent years, a lot of high-density development. So I was there for the permitting of the new hotel, the Hampton Inn in Reading, or sorry, in Salem. And there's also a big six-story residential development as well. And again, it's a lot about having those stakeholder meetings and trying to, work with the developer on kind of addressing those concerns. On the flip side, it's a give and take. I think part of, also being helpful for the developer as well to kind of streamline those processes. In many of the communities I worked in the planning office, it's rather than having them go sequentially from one board to the next board to the next board to the next board, bringing those boards together for some preliminary presentations and having, kind of, what is that? What is the word? Being efficient with their time and trying to help move projects along. So that way you don't have stakeholders frustrated and you have developers frustrated and they're all scratching their heads. So, trying to be as streamlined as for the private developer, but also making sure that the stakeholders are well informed and part of the process along the way.
So I was just wondering, you mentioned at the beginning that you weren't necessarily looking, but you saw interesting opportunities in this opportunity. Could you go ahead and talk to us about what you might be excited about
Sure.
coming to Reading?
Well, I think it goes back to some of the development I've seen in Reading over the years, and I think there's been a very conscious effort to capitalize or take advantage of some of the amenities in town, like the commuter rail station and being in such close proximity to Boston, but also trying to balance that with the character of the community. And that, I think that interests me very much because of my land use background. I actually, I nearly became the town planner here in Reading about 10 years ago. And I had interviewed with Gene and Bob and ended up not pursuing it. But I remember coming here, so that was almost 10 years ago. I had my bike with me and I biked around the community and just saw a lot of potential down by the train station. And then coming back during this project and walking around the neighborhood and just seeing how many of those projects came to fruition. That excites me that, it's not easy. It's obviously you have a lot of different stakeholders and it's change, and change is not always great, and change can be very, troubling for a lot of folks. So it just was inspiring to see that Reading was able to figure those things out. And I'm sure it wasn't a perfect process, and I'm sure it's still not, but that interests me very much is the land use and thinking about Reading in the greater metropolitan area of how, housing is so important now. Housing can be economic development, kind of providing, and I read the housing production program, figuring out what type of housing stock is needed, in projecting over the next few years. And so that interests me. Going back to, going back to economic development as well, I've worked in New York. I worked for a nonprofit that ran multiple business improvement districts. In Salem, I worked closely with the Main Streets program. And that excites me as well. I know that there seems to be a need for that. And, back when I was learning about Reading about 10 years or so ago, we talked a lot about the improvement of the streetscape. I think a lot of that has happened since that, in the last 10 years. So that interests me. And then some of the bigger projects coming down the road, the elementary school, the Killam Elementary?
Killam.
Yeah. We have a Killam Hill in Boxford. So Killam Elementary, that's exciting to be part of a school project like that. So yeah, those are some of the things that interest me very much.
Great, because so the former mayor of Newburyport, Donna Holiday, is
Yep.
that how you pronounce her name?
Yep.
So she was quoted in an article saying that, one of her early on in her tenure, her vision was to make Newburyport a destination
Correct.
versus a pass-through town.
Yep.
I could say in some respects that we sort of, as a community, have some of those goals for Reading
Oh,
as
good.
well. Okay. Great.
Yeah, I think, so what's the road? So I came from 129 and 129 intersects with 125. Is that what it is? By the church? Is that the big?
28.
28.
128. 20, I'm sorry, 28. And I think if I remember 10 years ago, it was multi-lanes in either direction. It looks
Mhm.
like there's been a road diet?
Road diet,
So
exactly.
then that's a good way to kind of slow that traffic down and, and not have people just kind of, find a way to get through it. Yeah, to get through town. Absolutely.
I was interested in hearing, speaking about development, it's Newburyport and having to be a destination. Again, one of your references spoke about the work you did with the parklets, outdoor dining. How did that come about? If you could just talk to us a little bit, because I think one of the aspects that I know is important to number of members, the entire board here, is the relationship with small businesses.
Sure.
So, could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I just mentioned that I started in graduate school working for a nonprofit that ran a couple of business improvement districts, and a lot of that was public realm improvements, but also working hand in hand with the local businesses on storefront retail improvement programs, signage, wayfinding, and things like that. I guess, growing up, I'm from the same hometown as my wife in upstate New York, and her mom, my mother-in-law, who I live with today, ran a small business in town. It was a baby furniture clothing store / toy store. So I worked there for several summers, and I think I kind of saw firsthand some of the challenges of what local businesses have. Never being able to go on vacation, very thin margins, and wanting to be part of the community, and while also competing with some of the big box stores that were just down the road from where she was. So I think that personally, I think it's very important to make sure that local government can be resourceful and be an ally for local businesses to thrive. And as I mentioned before, I was in Salem. I was the economic development planner, so I administered the small business loan program that was funded through CDBG. So, working with businesses to develop sound business plans in order to get that funding. I was part of that as well, and I think all of those experiences became very helpful and really important during COVID, particularly in Newburyport. So, in Newbury, like all places, the small businesses, many of them were shut down or really, really restricted as far as, amount of diners or amount of people allowed in stores. And, for not to any of their faults, I mean, a lot of these businesses were really struggling. And, drawing on my experience working with the chamber there, we developed a reopening task force that, once the governor put out his requirements, we developed a multi-sector approach. So we did focus groups with the restaurants, the retailers, folks in the business park, our institutions, our museums, and, kind of asked them, like, here's the opening plan. What else can we do to help you? Working with our Board of Health. So, remember those checklists they had to do, the inventories before you had to sign up before you opened up? How best can we streamline that process to get you all open? We also did a business survey. We had about 900 responses, and we wanted to know what's the best way the city of Newburyport could help you all. And it was impressive to get 900 responses because they were also applying for PPP at that point, and no one really knew what was going to happen. And I just knew that keeping these folks afloat and getting through whatever was going to happen with COVID was super important, but also from a community as a whole, having vacancies would have been a lot worse. And in trying to make sure that we got out of try to avoid some storefront vacancies, which really can plague a downtown. So from that survey, we obviously folks were having trouble with back rents, paying utilities. Revamping their websites, doing online ordering. So we were successful with partnering with the city of Amesbury to get a CDBG CV fund. So that was $800,000. So it was available for micro enterprises. So it was sole proprietors with 5 employees or less with an income qualification. So we granted those out to about 60 businesses amongst the 2 cities. So that was a good way to help some of those businesses keep afloat for the things I mentioned, like the back rents, for broadening their online presence. And then going back to the outdoor dining, that was a big thing in as well. Working with the city council and the licensing commission to streamline that process, and obviously the state as well, the liquor board. I think the permitting process went from months to maybe a year to 3 days. So we got people. Not weakened, but allowed a lot of leeway in the zoning ordinance as far as surface parking. So you didn't have to have as many parking spots to allow for more outdoor dining. Probably similar to what happened perhaps here in Reading. So that was cutting all the red tape as much as possible, but also making sure it was safe. Obviously, and then going to the parklet idea. This was something I was familiar with in New York. Taking a parking spot and transforming it into a public space. So I was successful in getting a shared streets grant through MassDOT. It was about $250,000. And we took about 20 to 30 parking spaces and created these decked public spaces. So we had modular decking systems that are removable and stackable in the winter. You can put back out in the summertime.
Is that in Salem? I'm sorry to interrupt.
They have them in Salem. This is in Newburyport. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So there's stackable, storable decking that you can reapply all over town. It has railings. We did like nautical rope railings and copper finials, and we bought large planters for safety. As opposed to doing the concrete barriers, we bought these large planters and filled them with soil. Really the point of that was a lot of the State Street businesses downtown. They were in historic buildings. They may have only had 10 tables in their restaurant. So with all the restrictions, a lot of them couldn't reopen. So creating these parklets and allowing them to have tables on these parklets was a real game changer for folks. And I think probably a silver lining too. I think if you would ask folks in Newburyport prior to COVID, what do you think about us taking 20 or 30 parking spaces and putting decks on? I mean, it would have been a non-starter, but I think that people realized, obviously people were dining outdoors more. It added to the ambiance, they had umbrellas and beautiful plantings, and it's a program that still exists today. They bring them out in April, they put them back, they put them away before the snow starts. So I think it was, kind of thinking outside the box, trying to hear what folks were looking for, what they needed. I'm not saying all these things kept everyone in business, but it was definitely a better summer that year in 2020 than I think all of us could have imagined. But I think a lot of that it was just trying to react and partner with some of these local businesses, which was super important.
Other questions on land use development?
Well, MBTA communities, I mean, I see Boxford's adjacent,
Yep.
so obviously less stringent or less density required than we have.
Yep.
What's your philosophy about how to pursue it, and with all that entails, from community meetings to
Sure. Yeah, I think
town meeting?
Boxford is interesting because you wouldn't think that Boxford is an MBTA community, but it borders Haverhill that has one. So it's an adjacent community. So we definitely, we were very active with our regional planning association and some of the smaller communities in providing feedback that helped reduce some of the density that was required for the small adjacent communities. It's a real challenge in Boxford because it's 2-acre zoning almost entirely in the whole town, and we're looking at densities that go well above and beyond that. But what we explained, the land use director and I, we were able to secure outside funds through the Mass Housing Partnership. We got technical assistance through our regional planning association to really provide data to the select board and the planning board that this is what it potentially could look like. I think what the concern was that is for Boxford, you'd be constructing 6-story, 5 or 6-story units in a place where in the middle of the woods that doesn't have sidewalks, that doesn't have water system, doesn't have a sewer system. It didn't really make a ton of sense. But I think, as we went through the numbers and went through the compliance models, it turns out that, should Boxford want to comply with the MBTA communities, there's a way to do it where it's 2 to 3 story units. We're actually in the process of completion, or there's a 55 and over townhouse development right now that's being built in Newbury, or where am I? In Boxford. And it doesn't look, the MBTA model looks pretty similar to what is being permitted right now. So I think it was a kind of a sigh of relief for the select board. What I told them was, it doesn't hurt to go through the compliance process. Let's submit our plan and let's figure out whether it really is feasible or not. Boxford takes advantage of a lot of the grant programs that could go away, or at least we may not be as qualified for them as other communities that do comply. For instance, the open space acquisition, the MassWorks program. So I think it was in the best interest of Boxford to at least go through this exercise. We have a whole nother year to comply. So we have until the end of 2025. But I think that, being, really taking a deep dive, relying on our Regional Planning Association and their skills and their ability to do renderings and site plans, and getting that technical assistance has made the process, I guess, a little bit less concerning for Boxford residents. And it's to be seen whether or not they pursue it or whether or not they pass it, but at least we'll provide them, the voters, with the information that they need to make a decision.
Can I take that a little bit further in terms of that? Can you talk a little bit about how you see your role in terms of leadership with a project like MBTA Communities, as well as some of the others? So you've got the Killam School Senior Community Center, and we've been told that if you go out and seek some other grants, maybe there's an opportunity there as well. How do you envision your role as town manager in those activities?
So I think I work a lot in timelines and in the town meeting cycle. So I look at, town meeting is in, I guess, in Boxford's in May. So you think about how long it'll take to get all the buy-in, to get folks kind of on board, kind of do all that coordination and kind of go and work backwards and figure out a schedule. For the MBTA program, it was, first it was providing the select board with all the information I knew, kind of summarizing it into, taking the pages and pages of legislation and trying to make it succinct. This is what we need to do. This is why they're asked, the state is asking you to do this. This is what happens if you don't. And this is what my recommendation, which was to look further into it. Bringing in someone from the state to talk to the select board and the planning board as far as what their perspective was. Having our Regional Planning Association attend meetings to do more education. And having our land use director kind of, enabling him to pursue some of those grant funds to provide, these were outside funds that the town did not have to spend in order to get more data. So for the MBTA community, that was my approach, to bring in the outside experts, to have the department head, do their due diligence and find some funding, outside funding, in order to kind of get some more data so we can make some decisions. We're doing something similar with, we have 2 underutilized town buildings in Boxford. So one is the former COA building that we just moved over across the street. And then there's the old West Library. So these are buildings that are over 100 years old. They don't seem to have a municipal use. So we created a committee that committee consists of a representative from the Finance Committee, the Land Committee, the Planning Board, the Select Board, and a few residents to kind of go through a process of elimination. We were able to get mass development grant funds. We brought in an architect. We did a survey. We did some public meetings, and we have a good understanding of what residents would want to see in these buildings. So they want to see community space, a restaurant or retail space. And then from there, you say, all right, well, if that's what we want, now we have to figure out how we can make that happen. What are the requirements for zoning? What are the requirements for septic? And then figuring out what those costs could be and finding a good partner in order to make those investments. So I think that, it's bringing the right people together, bringing the right group of people, and informing them. And at least for that example, there's the representative for the Finance Committee can go back to the Finance Committee and kind of say, this is what we think we're going to do. This is what we think it may cost, and kind of getting that information out sooner and later. For the DPW facility that we're working on right now, I would be naive to think that we're going to be, breaking ground in the next couple of years because it's been a 35-year process for Boxford to replace the DPW facility. But it's kind of breaking it up into smaller bite sizes to figure out how we can keep moving closer to the goal line. So we did things like permitted the driveway because there was some questions of whether or not there was enough space to have a 2-lane road with some wetlands nearby. So we permitted the driveway through the Conservation Commission. And then rather than asking for the full design funds, where we allocated some free cash to do the schematic. So the schematic phase of the design is, looking at what the needs of the DPW is, and then creating a program and creating an overall cost, and then bringing that to town meeting. And having the permanent building committee, kind of oversee that, and adding members to the permanent building committee, like a resident that's an OPM, the finance committee, again, the select board, and getting them involved in that decision. They don't have to be involved in that process right now, but it's going to be a heavy lift. It's going to be a very, it's going to be over $15 million project, which is a lot for Boxford or any community. But trying to get those folks into the room in the beginning and understanding that last year was permitting the driveway. This year is doing the schematic. And if we line it up for next town meeting, maybe we'll ask for the design money this year, kind of taking that on. And then going back maybe next year after that or 2 years after that for the actual construction money. So thinking about in terms of town meeting cycle and figuring out how do we get there and how do we stay on board and who do we need to get involved along the process. Because what you want to have is someone at town meeting to stand up and say, I've been to X amount of meetings, there was these public presentations, and there's this information on the website, and I think we should vote for this, and have all that information kind of set up, and have the finance committee not stand up and say, I don't know anything about this project. No one's ever told me. So that's kind of how I try to do things.
So the pieces I'm kind of hearing relate to this collaboration, obviously, that's going on. There's some leadership and guidance in terms of let's plan it, bite-size it, if you work to the extent that that's possible.
Yeah.
But kind of helping guide through. I heard you mention the word recommendation at one point also, kind of
Yep.
taking the information, going through it, presenting it, sharing everything, as well as kind of some guidance on taking it.
Right. So I think, my recommendation carries a lot more weight if there's other folks, other stakeholders that agree with my recommendation or have been there along the process. I think that, ideas are cheap, but if you do the work and the due diligence and you get people on board and my recommendations, they carry more weight if we're doing it collaboratively. And I guess it's kind of facilitating that process. I think that, you're working with a lot of volunteer boards and committees, and they're all bringing great experiences. And I think what I like to do is put pen to paper. This is what I heard. Here's the summary of the last meeting, and start drafting like a recommendation collaboratively with folks. We're doing that right now. I have to talk about trash in a municipal meeting. Trash is a hot button topic. So, in Boxford, you had the Board of Health that oversaw the trash contract. But obviously, the trash contract has a big financial stake in Boxford. It's almost 10% of the municipal budget. But also, we have a recycling committee as well. We have a recycling center. So, bringing all those three groups together, we created a task force, and I think we're much smarter about the process, more sophisticated. Brought in different vendors because you don't have to follow procurement law for trash, which is it provides some advantages. But kind of bringing the money, the people are focused on the money, the people are focused on the recycling and making sure that our waste streams are clean so we get those benefits. And then who's administering that program, which in Boxford is the Board of Health, and getting those folks working in the same direction. It's just very important, especially when you're looking at some significant increases in hauling and collection, which it seems to be the trend nowadays. Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on to personnel management. If time left, you want to talk about your experience with collective bargaining, how you sort of develop the municipal team, hiring, retaining,
Sure.
succession planning.
So,
Go.
I've been the head negotiator in Newburyport and also in Boxford. So that's about roughly 6 years of negotiating experience. I think I've negotiated about 10 contracts or so across both towns. Last year we did 5 contracts right before town meeting, which was which was a great process. You know, as far as doing the negotiations, you know, we're data driven as far as how we negotiate. We did we also, I know that Reading did the same thing. You worked with GovHR on a compensation plan a couple of years ago. We also recently did work with GovHR as well. We started that plan for non-union employees, but the plan establishes through a very a good criteria your comparable communities with a lot of science behind it. So we use those comparable communities when we do all types of costing and market rate salaries. And you know, if we are under you know, if our compensation is below, then we have a plan in order to get that compensation back up. And I think that's made for very good negotiation with our unions, that we're all looking at data. We show them the data. We're all working collaboratively on that. As far as recruitment and retention, that compensation plan was overdue in Boxford. Part of that was reestablishing the pay philosophy. I think that for a lot of towns, you have a lot of folks that, you know, grew up in town and worked for the town, and that model worked for a long time. But with the cost of living in Reading or Boxford, it's a lot more challenging nowadays. And you have a lot of folks that are aging out and retiring that were in that system. So we're often trying to recruit outside of our communities and trying to be competitive with some of that, with the Proposition 2.5 limitations. But having those compensation plans really helped. We actually just did a recruitment for a library director, and I think because we reset that salary in a more competitive market, we had some really good candidates, and I'm really happy with the candidate that the library trustees ended up going with. Succession planning, trying to be creative as far as, holding on to institutional knowledge while transitioning. Our finance director retired very recently. She was the finance director and town accountant, but she was very interested in having a part-time job in her retirement. So we had a transition plan where she maintained the town accountant title. And I would say that her half-time of town accountant and based on her experience is probably just as much as a full-time person that we would have had to recruit, from someone walking in the door. We transitioned that finance component into my office, the town administrator's office, which made a lot of sense because, as I explained before, there's numbers and then there's the actual operations and joining those together. So that we were very successful in that. So we were able to retain a very competent employee with a lot of experience and kind of achieve her goals to retire, but still have a part-time job. But we were also able to reorganize the town administrator's office to bring on somebody who was an assistant town administrator with some finance background. And we also consolidated our HR components as well. We did a HR audit when I first started and gave us a whole menu of items that we need to work on as far as updating policies, making sure we're compliant with all the paperwork, all the fun stuff, and then looking at some of that retention and recruitment. So I think getting our salaries on par with our peer communities was really important, and we're seeing a lot of benefit for that, and that goes from the non-union employees into our collective bargaining as well. So it's very important. And then the other thing is it's also creating a good working environment, creating an environment that people want to go to work. How do you keep people motivated? How do you keep them inspired? So we started doing a lot more employee recognition. I don't think it's something that happened in Boxford, at least formally. So a couple of weeks ago, we did a ceremony of Years of Service Award because we had quite a few employees. For a small town like Boxford, we had over a dozen folks that had 25 years or more of service. So we did a ceremony and recognized their years of service, provided them awards. And I think it was, it goes a long way. I think people see, for folks that are at the 12, 15 year, I think they see that they'll be appreciated if they continue their path in their careers there. But also I do quarterly all staff meetings. It's something that Mayor Driscoll did when she was mayor in Salem. You bring everyone together. This is what's going on in the town. It may not have to do with your day to day, but I just want to let you know about it. But also it takes an opportunity, and I had the department heads submit me accomplishments in their departments over the last quarter, whether someone just got their CDL license, someone just got their appraisal certification, a great job handling that crazy storm that lasted 40 hours and all that plowing, just making sure that folks' work is recognized. And I think that it often goes overlooked in local government because, a lot of the things that local government does, I think the average person takes for granted. And I think trying to recognize those folks and make sure the credit is given when the credit is due. I think that's part of my role as a leader as well. I think it's a soft skill that helps, I think, as far as retention and recruitment.
Experience, or what can you talk to us about your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Sure.
And,
So I think going back to those all staff meetings that I mentioned when I was in Salem, one of the ones that hit closest to home to me was they had a trainer that came in and talked about privilege and what it means, what privilege means. And it was eye-opening to me because it really left a lasting impression on me because it was eye-opening to see what levels of privilege certain people have versus others. And that's based on where you were born, whether you were raised by both your parents, what socioeconomics you came from, what your skin color was, what your all different orientations were, and how that has an effect on what you're perceived in the community, in your community, and also what opportunities are open up for you or don't open up for you, or so I think that was a really eye-opening experience, and I took that a lot. I took that experience into Newburyport, and during COVID, when the George Floyd incident occurred, I know that there were some local incidents as well that were involved with police, and there was a lot of racial tension in Newburyport. So we followed the model of what Salem was doing and created a DEI alliance. So we did an open call for residents who wanted to be involved. It's about a group of 24 people or so, plus the superintendent, plus the police chief, and our HR director, the mayor's office. In that group, we also in that budget process allocated some funds to invest in some DEI training. That alliance is still going on today. The challenge of DEI is balancing the internal versus the external. So there's what the community wants in DEI and what an organization, how do you apply DEI? And that's something I think all towns and communities are working on right now. And I think that, less formally in Boxford, when we do our recruitment, is making sure that we're not being biased to where we're posting these jobs. And that only benefits Boxford. To figure out, making sure we're recruiting talent in all of the avenues available to us in all the regions within, commuting distance. So I guess my point is that, I have a lot of experience in the DEI process in Newburyport. That was a model that really worked really well. Getting the police department on board and the fire department and public safety was also really important. I would say that, coming from a perspective where we weren't trying to shame folks, that, it was all about how can we all work together to address these issues, to kind of change the way we do things internally. How do we permit things? How do we make sure our meetings are accessible? How do we make sure all folks walks of life can participate in town meetings? Zoom has made a huge difference in our worlds. But it's not about, shaming folks. It's about education and getting people to understand what the issues are related to DEI.
I think my last question, throw it open to other questions that I've missed here, is just to talk about what you would envision as your relationship with the board, select board, how you interact, how you communicate, what are the roles and responsibilities?
Sure. So I think the system I have currently in Boxford is working pretty well. I have bi-weekly meetings with the chair of the select board. I kind of tell her what I see is happening in the next couple months as far as agenda items, what's going on in the board, and we kind of strategize and figure out the game plan for the next several months. and then we decide how do we assign, you know, certain tasks and follow up with other board members. I will also contact some board members. She will also contact some board members. So there's communication happening outside of official meetings that doesn't violate open meeting law. So I think that, you know, so those are standing meetings, but, you know, I also follow up with all the other board members as well and make myself available as ever much they want or as ever little they want. I think the mantra is never, you know, give you as much information as possible. No one ever wants to be blindsided. No one ever wants to be surprised. So when I know something's happening, when I know there's some sort of police activity or an incident or some sort of controversy, I make sure I let you all know what's going on and, you know, give you a kind of a digest. I do so with my Friday updates. So every Friday I'll send you an email. There's, you know, usually 3 to 5 items. I try to, you know, what's going on in town? What am I working on? What are some meetings that are coming up you should know about? What are some community meetings that, you know, as a reminder that you've been invited to maybe as local officials? I think those have been pretty effective for the select board to kind of stay informed. And then I follow those up with my bi-weekly town administrator reports at the select board meetings. So I think, you know, the communication is huge. I try to make myself as available as much as possible. You know, we've done some strategic planning as well in Boxford and setting goals together for the fiscal year and the calendar year, and I make sure that we go back to those goals and make sure that, you know, where we are and how we are accomplishing those goals. The other thing I guess I'll mention, I try my hardest to work with the chair of the select board to keep meetings at 2 hours or less. I think that is the magic number. I think anytime you go over 2 hours, it just, you know, speaking of the guy who showed up here over a half hour late, but you know, I think a 2 hour meeting is kind of the sweet spot of what folks can handle at any given time without being inundated. So I like to, I was watching your meeting, your last select board meeting. At the end of the year meeting, you talk about what are the agenda items you want for the next couple meetings. So I have a list. I think it's about, right now it's through town meeting in Boxford. So I have a list of all the agenda items between now and the end of May. And I send that to the select board every Friday. And I say, if you have other agenda items, let me know. And I'll try to pencil them in, you know, keeping in mind that 2 hour sweet spot. And then on a biweekly period, check in with the chair and we kind of, you know, move things around based on, you know, this seems like a lighter agenda item. So why don't we have that community, the Boxford Athletic Association, do their presentation this meeting, whereas this meeting is going to be a lot longer and we have an executive session. So let's try to hold that meeting to the agenda of what it is. So I try to be respectful of your time, keep you informed as much as possible. I think more information is better until you guys tell me it's too much. I'm also the conduit between the department heads and the board as well. So I try to make sure that we get department heads in front of the board from a periodic basis to do updates. Like the DPW director on a quarterly basis will give you updates as far as what's going on, potholes filled, lawns mowed, you know, all those kind of stats, police stats on a quarterly basis, because it's really the work of the departments are doing the lion's share of the work. So I want to make sure they have, I guess, for lack of a better term, FaceTime with the board to understand, so you can see what's going on from their perspective and hear it directly from them. But I'm also, a lot of times, I'm distilling a lot of that information to kind of give you those weekly updates on on a week-by-week basis. So I guess that's kind of my philosophy. I don't know if you have any questions or comments about that.
Talk twice as fast, then we keep our meetings to 2 hours.
The first half is in 2 hours.
That's true. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I was gonna say that meeting that you watched was an outlier. So I hope you don't think that you're getting an easy at like hour and a half on meeting. That is not the case at all. So.
It's a policy. I didn't say in Boxer we always comply with that policy. It's a goal to achieve, I guess. Yeah.
We'll have Jackie work on that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Questions that people may have.
Carlin.
I'll go with the same question. How do you feel about pickleball?
I've never played pickleball before. I know that it's become I know it's the new rage. I know a lot of people play it. I don't know if you're asking me because there's a pickleball court in Reading or not, but I know that the sound of the pallets can be can be a nuisance. Absolutely. Yeah.
And we've been up against it here in Reading, as many other communities, because of the sound, and land.
Yep.
Way to put it, so struggling as of late.
Yeah. I know that in Newburyport, there's a lot more tennis courts than in Boxford. I know there's some pickleball through the rec program. I think their local racket club has a really nice facility, which I think kind of helps absorb a lot of that.
It is.
But yeah, pickleball, dogs. You guys have chickens and roosters. Yeah, so those are
Well, we
typically.
don't have roosters, sorry.
Oh, no, all right, no roosters until there are. But those are usually those are the three biggest nuisances, right? At least in my experience in the last couple of years. But I'm not an avid pickleball player, so I don't know if that helps or hurts me.
Neither.
All right, good.
More why we don't have roosters, so that's for another day.
It's a common thing because they make a lot of noise and they're superfluous. They are not necessary to the process.
So I mentioned that because, going back to the 2-hour meeting, if you want to talk about pickleball, dogs or chickens, all bets are off as far as how long a meeting will take.
Okay, all right. Horses, you got,
Horses.
I want to talk about horses,
Yeah.
okay.
All right, I think we're done.
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. For a closing, I mean, what I heard in with the selection committee is that you're looking for a dynamic candidate. I think I have a lot of those experiences to draw from. I think that my finance skills, in Boxford, I'm wearing a lot of those hats currently. So I'm the HR chief personnel officer, chief procurement officer, chief financial officer. So I think that I have a lot of experiences, plus my land use experience, that makes me that dynamic candidate that you may be looking for. And also, I find myself to be resourceful as well, working with state and federal partners to try to, bring in, grant money and attention to a local community. So, anyways, that's me. Good luck with the hiring process. Again, I apologize for being so late. Hopefully, the drive back isn't as treacherous, I guess.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for your time. Thank you.
No problem.
It's great.
Thank
Nice to
you.
meet you. Nice to
Good to
see
see
you
you.
again.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again, Mark.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Take
You
care.
too.
John.
Good, how are you? How you guys?
Good to see ya.
Hey, Tony, good to
How are
see you.
you?
Unmasked.
How's it going? That's right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Right. Excellent. Tony, thank you for coming in today, and thank you for waiting next door for a little bit. Had a chance to introduce yourself to the board members. They've seen your resume, obviously the screening committee thought enough of you to send you on to the board as a finalist. And we want to take a few minutes to sort of add a little color to the paper that you provided us in terms of a resume. Just tell us a little bit about, just to start us off, what got you interested in municipal government and why you're interested in coming to Reading? And why you think you'd be successful there?
Well, thank you. And Madam Chair and members of the board, I want to, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today and to Bernie and your team. This is the first time I've gone through this experience of applying for another town manager position, and it's been an excellent experience. Your team's been extremely informative throughout the process and organized, so I appreciate that. And I think I've been a little bit about myself. I have a wife and 2 children. I live in Beverly. I grew up on the North Shore, in Nahant actually. So I come from a small town, but a big family. And now I live in a city that has kind of that town atmosphere with it. And I've worked I've had, as you can see with my resume, I have a little bit over 6 years experience at the state level and almost 6 years experience at the municipal level. And through that municipal level experience, I was the town administrator in Nahant when we went through the pandemic. And as I mentioned with your department heads the other day, who a lot of them also, worked through that time period. I said, 1 year of experience through the pandemic is worth 3, in my opinion, because it brought so many different challenges. And so what really draws me to this opportunity is Reading. Well, first of all, the long-term relationship with your previous town managers. I know that prior to Fidel, both town managers were here for, almost 20 years apiece. That's something that's important to me. That's something I'm looking for myself. I also think that, Reading has a lot of community pride. A lot of, it's similar to Nahant in the sense that it's primarily residential. And, but in different ways, it brings in some of that, downtown development opportunity that, those challenges are things that I won't experience in the town of Nahant. And to be fair, there are challenges in the town of Nahant that, I'm likely not to experience here. But I think that, based on my professional and educational background and experiences, and, my personal life, it just seems like such a great fit.
Let's move over to your style. We want to understand, bringing Tony Barletta in, and I know that, we covered this in the screening committee interview, and, your references spoke to some of this, that you had faced a number of challenges when you went into Nahant as the town administrator. One of which was you'd never been a town administrator before. And, by all accounts, a quick study, and you brought yourself up to speed on what needed to be done pretty quickly. How would you describe your style, and how did you come up so quickly? Help us understand how you manage.
Well, listening is number one. Really understanding and learning from those that have been in the position before you, or that are, remain to be part of the team that you're entering, and asking questions. I find myself to be a quick learner. It's not just, municipal government, even at the state level. I, had I had no previous knowledge about energy policy before going to the Department of Energy Resources, and then shortly thereafter, I was negotiating some of the largest procurement contracts that the state's ever seen on clean energy. And prior to that, I didn't really know anything about the operations of a department like DCR, that had parks and property in every legislative district across the state. It's such a massive organization. So, I've been blessed with the opportunity to work with very strong managers in my career. And I try to be like a sponge in those situations and learn, things that fit my style and sometimes things don't. Things that sometimes identifying the things you don't want to be is just as important. So I think my style is really, to listen and engage. I think I'm a very team-oriented person. And like I said, I grew up in a big family. I treat my staff now as family as well. And I think that you have to have that mentality in order to really produce success and long-term success, for that matter. You can have a room full of talented people, but getting them all to row in the same direction is when you really start to produce those results. And so, my style is really to kind of be part of that team and ensure that, the members of that team feel just as much a part of it as I do.
So what were the first 100 days? Well, let me change that. What would be the first couple of things you might do if you were appointed town manager of Reading that would sort of illustrate, display to the board, to the staff, to the community, what they would have with Tony Barletta as town manager?
Well, first of all, given the time of year, town meeting is right around the corner. And I know that Reading is facing challenges with the MBTA 3A communities policy, and getting ready for town meeting and getting your budget set are, at the higher end of the priority list at this moment in time. So certainly those would be elements that I'd have to focus on right out of the gate. But sitting down with the Board of Selectmen, understanding what their priorities are, sitting down with the department heads and understanding theirs, really understanding what the most recent history of the town is, what the future goals are. My first 100 days of being a town administrator in Nahat kind of faced some similar challenges, where it was August of 2018 and I had to quickly learn municipal finance. I walked into a little bit of a shaky financial situation in Nahat, and so I had to learn it quickly. I had to work with the right people to come up with a solid solution, and then I had to be able to teach it and get public support. So I had to integrate myself with the community quickly, and really put the effort in to show them that this success means a lot to me, and the success of our team and of our community meant a lot to me. So in a similar way, I think I would probably, start with understanding what, the town's priorities are through the Board of Selectmen, meet with the Advisory and Finance Committee, and really get prepared for town meeting. But as far as, internally and with the department heads, it's a lot of the same thing. It's spending the time with them and understanding, what they've experienced as being a member of the team, what they're hoping to accomplish over the next few years. And then, not lastly, but additionally, the same thing externally. Developing the relationships with the community, with the state delegation, with the businesses in town. That's where I'd be going next.
How do you see what do you see as the role of the manager vis-a-vis the community at large?
I think, the role of any town manager in any community is to keep the surface calm. Underneath the surface, there's a lot of different things that happen in a community. The wheels are turning much faster than I think most residents understand, and you have personnel working and volunteers working extremely hard to make those day-to-day tasks, week-to-week, month-to-month tasks happen, efficiently and progress at a good rate of speed. But the role of the town manager is really to, even though all those things are happening below the surface, is keep the surface calm and make sure that the community feels like that the town is working on their behalf and that it's being done in the right way. And I think that, protecting the Board of Selectmen, protecting the department heads is a big piece of my job as well, making sure that you're all informed and have the ability to be responsive to your constituents when you're around town. So a lot of what the role is, problem solving, and doing it in a way that, promotes belief in your local government.
Any questions?
I can follow up. So, can you talk a little bit more about kind of the external side of things? How you might do that? Maybe we have to go beyond the first 100 days so that it's more, how do you plan to work with the community? In individuals, groups? What's your vision on how to do that?
Well, being present, being available, and communication are the foundation of developing that relationship. So, not just attending community events, but actually helping promote them or helping create new ones. That's something that, when I first entered as town administrator in Nahat, one of the goals was to really bring the community together by promoting those types of things. Unfortunately, pandemic hit a year and a half later, which kept, the goal of it was to keep everyone apart. So we had to, after that, we really promoted a lot of those things. And so being present, being part of that, on the small business side of things, working with there's a combined Chamber of Commerce with North Reading and Reading here. So, meeting with them and understanding what your local businesses, are feeling and what's important to them and what their concerns are. And being responsive to that. I think, it's not just making the connection, but, being available and being responsive at the same time. And like I said, when I first started at the town of Nahat, and had to develop a solution to some of those financial problems, it involved a small general override. And so I had to get out into the community, go to community meetings, night meetings, breakfasts, and really educate the residents on why it was important. And the town had never had, town meeting briefings prior to the town meeting. So I actually started that in Nahat, where we would host community meetings where I would go through the entire warrant and the budget and try to break it up so it wasn't a 4-hour meeting. But give people the opportunity to understand what we were trying to accomplish. And, that was probably one of the better compliments I got as going through that process was that residents, left those meetings, whether they were going to vote in favor or against the override, they felt, that they, for the first time in a long time, understood how the budget was put together and understood what the priorities were that we were trying to accomplish. So a lot of compliments on, being able to kind of break down some of those technical terminology into everyday language, and then listening and providing feedback to any questions or comments that we got from the residents.
Sort of ties with that is that I think you've covered is the communications. What's your relationship with the appointed boards and committees? There's a number of appointed citizen boards and committees here. Is it like many, not most, Massachusetts and New England communities, there's such a reliance upon citizen participation in these volunteer boards. How do you work with those?
Well, we're again, in Nahat, we're blessed to have a lot of talented folks that are very committed to, multiple different boards and dedicate a lot of their time. And so, being available to them, going to those meetings, assisting them in ways when, if they need legal advice on an issue, connecting them with town council, working with them especially the advisory and finance committee, working with them extensively to prepare for town meeting. And as far as appointing those, mostly the Town Administrator Act in Nahat transferred a lot of that appointing authority to the town administrator. So unless post-Town Administrator Act, a committee was created and the Board of Selectmen or a moderator was given the charge to make the appointments, they're my appointments for the most part. And so one thing that Nahat presented to me when I was going through the process of interviewing is that, they wanted someone to come in and really revamp and the transparency of opportunity on those boards. And so one thing that we've really tried to do is, promote the opportunity to get involved instead of just, appointing somebody immediately after someone might, leave a committee. We try to publicize it as much as we can and describe as best we can what the demand of being involved in that committee is and what the charge of that committee is, and try to help fill those boards, fill those seats as best we can by, making sure that everyone in town has the opportunity to get involved if they want to.
I'm trying to remember. Does Nahat have its own school system?
It's kindergarten through 6th grade.
Okay, all right. And then, so what's your relationship with that, with the district, with the schools department?
Well, similar here where the superintendent, I have a very close relationship with the superintendent of schools. He reports to the school committee. We have an agreement from 6th grade to 12 where our students go to Swampscott for middle school and high school. It's not a regional school district, even though it kind of appears to be that way. And, obviously, the school has fiscal autonomy. And so I work, even that being the case, I have such a close relationship with the superintendent because it's such a large part of the budget. And at the end of the day, as I spoke with the superintendent here, especially someone with young children, the school's success is the town's success and vice versa. So what's good for them is good for the town. And so it's really important that, even though he reports to a school committee and I report to a board of selectmen and they have that fiscal autonomy, it's still very important that you're working closely together and supporting one another to, mutually problem solve whatever issues might be coming about.
Let's talk about, we've been dancing around this a little bit. The financial condition of Nahat when you got there and sort of the righting of the ship, if you will, we spoke with the interim town administrator in Nahat and who had been deputy commissioner of DOR. So he knows municipal finance and he spoke of the work you did there. Talk to us about what that looked like, what you did, and I know you educated people on the conditions, but what actions did you take to solve the budget problem, and how do you go through the budget process now?
Well, I think it started with meeting with the Advisory and Finance Committee. And the town of Nahat had actually received a report from the Department of Revenue in 2015 that laid out a lot of the fiscal concerns and things that the town was doing good at the time. So again, learning right out of the gate of where the pressure points were, and Nahat, I think at that time was in a position where their bond rating was potentially at risk of decreasing, which similar to the town of Reading, over 90% of the town is residential tax base, and they're at the levy limit themselves. And so, we struggle with that Prop 2.5 limitation of revenue on an annual basis. So what we really wanted to do, and I see some of similar tasks potentially here in Reading, was to protect that bond rating by increasing our investments in our reserve funds. So stabilization is up 600% since I've started, increasing our, and the Department of Revenue recommends 5% of your total budget be in stabilization. We've met that, and our goal is to meet 10%. Investing in post-employment benefit funds as well, which Reading's doing a tremendous job at, and in Nahat we're up over 3,000% from when I started, and paying down debt at a more so than your minimum debt schedule requires on an annual basis, and doing those things with free cash, and utilizing free cash appropriately. So one-time capital expenses and investing in those revenues and paying down debt, and those things solidified our bond rating. The town of Nahat has the highest bond rating it possibly can for its size, and I think that those efforts have really made the difference. And looking at Reading's financial situation, your balance sheets are extremely strong. You guys are in a great spot. You have an excellent bond rating, and as I mentioned, you're at 75% funded on OPEB side. You are at the levy limit as well, which I think I would want to understand, if Reading has financial policies in place, do they need to be reviewed? Do they need to be created? What are they and why? And I think that, looking at possibility of using free cash to start investing in your stabilization fund would be a good practice, but you can't do that overnight. You really don't want to turn the ship so fast that it shocks the system. You have to come up with a medium and long-term financial plan of how you're going to accomplish those goals. And a good place to start is financial policies, financial forecasting, and capital planning.
Did Nahat have fiscal policies, financial policies?
Not when I first got in. We actually got a grant for the Collins School at UMass Boston, and we used that grant to do those three things. Our financial policies are drafted; they're not adopted yet, but we've developed them, and they fall in line with a lot of things I just spoke about.
All right. You mentioned fiscal forecasting as well. Do you practice that?
Yes, we do, and a positive and negative of being so predominantly residential tax base is it makes that financial forecasting a little bit easier, because you know what's going to be coming in for the bulk part of your revenues, and what the limitation is of that. So it helps. It actually helps in that future planning. It helps in collective bargaining. There's a number of different benefits to it, and it's similar to what I experienced in Nahat.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about the financial planning process, actually the capital planning process? I heard you say it might not yet be implemented, but what's the goal and why? What's it going to be if it's not there yet?
On the capital planning side specifically, it's, you know, working with it in Reading, you have the benefit of having a facilities manager. You working with the Department of Public Works and working with, you know, the your financial advisors and your town accountant to understand, you know, what are the large capital items that you're going to be investing in over the next 1 to 3 to 5 to 10 years even. And it capital planning kind of becomes, it actually ends up being, in my opinion, it's your third step in the process. You want to start by doing that financial forecasting and coming up with those financial policies, and then fill in what that capital plan is going to look like and how you're going to try to accomplish those things in a reasonable time frame that you're not going to, like I said, shock the system real quick.
So I think in terms of facilities planning, I think that's, you know, pretty true. How about in terms of community priorities and thinking about that process, how you bring things in, working with the community on priorities?
Well, my philosophy, I guess, on how I approach financial management of a community is similar to how I do my own personal budget. You know, I try to make sure that our needs, you know, come first and ensure that we have a sound financial basis to accomplish those things. And then we're, you know, putting policies in place that are going to help us accomplish those wants as we go. So I look at it when you speak about municipal priorities, it's how do they fit in with your medium and long-term plan, and how are you going to set yourself up to accomplish those goals? Securing your bond rating is a key element in that, and because if you do have to borrow for those priorities, you want to be able to achieve the lowest interest rate possible to benefit your community. So again, I think if I were given the opportunity to take on this role, I would start by learning what those priorities are and what the expected time frames of them are, and how it fits in with the current financial forecasts of the town. And is it realistic? Does it need to be adjusted? How are we going to accomplish those together?
Playing off of that capital budgeting discussion, direct experience in managing large projects. I noticed there's a large sewer project in town. Would that be an example of a facility project that you?
Certainly.
Okay.
I started in August of 2018. In May of 2018, the town had experienced millions of dollars of damage from the storms that had occurred earlier that year. And at the same time, the town's sewer main, the town of Nahat sends its wastewater to Lynn Water Sewer. And the sewer main under the Lynnway had experienced 3 or 4 emergency breaks that cost hundreds of thousands, if not over $1 million per repair. And it had reached its end of life. So immediately we knew it was a priority. We had to take on that project. But what were our options? So we started by looking at an alternative, now in Massachusetts, you don't have to procure engineering firms, but we wanted to go through that process because this is a core element of infrastructure for the town. So we started there, and we went through the procurement process. We ended up selecting Wright Pierce engineering firm, and the first thing we tasked them with was an alternative analysis to understand, are we just going to repair our existing line? Are we gonna try and take an alternative route? Is it gonna be dig and replace? Is it gonna be a slip line? You know, what's the benefits of those alternatives and what are they gonna cost? So that's where we started. And that was a community process really through the Board of Selectmen to talk about those alternatives and present them and make the best decision for the town as to what that project specifically is going to look like. And then we talked about, well, how are we going to fund it? So we, unfortunately, through those breaks that occurred on the sewer main, we found ourselves with a administrative consent order from the DEP to make those repairs. But on the positive side of having that consent order, it really helped us in securing SRF funding at the state level. It made us more competitive in those applications. So we were able to secure up to $20 million of SRF funding, which is at a below market interest rate for a long-term borrowing, which was the best option for our town. And from there, we worked with the consultant to hire, to put a procurement out for a contractor. And throughout the process, I was involved with our engineer was really the project manager, ensuring that the contractor was meeting those, progress points along the way. But I was involved in that. We would have every 2 weeks or monthly meetings, progress meetings to ensure that we were meeting those checkpoints. And I would bring that information back to the Board of Selectmen and present it to the public. And we completed it last year. It's probably the largest infrastructure project in recent town history at 8.8 million. Came in on budget and a little bit behind schedule because of being on the Linway and dealing with the DCR and coordinating with summer traffic and having to work at night. So a lot of along the steps of that we had to deal with working with the state delegation and the State Department as well. And but yeah, that's a good example of also. We have many more sewer projects that we're working on, and as I mentioned, climate change projects, coastal infrastructure projects, as well as some development projects in town too.
Yeah, it's basically an island, right?
It is.
Yeah,
It is
connected by a road, so.
controlled by the state.
So to follow up on that a little, you mentioned you received SRF funding, and I imagine other kind of coastal related and environmental related funding in Nahant. What have you learned from your experiences working with the state to secure that funding to address any issues, and how do you think that makes you stronger at either identifying or pursuing funding from outside sources or grants?
Every grant program is different. And I think, I think what benefited the town of Nahant was we brought on in the sewer element of it, we had Wright Pierce who had experience with the SRF program. So, being able to utilize their experience was really helpful to us. When it comes to environmental or, coastal resiliency and things of that nature, it's a whole different animal because you're dealing with permitting and regulations that, have it's a different impact on how you're going to pursue those grants, meet certain time, and honestly design a project that is going to, not only live within the approved regulatory world, but it's going to satisfy, the needs of the town and the ability to maintain that project over time. So I think, my experiences with all these different versions of grant programs could be beneficial to Reading because you learn a lot going through them. You learn a lot along the way, and how you want to approach them in order to be successful in a good time frame. It's helpful to have that prior experience.
What, is the Nahant a green community?
It is.
Was that done before you?
I was working for the Department of Energy Resources at the time.
Oh,
and,
okay.
was helping the community become a green community at the time.
Because you were involved with that at the state.
Oh, yes. So when I worked for the Department of Energy Resources, they were actually going through a director transition in the Green Communities Department. And so I was very much involved in helping with that transition and bringing on the new director.
Okay.
I worked directly with a lot of different municipalities on, their compliance issues, how to comply and how to get designated. I actually worked with the department to develop legislation to increase the green communities budget to $20 million and advocated for that at the State House. And actually similar or very important to Reading is I was the almost liaison for municipal light departments and how they could potentially get involved in the energy efficiency programs at the state level, because as you guys are familiar with, most MLPs don't contribute to the RET, and that's the Renewable Energy Trust, and that's what makes, that's the key factor in getting eligible to what that program funds, the energy efficiency programs that it funds. So I actually worked pretty closely with MLPs on how are we going to, get over that hurdle. And it seems like, or I've learned through this process that Reading's pretty close to getting there. And I still know a lot of folks that are working at the Department of Energy Resources, folks that I speak to pretty regularly as we utilize them. Green Communities is such a great program. Back to some of that financial conversation we were having, as you're, trying to change the balance of the makeup of your budget, and maybe trying to get free cash out of supporting some of your operational expenses. Part of that balance is reducing those operational expenses. Green Communities is a way, not only does it provide the environmental benefits, but that is a great way for you to reduce those expenditures and reduce the pressure on using free cash to fund that. In Nahant, I think we've had I forget how much, I think almost about $500,000 in green community grants, and only about $40,000 of town dollars contributed to those projects, and it's produced over $125,000 in savings annually to the town. So that's one way that really helped us, shift that balance.
Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. And thank you, Antonio. So real quick on the budget. So Nahant is what, 15 million? Is that
That's right.
the overall budget? So that's significantly less than Reading. And you just explained the water main thing, which is essentially half your budget, because that was $8 million. And obviously it wasn't budgeted for your $8 million water main thing to break. So what kind of advantage do you think that you would have over somebody else that has been managing a larger budget, like Reading's? It's obviously, 135.
Mm-hmm. So I thought a lot about, I figured this question would be asked of me, and I thought a lot about it. And, at the end of the day, I think that the principles of municipal finance is what's important, no matter the size of the budget, and how you approach developing that sound budget is important, whether it's a small budget or a large budget. Understanding where you're flexible, what your limitations are, and following sound policies while trying to accomplish, the community's goals. It's all transferable no matter the size of the budget. And as you can see, my professional career, as I mentioned earlier, I've faced challenges like that throughout my professional career of taking on things that are, new or larger than my previous experience. And I think my style of, as I said, being a fast learner and listening and understanding what the history is in that given circumstance is what's going to put me in a position to be successful. So, even though it's a larger number, I think if you approach it with that same, sound principles of municipal finance, be able to accomplish your goals.
And this is, like you mentioned earlier, this is the first time that you've branched out from the position that you're in to go for a town manager kind of thing?
That's correct. Yes, this is the only town administrator or town manager position I've applied for since being in the hot. As I mentioned in the beginning, I think long-term relationship is really important to me. Nahat is the smallest town in the Commonwealth land-wise, and we certainly have one of the smallest budgets, and we have a lot of challenges, and you have to wear many different hats. And I think that if I wanted to, and so long as I continue to be supported by the Board of Selectmen in Nahat, I could have a long-term relationship there as well. But what drew me really to the town of Reading is that it shares that same, I believe, shares that same interest. And it seems as though, whether it's at the department level or at the town manager level, this long-term relationship and this desire for stability that, I imagine is tied with the community pride here in Reading is what I experience in Nahat and what draws me to Reading.
Thank you.
Let's move on to a different topic, and this actually is interesting because it might tie a little bit to sort of the challenges you're facing in Nahat are different. Well, maybe there's some similarities too, but it's development in general. You're an island. You're limited in what you can do there. But if you could talk about your sort of how you would go about balancing out the desire of many people, if not everyone in Reading, to maintain the community character of Reading, with the need or want for some level of development to provide additional revenue to the town, to provide the wants and needs of the town.
Well, like Reading, we're dealing with the MBTA community's challenge as well. We're also currently going through a housing production plan process because we don't currently meet our affordability requirements under 40B. And I would say both of those policy items trigger what you're talking about, the most. And, really important to understand where the residents in town stand on those issues. And, while you have requirements from the state level, understanding how you balance that with the character of the community. Is there a way to find, can you find that sweet spot of becoming compliant with those requirements without drastically changing your municipality, or staying in line with the residents' wants? And again, that comes down to communication. It comes down to involving the community and having them understand that what the pressures are on the town, what the needs of the town might be. Some of those things might overlap nicely, some of them may not, but how accomplishing those may put the town in a position to accomplish other wants that the town has. Like you mentioned, being able to bring in that new revenue might be able to help us fund a Council on Aging Center or a new recreational facility or things of that nature. Or might help us be able to provide more services without asking, for you, the residents, to contribute more through your tax dollars. But it's all based in communication. Really important that you have those public forums and you talk to the residents and find out what they want to achieve and try to get them to understand, what the requirements are placed upon them from the state. The MBTA Communities program is something that I know you guys have to get it done within this year. We have until 2025 as an adjacent small town. I understand that at the state level, I understand the priority of increasing housing supply to counteract the high costs of housing. I also am a strong believer that municipalities should be able to determine their zoning on their own. So there's some uncomfortableness with, the fact that the state is forcing communities to approach that. But there could be, and you really have to, get into it, into the weeds of it, but can we, accomplish what the state's requiring of us while also satisfying our own needs and wants? So finding that sweet spot and then, educating the public on, how you're trying to approach it so that it doesn't drastically, change the character of your town. It seems like that's something that's really important to Reading.
Any other questions on land use that anybody has? Yep. Joe.
Karen and then Mark. So very familiar with Nahant growing up in Lynn. And I'm just, MBTA Communities is a real source of angst in this community right now. I don't know if the news reports convey that, but I can tell you it is. So I'm just curious. I was just curious if we can make this quick. What kind of development is the state asking Nahant to do it? And where would you guys be putting it according to the regulations?
Well,
What's the size of the
Sure.
problem you're dealing with?
We advocated and were involved a lot with the development of the regulations. And at first, the town of Nahant was being asked to do a lot more than it is today. We explained our situation. Our requirement is 84 units. So very different from, I think you're about, I wrote it down somewhere.
114? It's a
Almost
big
1500.
number.
1493.
Yeah, it's a big number.
Yeah, okay. Nahant actually only has single-family zone for residential, but there's multifamily housing in Nahant that's pre-existing non-conforming. So now we're just embarking on this process because we have an extra year. So keep in mind that the requirement is zoning and not actual construction. So one thing that we're trying to figure out is looking at our existing multifamily housing that's in town that's not technically zoned for that. Can we rezone those areas to satisfy this requirement? And it won't actually, drastically change the community overnight. So we're still kind of navigating that.
And that is a similar message that we're hearing from planning. This is zoning. Doesn't necessarily mean everything's gonna change at once.
But we also don't meet our 40B.
And we don't either now.
requirements. And so even though 3A has no care about affordability, it does not require that. Can we potentially try to, increase our affordable housing stock and meet our 40B requirements while also zoning those areas as multifamily to satisfy 3A with the same property? So those are the things that we're looking at.
Thank you. It's a pretty complicated problem for a smaller number of units. Okay,
Definitely.
thank you.
So this is part land use, part priorities. There's gotta be a third part, sorry, I forgot the third part, we'll come back to it. We are in need of a new senior center.
Mhm.
And there are different potential locations, but we have very few locations available in town if we were to select a different one. And we have some other activities we'd like to do also. So you get a senior center, a school, some new recreational facilities, all kind of mixed together. They relate to land, they relate to priorities. I'm wondering if you can talk about any experience you've had with senior centers, senior center projects, and if not much, how you might view that, for the town of Reading as we're kind of walking into, thinking about, again, limited land and land use priorities, town priorities in general to do things. And you're talking about kind of fiscal priorities. How do you think about that? How would you think about that?
Well, we have an extremely active council on aging in the town of Nahant. And the service it provides is essential to our community. A lot of elderly folks in our town. And it's actually in the town hall. It's antiquated, it's outdated, it's undersized. And the kitchen itself really needs to be renovated. So we started looking at that project. We're in the middle of that now. And we're actually doing a somewhat of an alternative analysis of what would it cost to, revamp the kitchen that's currently in the town hall versus potentially moving the council on aging to our elementary school. There's, some space available there that we could utilize that's underutilized now. So we're actually going through the process of, what's the needs of the council on aging space for their programs, and what would it cost, try to estimate the cost of either of those projects so that we could come up with a game plan as to which one we want to pursue. Because at some point, if the project in the town hall, gets to a certain level, it's almost not worth it because that facility's undersized as it is. We might as well spend a little bit more money and potentially move to the school and give them, a location or a facility that, truly meets their needs. So we're actually going through that right now. So that's my current experience with it. I forgot the other part of your question.
So interesting too, because my guess is you don't have a lot of open space on.
Actually, we do have a lot of open space.
You could build on.
Not that we can build on.
Oh, okay.
We got that too. We're not near water, but we're underwater.
It's just a level issue.
With that. Right, and so this, the school it's kind of a natural fit to explore as an alternative. So we're going through that process now.
Thanks.
Talk about personnel management, collective bargaining, personnel practices that, you have an HR department?
If you're looking at it.
So talk to us about how you, again, going back to one of your references, they spoke about that, some staffing issues that you had when you came on, that sort of had to rebuild the team that was there
Wow.
a bit.
And some of that was due to a high amount of transition at the town administrator position before I came in,
Right.
which definitely created a unsettled environment, and challenging for the team, to deal with that, not knowing, what lied in the future. But also going through the pandemic, one of the significant challenges that all municipalities, I think, dealt with was so many long-term employees who were, close enough to retirement that they went through the pandemic and said, you know what? I'm going to take advantage of retirement now. I'm ready to go. And so a ton of institutional knowledge went out the door, through that process. So not only did I walk into somewhat of an unsettled environment, shortly thereafter, a lot of the folks who had been in Nahant for a long time decided to, enter into retirement. And so we had to rebuild the team and refill those positions. And we've done so successfully with like extremely talented folks. I love our team. We have, like I said, most of us, because we're so small, we have to wear many, many hats. And we all row in the same direction. We understand that, in order for each of us to be successful in our individual departments, we have to be able to work together. So that collaboration is a key piece. You mentioned collective bargaining. Again, by default, I'm directly involved with that process. I've now negotiated contracts with each of our unions twice over. So I've gone through it twice. I've gone through a formal process of that. I've gone through an informal process of that. Pros and cons to both styles. Again, I think that similar to Reading, especially being primarily a residential tax base and having the Prop 2.5 limitation, it's somewhat simple to forecast what your revenues are going to be. And those are the revenues that are going to fund those contracts. And so that's how I approach collective bargaining negotiations. I first work with our finance director to understand, what can we truly afford over the next few years, and then work with the unions to negotiate a contract that, satisfies them, but also doesn't sink the town. Luckily, that we have such a great relationship with them that they understand the limitations of the town, and they understand, that we can only do so much in every negotiation cycle. So it's been a positive experience. I also, have a open door policy, so to speak, with my bargaining units where outside of negotiations, if there are issues, I encourage them to speak to me and see if we can resolve them before going through a formal grievance procedure. And the other big learning experience I've had with HR is the process of the Family Medical Leave Act. I think that's one area where I think it's common for municipalities to trip on how that should be processed appropriately. And so we, have developed paperwork and process that, we constantly discuss amongst ourselves in department head meetings to ensure that, when an employee is seeking extended leave, that we're recording that properly and making sure that we're providing them this, the services that are mandated by law and doing it appropriately to try to prevent, any of those potential liabilities to the town.
What's your type of commitment can you speak to that you have regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Well, I think I had a lot of experience with that, was ingrained in me at the state level, especially with the Patrick administration. We would have, annual trainings on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And at Department of Conservation Recreation, we actually had a diversity council, which was one of my favorite things about working there. On a monthly basis, they would host events where the entire team would come together and learn about a different culture or nationality, and hear from speakers, and even bring food from that culture. And it was really enjoyable learning about different experiences and what people deal with. I actually had the benefit of speaking, being one of the speakers at Italian Diversity Day for DCR. So that was one of my favorite memories of being there. And I've tried to bring that to the town of Nahant in the form of trainings. And I looked at looking at your website, I didn't see a DEI coordinator on the website. I don't know if you have one or if it's, a core responsibility within HR, but that would be something that, want to look into.
Uniquely, it's in the library.
Okay?
So, but there is an officer. Okay. Let's see. Social media? Do you do much with social media?
Yes, the Town of Nahant, we started a Facebook page for the Town of Nahant. We completely rebuilt the town's website. We brought on John Guilfoyle, public relations firm, to help us construct a new website and have that integrated into social media. We have a Twitter account as well, but like it's the Town of Nahant. I think it depends on what the demographics of your town are and which social media tools are utilized. Twitter's not really a popular one in Nahant, but it's a great way for us to get news information out from us. So when we have press releases or events we want to push, we can do it right through our website. It blasts it out to our Twitter, and then a lot of the local news stations will pick up from it from there, which helps, improve that communication.
The sort of related to we're starting to talk about relationships, and you're talking about your relationship with the residents, and that's what sort of led to the question about social media. But the external relationships, and you mentioned this already regarding the DOER, the relationships you have with energy resources and with your state delegation. How do you maintain those relationships and build those up?
Well, I kind of grew with our state senator as he progressed from being a state rep into the state senator position that he is now. And our state representative I've known for quite some time as well. So we have, we stay connected personally, but are available to one another consistently. We meet monthly to talk about different issues that are happening in the town. I have a great relationship with their staff who keep us involved in opportunities that might be coming through programs or grants. As far as Reading elected officials go at the state level, I've developed a pretty close relationship with Minority Leader Jones, especially through the Baker administration when we were negotiating or a lot of this energy legislation.
Mhm.
So I have a pretty close relationship with him through that work. I haven't spoken to him since then. Senator Lewis, I worked closely with more so through DCR, because he had a lot of DCR property in his town or parkways, and so worked pretty closely with him and his staff. When I worked at the State House for Ann Goby, Senator then Representative Lewis was right down the hall from me, so had kind of a personal relationship with him too. But again, I haven't spoken to either of them in a little bit, but there's some pre-existing relationship there.
And lastly, I think, is the relationship that you have with a select board, what that looks like. How do you interact with your board now? How would you see yourself interacting with the board here, communicating roles and responsibilities, et cetera?
In Nahant, it's a 3-member board, so open meeting law is present with all, and challenging at times. But it's important, that we make sure we follow that. And so I have, I stay in we have standing one-on-one meetings. I have a standing one-on-one meeting with each one of those members, and it's blocked on my calendar every week. We talk probably every day anyways, whether it's on the way into work or on the way out. and we have a great relationship. I think, again, you know, building communication with them is key to building that trust and, you know, making sure they're staying informed. I also developed, probably at the state level, being in a government affairs role for those agencies, I found it was my role to, you know, provide the elected officials the opportunity to take a victory lap when things were going well, and when things were going bad or their constituents were upset about something related to our department. I took the lead on that to provide them that protection. And I kind of employ the same mentality in the town of Nahant. You know, the Board of Selectmen are the elected officials of the town. And so I want to make sure that you guys are successful. And so when good things are happening, I make sure you're aware of it and let you be a kind of a leader on how you want to express that to the community. And when things are difficult or challenging, I try to, you know, provide that protection for the Board of Selectmen and be the leader on those issues. So, you know, I think that's been a successful relationship for me. I was appointed by a board of 3 select members and reappointed by a totally different 3. So, you know, each board was, I think, pretty different in their own way, or similar in some ways too. But I've had successful relationships with both. And actually likewise, you know, at the state level, working for a Democratic governor and reporting to a commissioner at the senior staff level, I was able to successfully survive the transition into the Baker administration because I think I built those relationships of trust and communication. So I would approach it the same way. But also, I've had Board of Selectmen members that, you know, didn't want to be bothered every day. I've had some select board members that want to be involved, you know, so, you know, more frequently. So it would be, you know, learning your style and understanding what you're comfortable with and, you know, hopefully succeeding in that.
Thanks, Jackie. So one thing I'd like to just probe a little bit more on is the issue of the community size and the resources that would be available to you. So here, as you've met, you've got a strong team of players to work with. In Nahant, you kind of were player coach in a really big way, right? How do you envision working through that, and what opportunities does that open up for you, I guess, as kind of the town manager, because you've got that strong team?
Well, I think having had to be a player coach and, you know, wear so many different hats and kind of be involved in the technical details of a lot of different departments and categories, will benefit your already strong team in the sense that I'll know what they're talking about, and I'll be able to provide the experiences that I've gone through, and it might be something that they haven't, and it'll, you know, combine to be a great team. But I think it's important, you know, that they feel that I trust their judgment and that I believe in what they're recommending, and regardless of the issue, and be there to kind of help mutually problem solve whatever issues are in front of us. So having had the experience that they have now, I don't see it as a problem. I see it as a benefit. And I think that, you know, I believe strongly that a good leader allows their team to develop with the group. And sometimes you have to know when not to get in the way, because, you know, grabbing hold of a situation and trying to solve it quickly might produce success overnight in that one particular scenario, but it didn't give the opportunity to your team to go through that issue and develop themselves. So it doesn't you know, what, as I mentioned before, I'm hoping for, you know, a long-term relationship here. So I would, as a leader, I would want to ensure that the team is also developing for long-term success at the same rate. So I think, you know, having the experience myself is only going to help both myself and your already excellent staff grow and, like I said, provide long-term success.
If I can follow that kind of to the external side a little bit also. The select board clearly is kind of setting priorities, some aspects of the vision. But part of the role of the town manager has to be kind of how to translate that, how to take that forward. How do you view your role in terms of making recommendations, in terms of kind of having some vision, some ideas, where in some cases you do need to guide your staff to, you know, hey, we want to get focused here.
Well, each department head knows what's best for their department, and they know what's best for their team. And I trust, and they need to know that I trust their instincts on those things. Where I step into that role is I know the larger picture of what we're trying to do as a community. And so, you know, being able to communicate effectively with the department head as to, yes, what you're recommending is the right thing to do, and it's something that we should try to pursue. However, we have a lot of other things happening in the town at this time. We're trying to accomplish all these goals in a certain way, in a certain plan. And so it might not be today, but we want to integrate it into our mid-term goals or long-term goals. So part of my role is to help department heads who may be, you know, in their own category, understand the larger picture and what we're trying to do as a team. And by explaining that, I think instead of just saying no or yes, you know, they start to develop and they start to understand why we're doing things a certain way. That's what I'm talking about with that, that longer term success is everyone being on the same page and rowing in the same direction.
And if you have some less experienced members on the team, how comfortable are you being in a mentor role or getting them additional resources to help?
I've benefited from many different mentors in my professional career, and I still to this day utilize a lot of the networks that I've developed over time. Speaking with town administrators or town managers from other towns on particular issues and learning from them how they handled the situation. Sometimes I'm on the other end of that phone call and they're asking me how I handled the situation. And I love the work that I do, and in a sense, part of it is being a mentor to the next, group who's up and coming. Not only helping them develop themselves, but again, it's really about setting up a team that feels like they have equal responsibility and are equally invested in what that team's trying to accomplish. So you're not only mentoring them so that they can benefit and they can grow, but you're doing it in a way that they are invested in the same solution.
Anybody else?
Carl, go ahead.
I don't know if this is the final question, but it's gonna be the best one. How do you feel about pickleball?
I've been able to utilize CPC funds in the town of Nahant to install pickleball courts in town. Very passionate group of folks. It's definitely an up and coming popular sport. And the great thing about it is the age range of participants. So I don't know if Reading has pickleball courts.
Not dedicated.
Okay, Yes, ours is shared with tennis courts, but my thought is because it has such a wide range of people who like to play pickleball, locating it in an area where you have other facilities, that it becomes kind of like a family destination where, you know, someone might be playing pickleball while their kids are playing on the playground. You know, those are the types of things that, you know, I've seen be successful in our town and other towns.
I think we're all set. Any closing comments?
Well, thank you again. Really appreciate the opportunity. Like I said, it's been as a candidate perspective and someone who hasn't gone through this process before, it's been really enjoyable and informative and organized. So I appreciate that from my perspective. And you know, I'll just reiterate again that you know, if having a, you know, stable long-term relationship is important to Reading, that's what's important to me too. And that's what's really drawing me to your community. And I'll also say that in all the research I've done to prepare myself for this process, in speaking with other people about your community, not one negative thing surfaced throughout that process. So you should be proud of what you've already built. And the team, you know, meeting with them the other day, such a great group of people. So you already have, you know, a really sound foundation here, and I would love to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure meeting you. Nice to meet you. See you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
And I think with that, we can adjourn. We're all in person, so we don't need a vote.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, 5-0, we're adjourned. Thank you.